Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to some collegiate Overwatch brought to you by NECC. My name is Warren JuggleGod Hammond, and today I am joined on the mic by ManofClass. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing awesome, JuggleGod. It's going to be time for some high quality Overwatch. And of course, we know that because we got the ESU Warriors versus Huntington Esports. And ESU
Yep.
Warriors, they have got some pedigree, they've got some mystery in this league, so we know exactly where they're coming from. Huntington, though, unknown quantity. They're new. All we know is they won their first match. So, it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, that it should be. ESU, like you said, they are a known quantity. We do remember them from last semester where they finished top seed in their division and made it to playoffs. So certainly going to see some good Overwatch out of them. And if anything, we're looking forward to some excellent Overwatch as well from Huntington. Like you said, they took their first win of this semester, brand new to the league. So that's a great way to start things off.
Yeah, of course, we don't, you don't always know what the power level is between two teams. So a first week win can be deceptive. Then again, sometimes it just says all you need to know. And today we're going to be playing a first to three between these two teams, going over at least three maps, but maybe even more. So we're starting here on Ilios in a little bit. Afterwards, moving on to Eichenwalde, Havana, Kings Row, and if we even need them further, Oasis and Rialto. Going to be a fun map pool. Of course, no assault maps to come out for the season. And going to be a
Woohoo!
clash between the teams.
That it will be, and I like this. I like this mix of maps that we have here today. Of course, we've got the classic in Kings Row if we reach that map 4, but a similar map and style I think comes with Eichenwalde as well, but a little bit more high ground presence. You know, you can run slightly different comps there. It's not as brawl centric as Kings Row, and of course, Ilios on control. You can run so many different things just depending on the sub map as well. So we're likely going to get to see a lot of different looks out of these teams, or get to see, if they want to hard grind one of these comps. But let's take a look real quick at the lineup coming out first. We've got Disabato, which by the way I think is one of my favorite names to say so far in this entire group of players that we have today. DH Kafka, Vanilla Jack, Halbert, Michael, and Paparama as well coming out for ESU. So moving on to Huntington, we've got Prozac, T-Brain, Trashboat, Ginger, Doxic, who, by the way, is the very first woman to be a part of the esports program at Huntington University, as well, rounding out the last little bit, ex Michael on the support.
Yeah, Michael versus ex Michael. I think there's been some history between those two, but we might be able to ask them someday. But yeah, indeed, always get to see some more progression coming out between the esports departments. We'll see if Huntington gets the benefit from that today. Take out a victory versus ESU. Like we said, we're going to be
Mhm.
starting here on Ilios. Different background than what you've got going on. You transported yourself over to Lijiang Tower.
Yes, I did.
But I prefer the sunny side of things, even though it's dark over here. Gonna get some sunlight out on those Greek Isles, based on, of course, as we know, on the wonderful islands of Santorino, all the way in Greece. And Ilios, it's been a staple in Overwatch, but it's always been that control map that teams either really like or they really hate it. And there's various reasons for that, which we could probably get into later on.
Yeah, it is absolutely a polarizing map choice. Not like not like again like Lee Jong Tower, which is it just seems to be a fan and player favorite. Um, One of the things that I really like about Ilias, we're looking at Ruins right now, and I think this is one of the more unique maps in the entire control map pool. There's such long sidelines here. It's such a long way to point, which you really don't see too much in the other control maps.
Oh, you really don't. And we're going to be looking here at the hero choices that we get out of these teams. It does look like we're going to get Halbert potentially coming out on the Widowmaker. They're not doing it. This map has been often dubbed as Widowmaker's Playground, which is because of those long sidelines that you get, the high grounds that she can abuse that are hard to reach by other heroes. So she's generally fairly safe. But because of the way the teams have been playing lately, because of the meta, and because of the state of Widowmaker herself, it is still very unlikely that we're going to see a lot coming out of that from players in general. Going to be just getting the Soldier 76 on both sides and the Lucio, and those are really the only two same heroes that they got.
Yeah, this is a very interesting. lineup coming out from each of these teams. Normally, we see much more of a mirror matchup coming in. We're going to have Hunting taking control initially of the point with already a pick onto Vanilla Jack. That's going to make things a lot more difficult for the ESU Warriors to continue to push onto this point. We're likely going to see them now just try and go for a little bit of pick damage while they wait for Vanilla Jack to come back. Point flips over in favor of Huntington Esports.
A nice start for Huntington. Good, hot out of the gates, as we call that one. Looking for a little bit of a hook here is T-Brain. And the Roadhog hook, I mean, doesn't get blocked by Sigma. It hasn't been for a long time. Doesn't get blocked by Roadhog. Sorry, it does get doesn't get blocked by Roadhog. So there's a lot of free value to be get from T-Brain here.
Yeah, there absolutely is. And it's interesting to see ESU Warriors coming out with this double off tank. T-Braid coming out with a nice pick onto Michael early on. Disabato goes down very low, but fortunately they have taken a breather to help themselves back up. And right now, Huntington Esports has a nice control over this mega health pack area near the coast. They keep getting picks as well. Huntington Esports going to have to potentially back off as they don't have their Lucio anymore. Right before they were able to get their beat, Trash Boat's going to take a dip back into spawn as well. Paparama now potentially looking for an opportunity to use this nano boost. Michael going to pop the tac visor, and that's going to take care of the remaining members of Huntington Esports. And this point will flip over in favor of ESU.
Still gains over 60%. It's a good start, and now you're going to have to be able to use your own ultimates. The wall's already out from Symmetra. They lost their Baptiste ultimate, but now they're going to be coming in with their own soldier ult. They got that hog. They are walking into a few support ultimates on the side of ESU, though, so it's not a clear-cut win. What I'm mostly looking forward to is seeing more of those anti-nades from Paparama, because that's really what opened that fight up.
Absolutely. If you can land those, it can swing a fight very quickly in your favor. We're going to see the Gravitic Flux now used, trying to turn things around for ESU. They're able to get a pick on the Doxic once again. She's having a hard time staying alive. Ends up being the first one picked in these last couple of fights. Now we've got Prozac with Attack Visor, but currently backing off for a minute, giving a little bit of room to ESU, but with a couple picks coming in now in favor of each side, we're certainly going to see things heat up here. Huntington going to flip things back in their favor as they look to finish off these last stragglers.
Eventually, they're going to be able to pick them up, keep the percentage going, and we're really getting to a point where it's almost just going to be one more fight. I do still have both those support ultimates, and I do want to see DH Kafka use theirs, but unfortunately, if you're going to go down that early, you're not going to get to, and even Paparama going ridiculously low wants to walk over to the Mega Health Pack to get it, but just feels safer using the anti-nade.
Yeah,
that was Tech Visor as well. Oh, still ready.
Yeah, that was a big boon right there for Huntington Esports. 91% on the board now in favor of them. ESU Warriors, these two support ultimates are going to have to be huge if they're going to take back this point. Starting to push on a point now. We see the initiation from Disabato now on the Monkey. Couple of early picks in favor of ESU Warriors. They're going to be able to stay alive and continue the fight here on Ruins.
Be able to take that one away, and again, they're not using the sound barrier. And I was really thinking it was potentially going to come out when Prozac used their tech visor, but use it in a situation where you're already losing, not really necessary. Now we're going to come in with 5 ultimates, though, not a lot to defend against it. You got your own tech visor, you got that sound barrier from TH Kafka still, but even that dragon might not be able to do enough. You could just walk into a storm at this stage.
Yeah, that's very true. We are going to see an early aggressive push coming out from ESU as they pop the sound barrier to go aggressive instead of looking to mitigate damage. Disabato, though, going to pay for it with their life right before they were able to get that Primal Rage as well. Huntington Esports coming back with a furious vengeance right here. Got the Photon Barrier on point as well. That's going to give Huntington a lot of staying power. With overtime ticking over, they are going to take the first map here on Ilios.
I didn't even need the sound barrier from Doxic. 1 round down. Maybe 1 more to go, maybe 2, depending on how well ESU is doing. But Huntington starting out strong, starting out excited.
Yeah, that they are. We're going to take a brief pause just to take care of a couple of production issues, but we'll be right back into the game after that. And ESU, I think they need to try and, I think, protect some of their backline a little bit better before they get into the fight. They're getting picked off relatively early on, and I think that's one thing that's leading to a lot of success for Huntington. They are doing a good job of finding those vulnerable, squishy characters and making sure that they're not going to be a threat during the fight.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even the protection of the backline, but the backline just not being in a position to be picked off. Like sometimes you just
Yep.
cannot. Like we all know that, for instance, like not saying that any of these players are doing it, but we all know the concept of the Reddit Lucio, where the Reddit Lucio just
Yes.
goes in, jumps over the pillars, is basically acting like a DPS. And if you're not running any barriers, if you're not running in anything that really protects you against something like a Roadhog hook, then that Lucio becomes super vulnerable all of a sudden. And then you just have to play a little bit further back. You have to play a little bit more defensive. Maybe just focus on peeling for your Ana. Something like that could potentially work a little bit better for ESU. That being said, if you're talking about not having shields, maybe the tank lineup could use a little bit of work. Like, you're not going to tell them what to play. That's not how that works.
Right.
But the suggestion of, there are reasons why certain standard comps or standard combinations are standard combinations is because they are very solid foundations. They're very easy to understand how they work and how to execute. So if ESU is not being able to achieve anything with these more experimental or more maybe their own style of composition, then they could transition into something that's more tried and true, more proven, and more understandable for anyone on their squad.
Yeah, that's a very good point. A lot of the it can be such a a double-edged sword, right? You come out with these compositions that aren't standard, and if you play them well, and if the other team isn't expecting it and they don't know how to handle it, then that is a boon for you. But if the pieces of the puzzle aren't quite working together as well as they potentially could be, then it becomes a detriment to the team rather than a boon for them. So it's a fine line, I feel like, that you have to walk when you're using these more experimental, these more avant-garde types of compositions.
Yeah, exactly. And, I love experimentation. I love seeing it. I love all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the experimental card tournament this weekend. Experimentation is all on the menu at the moment. But there are times to experiment. There are times to go with the tried and true. But there are also times, and I think that's what we often come down to with these, with different levels of competition, is sometimes putting everybody on the hero they're most comfortable with is the best solution, is the best option. And that might also be a tactic they're going for. I mean, we know they're not new to this. They've been doing this for a while now. They already won, came out of top season in the last top seed in last season. So there isn't really a reason to doubt their decision making. And maybe Huntington is just that good. Maybe the new kid on the block are just doing really well.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, this is one of the the second look we've had at this team, and so far I do really like what I'm seeing from them. They're playing things by the book. Really, they're playing things very I don't want to say standard, but that is what it is in a way, right? And it's showing them a lot of early success. What was that? We've got both off tanks taking themselves out of the fight early on. They both fell off. I'm not sure what happened there,
hey,
but it's going to be a 5v5.
Sometimes just fun antics. That's just how it goes. It's unfortunate that one of them is the Roadhog, because the Roadhog is usually very integral to either securing or maintaining position, because the threat of that hook on the well in the middle. Disabuto has a better position in that situation. Both Roadhogs using their hook. Actually, Disabuto is now ready to hook on target of their own, but gets blocked by the shield.
Excellent play there, Rashboat, coming out with a nice shield to block that, but the anti-nade is going to land onto a couple of members of Huntington Esports. The fight's still going the way of Huntington, despite them, taking that early loss. Halbert now goes down there. In fact, there's no DPS left for the ESU Warriors, and despite them having control of this point, they're taking a little bit of a hit right now. Point going to be hotly contested now by Huntington. Doxic, she goes in for an environmental, but all she finds instead is the business end of an anti-nade. One pick coming in now for ESU Warriors. They still have control of this point. They've been able to mitigate this aggression coming out from Huntington very well and continue to thrive. Nice hook coming out there from Disabato. They pop the whole hog, but they've got barely any health left, but it doesn't matter because the supports are there to keep them up, and they take care of Huntington Esports.
ESU starting out very well on this particular map. Of course, very different layout, but they're not really changing that much up, honestly. Biggest difference, Michael on the Reaper now, so that is landing them some more tank counter, which is pretty good. Both teams not that far off each other, but Trashbot on the Orisa, I mean, the Halt Hook should be landing them quite a lot of value.
It certainly should be. Hook comes in from Disabato, but the Fortify was there to deny any opportunity. And Huntington Esports, once again, making very quick work of ESU. They're going to take their first control.
It's one of the most important things on this particular point, getting a clean fight, because you can have such long stalls. I remember, at some point, the stall, this is in the Overwatch League still, but, It went on for about 2 minutes, and they still somehow grabbed it back. It was absolutely ridiculous. It involved some wrecking ball shenanigans, though, so not going to see as much of a stall here, I guess.
No, that's true. We're not going to this time. Michael looking for an opportunity to use this Death Blossom. One player already down in favor of ESU. Michael pops the Death Blossom. Sound Barrier is going to be there from Doxic, but she doesn't quite make it in time. And the ESU Warriors will take this point back for their own.
At least the sound barrier wasn't like used and then, stopped. So they will have the sound barrier for the future. They could still use it against something like Halbert's Tech Visor, which is something we're obviously looking forward to in the near future. Biggest deal about that Tech Visor is trying to find that angle, because you're running into a lot of structures, a lot of walls, and a shield from the Orisa that's in the way. And you can't really go out in the open because you're worried about that Roadhog. Prozac is feeling that straight away with a hook and some shotgun bullets to the face.
That they are. T-Brain gonna pop the whole hog, takes an anti-nade to the face. So now it's gonna be Disabato's turn. Supercharger now committed by Trash Boat. That's gonna be so much damage now coming in from Huntington Esports. 99% on the board now for ESU. Huntington has to come away with a win right here. They're gonna start it off with a pick onto Havka. Disabato now with the whole hog, trying to maintain some point pressure here, but Huntington Esports has the advantage. Halbert pops the Tech Visor, but that's going to be mitigated very rapidly.
And Doxic used the sound barrier early as more of an aggressive move, and it did pay off. Now they're coming in with both their DPS ults and a supercharging Matrix. Gonna be Michael ready with that one, and that could work very well together with Prozac, just making sure they got a lot of damage, ramping up really quickly with a Deadeye. Almost impossible to dodge at that stage.
It is, yeah. If you're able to use both of those ultimates in conjunction with each other, they can be absolutely deadly. Turning that Deadeye from almost a throwaway ultimate into something very, very valuable. Ginger gonna be looking for an opportunity to use this Death Blossom as well. They go down to about half health, going to be forced out for the moment. Prozac now looking for an opportunity, but all the ESU Warriors are comfortable in that cage with the mini health pack. Gonna see Michael looking for another opportunity in the backline, but they go down very low. Hook not gonna hit this time around, but the pick coming in from Vanilla Jack will. And now Huntington Esports looking a little bit worse for where ESU Warriors gonna start to capture. The point here comes that amplification matrix, but it's not gonna gain anything this time around. Vanilla Jack desperately trying to hold on in the midst of that whole hog, and that's gonna be the ESU Warriors evening up this Ilios map.
Able to definitely pick it back up, and that's a very good job of them, of course, because they were down one round. Now we're gonna go to round 3 to actually pick it back up. And if you think about it, this third round, which of those 2 points it most resembles, there isn't really a clear answer. You can kind of go with both. There is some environmental threat, but this time it's around the objective as opposed to inside of it. But there's also more opportunity to work with high grounds a little bit, to have more open area fights than you do on Ilios, because those cliffs aren't in the middle of the point, so you don't have to dilly-dally your tippy toes around them too much. It's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with that. I am still worried about... Oh, no, they did change it. So ESU is now coming out with a Reinhardt and a Sigma, meaning they're going to have that double barrier to work against. And there's T-Brain on the Diva on the other side. So they're definitely approaching this map differently. And Ginger's back on that Symmetra, which I really liked on Ruins. We're going to see if it has the same value here, as we see both supports already off the map.
That was a huge charge coming out from Disabato, just barely nicking the side of Michael on Baptiste. And that, without the supports there for Huntington Esports, is a very fast fight win for the ESU Warriors.
Ooh, nice chase there on the T-Brain. You think that would not really often happen, but T-Brain just stuck around that room a little bit too long. Now they're going to go on the defensive. Disabato already close to that shatter as well because of all the action they got from that one. 75%.
Yeah, that could be a difference maker here, but you know, I really like this pick from Ginger as well on the Symmetra, because there's so many barriers they're going to be able to charge their shield off of. Prozac coming out with an early pick on the Disabato. Without that shatter, things are looking a little rough now for the ESU Warriors. Huntington going to be able to push onto point now and really start to cause some problems. Michael now trying to support their entire team. They're not going down too terribly low though, so not too much trouble for them. Anti-nade hits Trash Boat, they're going to have to back up, and with that, Halbert comes alive, almost ready to get this tack visor. Point does flip over in favor of Huntington, but ESU Warriors have an opportunity to take this back in their favor relatively quickly, especially with Prozac off the map now. This could be a very fast flip in their favor as they're able to take out the rest of the members of Huntington.
At least there was some percentage denied for ESU, so there's going to be an extra fight later on for Huntington. But they've got to figure out how to get past this Reinhardt and then not get anti-nated and then not get booped off the map. Because it's been a bit of a struggle. That being said, they have plenty of ultimates to work with in this fight. I'm going to say plenty, I mean 6. So this is their shot. We're going to have a Fiesta, though, because there's 5 on the other sides, too.
Yes, we are. We're going to see Gravitic Flux committed. Prozac not going to have an opportunity to use this Deadeye as the ESU Warriors are really coming live. 4K Death Blossom from Michael comes out. Tremendous play right there, and that secures the point once again for ESU.
They thought they were safe inside the Immortality field, but they couldn't have been more wrong. Prozac switches over to the Mei. They're not going to go along with that ultimate Fiesta. They're going to actually try and freeze things up, and I think having the wall in the way and being able to freeze targets is going to be very valuable in this particular instance.
That it is. Michael coming out with a pick onto Vanilla Jack early on. Desabado follows them into oblivion as well. ESU Warriors don't have any tanks left with Trash Boat nano boosted. This is certainly going to be Huntington taking this fight.
Huntington undoubtedly taking control from this one. They already have. And now they're going to be ready to go with just a Shatter. But there isn't a whole lot to work with on the other side. So that's definitely enough to at least win a fight with. And we got to look a little bit at how these tanks work around each other, because they sometimes just ignore each other, walk past each other, so this Shatter could just land very easily.
It certainly could. Trash Boat definitely gonna have an opportunity here. Nice anti-nade comes in from Doxic to keep herself alive and keep that aggression back. Michael gonna meet their demise. Halbert now with this tack visor, but the shield is in the way. Not finding too much value at the moment. Disabado has the Shatter online as well. It's gonna go right into Trash Boat's shield though. Now there's an opportunity for a counterattack coming in from Huntington. Disabado though was able to take Ginger out of the fight with their Shatter. So they did find some value with it. Michael down as well. Huntington now just has the heals from Doxic. It's gonna be a tough ask for them, especially because Paparama has this nano boost ready for the Warriors. They're gonna capture this point, and it's gonna be a tough position for Huntington to try and touch.
Yeah, Huntington looked super good on that first point, but they've been falling off ever since, and especially these DPS ultimates that have been coming in from ESU have just been devastating. We'll see if it continues in other maps, but I'm liking ESU's chances so far.
As am I. Huntington, like you said, they came out of the gates really, really hard, and I think that there's, this is going to be a close matchup between these two. This hasn't won convincingly one way or the other based on control, and of course, these other maps are going to function a lot differently as well, since we're going to be headed to Eichenwald next.
Yeah, Eichenwald, a very different story than Ilios, of course. Might actually see some Pharah or Echo play come out, especially on point A. But not necessarily a mandate, because obviously you usually have to switch off those heroes quite quickly after. What I will say is, though, both these teams showing some signs of adaptation, pre-strategizing, just going at it with more than just we're gonna run at you with the same heroes because that's what we've practiced, and I like that attitude. I like the seeing them actively think about the situation they're in, thinking about what can we do to solve this problem that they presented us with right now, and it's potentially even going to be a matchup that is decided by who adapts first or better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and so far who's been attacking first has really been swapping back and forth. I haven't found an advantage in terms of tempo for either team so far. I don't know if something like that has caught your eye. Maybe I've missed, but both of them seem to have a pretty good grasp on when they need to ult. And another interesting point I want to bring up is both of these teams have really just been playing very brawl-centric. Now, there's been opportunities to play dive. You can do it on both Ruins and, let's see here, Lighthouse as well. But they opted to go for the brawl, and the rest of the maps that we have coming up in this series, I feel like are very brawl-centric as well. We do have Havana coming out, which you can see a 6-man or more of a disruption-based composition come out on, but I still think brawl is the standard, and that's where we're going to be seeing throughout the day from both of these teams.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of willingness to switch to a more, mobility-based composition, other than both teams learning Lucios and Symmetras, but, that's about
Right.
it. So we'll see if they're going to actually stick with anything like that, whether their DPS lineups are going to change from these, like, rugged DPSs that they've been running. But it could be, it could be a fun transition when we go into something like Eichenwald to see a point B dive come out, for instance,
Yeah.
especially on the defense. Like, if there's one thing I love on Eichenwald, it's a team that knows how to properly drop down with the Winston Diva and just disrupt everything. Or a Wrecking Ball Diva or a Wrecking Ball Winston, whatever you want to run with, of course. So, yeah, actually looking forward to seeing if they are going to do that. And even if they aren't, it's Eichenwald. It's always fun.
Exactly. I can walk is a fantastic map. And you know what? Hold on. We're gonna do this. Since we're headed there, I've got this background as well. We'll throw that up for a minute as we begin to load in. Um, and I didn't catch which side is going to be on the defense first. But Huntington will be on the defense first this time. They chose that after their loss on Ilios. So very curious to see what they're gonna come out on because as you said, Farah, definitely a very, very good choice here, as is Echo.
Yeah, it's a good choice. It is also sometimes a bit of a risky choice. It does feel like the Fire and the Echo get the opportunity to position before the rest of their team, so they sometimes get a bit split. That means you can either get a lot of value out of them for that reason because you split the defense attention, or you actually get the opportunity to just win first against the Fire and then against the rest of our team. So we'll see if that becomes a problem. I don't think it will become a problem at this stage. We're looking at a very similar lineup that we saw from the other side. We do get to see Trash Mode on the Zarya for the first time, so that is very fascinating, and I'd love to see a good Zarya. And a map like Eichenwald's a really good place for it.
It certainly is, and I think this is interesting as well because Trash Boat, if I remember correctly, was on the main tank during Ilios. So gonna see how this swap affects things. We're gonna see a very quick push coming out from ESU Warriors on the back of Pavka's speed boost. Isabato now looking for an opportunity on an off angle to get a hook, not finding one at the moment. ESU now stopping, playing it a little bit slower as they started to reach this choke and are deciding which way to wrap around this pillar. They're opting for the left side. That's going to give ESU Warriors or rather Huntington Esports an opportunity to rotate, but it's coming in very quickly. Hand over fist, as a matter of fact, for ESU Warriors. This multiple angle attack that they've taken around the giant tower in the middle is certainly paying dividends.
You're gonna get a lot of value coming out of those DPS. Halbert and Michael doing a exceptionally well job so far to get those pickoffs. Now it's got up to Huntington to figure out a way how they're going to defend B because they're not even set up on the high ground yet. They will be able to with the symmetric teleporter if they want to, but it's not placed just yet. So they're going to have to just go straight at this.
Yeah, that they are. This gives an opportunity for ESU to instead take the high ground if they want to, which could be very, very useful for both Halbert and Michael on the DPS. But speaking of DPS, Prozac for Huntington gonna draw first blood this time. So that speed boost that ESU had now not in the mix. And look at this flank from Disabato taking the high ground. Certainly they're gonna catch somebody. They get Doxic, but they don't quite finish her off. She's able to get healed back up from Michael. Prozac now going down very low, but Ginger now putting a lot of pressure on with that photon projector. Able to remove Michael from the equation now, and with this, Huntington Esports will hold.
The ominous violence we're playing, but Disabato didn't really go for the elimination. Well, they went for it, they just didn't get it. I'm going to be seeing whether or not they can make use of these ultimates they've been building up. I mean, both teams got a lot to work with. Especially this Gravitic Flux should be able to set up a lot if it's not blocked by an Immortality Field.
Yeah, it certainly could. And we see it going to be used very, very early. Deadeye out as well. Shatter layered as well. 3 members caught in it from ESU. Without Ginger in the fight, Huntington Esports still doing a good job here, but there has been another counter pick in favor of ESU. Huntington, though, still looking primed to hold.
Those are not the deaths you want to see from Prozac. Just at the end of the fight, when you've kind of already cleaned everything up, not when you should be going down. Michael going to be coming back fairly shortly, and because they've got the Symmetra, they have the ability to have some quicker respawns. Still not ideal. The Sabato just now going over to the Winston. Finally going to see a Winston here on the Eichenwald. Also the first Winston in the game in the series so far. They'll probably try and find some high ground value, but,
Oh, there's some high ground value from Prozac, though. Disabato tries to disrupt it temporarily, but they're unable to get there just in time. And Huntington Esports looking really solid so far on this defense. ESU just hasn't had an answer yet.
And it's good that they're able to do it here. A lot of the time you'll see teams lose A and then almost the entirety of B kind of goes down before they can even set up. And they weren't even set up really well before this day defense started. But now they've got the comfort, they've got the some DPS on the high ground, the tanks are in a comfortable space, the supports are able to have some distance between them. And they're abusing the choke beautifully.
Yeah, that they are. We're going to see a Dragon Strike coming in to try and create a little bit of room for ESU to move out. At the same time as Disabato put some pressure on that high ground. That's going to be a nice little coordination coming out from ESU. Going to allow them to at least get this card around the corner. Amplification Matrix now committed by X Michael. Topka pops the sound barrier in response. Trashbo could have a massive grab here if they need it to win. One pick on either side, so it could be in the books here. Both supports, though, down for Huntington. Doxic has just respawned, but it doesn't seem to matter because the DPS is still getting the kills.
Ginger and T-Brain, sliver of HP, but no worries in the world. Just able to run through everyone with the beam, the hammer, and the shield. What you love to see. And that's something we haven't really touched on. I mean, Trashbot and Ginger, they're basically double beaming it because 100% charged Zarya with a fully charged Symmetra. I mean, that is a dangerous combination.
Yeah, that is an insane amount of damage coming out from Huntington Esports. Michael, though, gonna be able to take one of those beams out of the equation. Ginger is gone. Now we're gonna see Nano Boost committed as well. Disabato has the Primal Rage. They're gonna use it to get people out of that immortality field. But in the meantime, Prozac popping off again. Prozac has just been on fire for this Huntington team. Whether they're on the high ground or in the back line, they have found Deadeyes that do exactly that.
And it's this positioning from Prozac that's really working out. They're really able to weave between the different positions on the high ground and then even go through this wooden rafters that are coming out on the side as well. They know exactly when to pop in, when to find the back line. And this is the best approach they can do from ESU to stop that from happening, because this is sort of like drowning out where the Cassidy is holding.
Yeah, they've got to come up with a way to neutralize them. We're going to see a sleep coming out onto Disabato. High Noon not going to find any value this time from Michael. Barrier there from Ginger as well. They're going to push through it, though, with that Photon Projector. Pick comes out onto both DPS now, though, so the ESU Warriors have an opportunity to push in here, but they only have this Dragon Strike to do it with. They're going to see it loosed straight into the middle of Huntington. They're going to try and back away as much as they can, but there's still damage coming out from the Warriors, and now a Sound Barrier going to make it even harder, but T-Ray with the Shatter stops it in their tracks. Huntington Esports got a hold again.
Beautiful anti-nade from Doxic as well, but like the biggest thing about that entire fight was the block of the big combo. Gravitic Flux plus High Noon is about as beautiful combo as you can see, because it literally gives the Cassidy all the targets neatly lined up in the air. They can go nowhere, can't dodge it. But then there was this wall, this huge projected barrier, the Photon Barrier from Ginger that blocked it all. And now they're just trying to desperately get back to this point in order to defend it. The grab in the way. And that looks to be the rounds.
Yeah, beautiful zoning Deadeye as well from Prozac. Prozac really did a phenomenal job there from Huntington Esports. Just tremendous understanding of where they needed to position defensively and how to take advantage of the aggressive pushes that the ESU Warriors made.
Yeah, I do not usually resort to, complementing someone's strength in terms of the back muscles. In this situation, Prozac, those are some toned muscles you got there in that back area. Whether it's lower back, they say you lift from your legs, but I think in this situation, he doesn't even need his leg muscles anymore.
He wasn't even on the legs, as a matter of fact.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Didn't need the leg muscles. He was fine. Only reason you need the leg muscles for Prozac is to do some rolling every now and then. That's what you can still use them for.
Yeah, and Huntington Esports is going to try to do here on attack. And I like this composition, though, that we're seeing coming out from the ESU Warriors. I like Michael on Mei. We haven't seen a whole lot of Mei play yet today, but she is starting to rear her head.
It's one of my favorite heroes to play on the defense here. If I go DPS, it's either the Hanzo or the Mei. Reason for it is because both of them have a very high value of spamming through like smaller places. And if you can roughly predict where characters' heads are going to be, you're going to find some value or just a lot of damage. And then also the wall, as well as the ultimate on both heroes, actually, is just very good to block off through that corridor. Either you stall them, or you zone them, or you just hit all of them. It's great. That's a new symmetric teleport play with the Mei that I haven't seen before.
Neither have I. That was absolutely tremendous, but the ESU Warriors appear to be ready for it despite that surprising maneuver coming out from Huntington. They're going to wipe the floor with them very, very quickly, and their defense is off to a stellar start.
Yeah, the only wall play that works is the one that goes all the way over the building. It's the most beautiful thing ever.
It is.
I still remember I've seen it happen like a couple times in high level play, and it's just, it's you know, we call it the chef's kiss, but
yeah,
they're not going to go for it. They're going to switch over to this Hanzo Pharah combo. Pharah is out. We said it in icon mode, it's a possibility, and it's coming out from Ginger.
That it is. It's going to be a tough ask for Halbert and Michael now to deal with them because neither of them on a hit scan hero. So this is going to be a boon, I think, for Huntington. Though they have this backline that is very weak in terms of healing, so they're going to have a tough time keeping their tanks alive. But immediately Shatter comes out for Disabato, deletes the tank line. Doxic is out of the fight, and once again ESU hold.
That is logically how that works most of the time, though. I mean, you lose that first fight so handedly, you're gonna charge up at least one of the enemy's ultimates, maybe more. In this case, they've already charged up pretty much everything else after that. So they're gonna lose one or two more fights after that first one, generally speaking. Luckily, they don't have that far to go on B, but you do still want to have plenty of time for that, so they need to start making some headway, draw out most of the resources in this fight, if not all of them, and then hope to win it in the fight after, or just miraculously get it on this one.
Yeah, they're going to try their best. Doxic has swapped over to the Anno, so now a little bit more heals for the tank line. That should help them with this push, as well as potentially with a nano boost onto Ginger once they get this barrage online, which looks like it's going to be very, very soon. Prozac now taking an off angle, seeing if they can find. Nice headshot comes out on a Paparama. Going to see a counter pick, though, for each side, but crucially, the ESU Warriors don't have any supports left, and with the res successful from X-Michael and the barrage landing as well, Huntington will certainly take this point.
Oh no, it's a Mei in her eyes block. She does get still driven over by T-Brain's Reinhardt. I like Mei a lot. That's like one of the saddest things you can see happen to her. Seeing them come back in, though, Nano boosted Reinhardt with the Lucio and the D.Va. They're actually potentially be able to come back into this. They had a lot of tools, and it took long to clean up that fight. Only one tick gained as well. There is time to work with.
Yeah, there certainly is. ESU with a phenomenal recontest coming in. And look at this. Disabato has built up their barrage as well. Or rather, their shatter for next fight. But a nice anti-nade comes in from Doxic. Not going to be enough to turn their favors this time. And what was looking like a tremendous hold from Huntington Esports now might not have been enough as we are approaching last fight territory.
Looking for a pretty good ult economy, though. We're going to have the Valkyrie, Nano boost, and that Gravitic Flux again. And there's not really much to defend against this Gravitic Flux. Michael's going to be fine. They're going to be able to use their Ice Block. But everyone else is going to be potentially in trouble. And that's not what you want to see. And especially that pick against Michael is huge for Huntington.
Yeah, that absolutely was. We're going to see now that Valkyrie being used. That's going to help charge up this Gravitic Flux as well. Prozac now with an off angle. Beautiful, beautiful Dragon Strike. Just allows Huntington to collapse on those trapped members of the ESU Warriors. And Huntington will get to see the streets of Eichenwald.
X-Michael not even caring about healing the team in Valkyrie mode. They're going to go out with the pistol, get a double kill. That's what you love to see from your Mercy. You're going to see Trash Boats with the Gravitic Flux still, Doctor still with the Nano, T-Brain coming out with the Shatter. They have plenty to work with, open up this point. They've got 2 minutes 20 to do it, and they're already approaching rapidly.
Yeah, that they are. This is a great position for Huntington to be in, but Michael has this Blizzard, which could very quickly shut down any kind of push, especially that they're taking it on an off angle. Look at the beautiful placement of it. That's going to take out both of the tanks, both of whom had their ultimates. That is exactly the kind of blow that ESU Warriors needed to deliver to Huntington.
X-Michael close to another Valkyrie is kind of ridiculous. They're like how fast they charge that, but
Yeah, that is
also
actually...
means that this next fight is going to be ridiculous for them. 5 volts versus 4 on the other end, but Michael actually X-Michael actually switching over to the Baptiste. Actually, good for us to remember. We have Michael and X-Michael, so
Yes.
yeah, being able to separate them pretty good. At least they're on different roles. That makes it a little bit easier, right? For
It
everyone to
does
follow.
make it a little bit easier, yeah. Still a little tough to follow. Dragon Strike coming in from Prozac, gonna zone away several members. It splits them in half, takes out 2 members as well. Huntington Esports now with a huge opportunity, but the shatter from Disabado lands. Ginger's there, though, to clean them up, and with this, Huntington Esports looking primed to take this point, to take this map, and to even up the score at 1 apiece.
Another beautiful anti-nade, closing out a fight, because that wasn't looking amazing, but that was just the nail in the coffin. Let's see who gets to play the game. I think it might have been T-Brain. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, this has got to be one of those shatters. Yeah, the shatter that canceled the effectiveness of that sound barrier and really sealed the deal on the defense for Huntington Esports. That was absolutely the moment that it happened there. Beautiful play
also,
coming out from T-Brain, showing off his big brain.
Also, again, very much aided by another anti-nade coming out from Doxic. Doxic doing a beautiful job so far with that Ana.
Yeah, Doxic really has been on fire. She has shown herself to be quite the force to be reckoned with. You know, we talked about how Huntington needed to make sure that their support stayed alive, and they did that and more this last map.
Yeah, sure. It's coming out, and now, of course, we have another map coming. They're now on 1-1, so there's at least 2 more to go. But before we send you anywhere, I'm going to go to the quick break.
It is a 1-1 scoreline as we come back to the broadcast. Huntington Esports, the new kid on the block, showing ESU that their stand at the top seed might be threatened as we head into our next map, Havana. Welcome back, ManofClass. What do you think we're going to see moving forward into this map?
I think we're going to see continuation of why control is never the tone setter for a series. I think Huntington is able to do very well with more mobile objectives, which Havana as a payload map is obviously very good for. So that's where we're going to go next. We obviously had Ilios, we had Eichenwald. And we look at the two, like that static objective in the middle. That's why point A as well was like more problematic for them on Eichenwald. You have to be way more static with your defense as well. You cannot be as fluid. You cannot take the same risks. You cannot do the same flanking things. And you can see that as soon as a player like Prozac gets to get that space, gets to have that more fluid motion, that fluid environment to work with, they do beautiful things with that DPS role. So on a map like Havana, where there's also a lot of nooks and crannies and hallways and little corridors to get through and high ground to play with, that is very likely going to be another opportunity for Prozac to do flank things. And then it's up to ESU to figure out a way to adapt to this. Like, how do we work around that? And I mean, if you can stop them from flanking by just shooting them in the head with a Widowmaker, then that is a decent solution.
Yeah, it certainly is. That one pick potential definitely very it can be very crushing to an opposing team, especially considering they don't have a long range answer right now in their composition. We're going to see the spawn hold come out as well from the ESU Warriors, supported by the Widow in the back. And I feel like this is an interesting look that we don't typically see. Huntington Esports now trying to route through the building on the left to mitigate that damage coming out from the Widow. He's going to have a much harder time now finding value as we see Vanilla Jack go down and get de-mech'd. Immortality Field not able to keep them in the mech. Unfortunately, Michael finds a pick onto T-Brain though. So Huntington now, their push could be slow just a little bit, but they've got Michael now pushing that card out of view of this Widowmaker. Now the fight's starting to move back over towards the streets where Halbert can begin to find value once again, but they've gone down to about half health, so they're going to have to stay back. Ginger now looking to put a lot more pressure onto this Huntington squad, into this ESU squad from an off angle. Gonna see a couple picks come in now. 1 DPS, 2 DPS gone for ESU, as a matter of fact. Huntington doing a good job of breaking this spawn and stranglehold that they started with.
Now, you think with a close spawn hold, like with the Widowmaker in the back, you think you can actually make that work, right? You should stall them in the front, and the Widowmaker gets to shoot from the back. But Huntington did such a good job of basically only fighting in places where the Widowmaker had no business even trying to shoot. So it was very hard for Halbert to get any value, and by that point, you just lose power, you just lose damage, and this Soavdannom just gonna lose their shield way easier. Vanilla Jack gonna lose their mech way easier. The healers have to work overtime. There's not enough compensating damage from Halbert coming out to stop it, and they can just keep on pushing aggressively. I don't know if the Sound Bearer is gonna get the value. They already lost the objective.
Yeah, they did. That was unfortunate for DH Kafka right there. Huntington Esports just plowing through first point, almost as if ESU wasn't even there. This Soavdannom going to be coming out with Ulto as well as Vanilla Jack.
I'm going to see if there's any changes coming out from ESU. It does look like Halbert wants to stick on this Widowmaker, but they have to find an angle to actually shoot this enemy team. And Huntington just playing so aware that there's a Widowmaker. Like, these sidelines are impossible to actually get value from.
That they are. Beautiful pick coming out from Vanilla Jack after that self-destruct found value as well. Ginger going to be out of the lineup now for Huntington. This is an opportunity for ESU, and they're going to strike with the force of the Death Blossom from Michael, taking out 4 members.
Someone ordered the Michael special, and they got a fast delivery. That's what you love to see. Michael has been getting a lot of value out of these Death Blossoms, and a lot of reason for that is because they're able on the ESU side to drag out these utility abilities, whether it's the defense matrix, whether it's the vitality field, whether it's the Reinhardt shield. They're able to position everything and drag everything out in such a way that the Death Blossom will just have no contest and it can just use to get value.
Yeah, especially with Trash Mode on the Zarya as well, and instead of the Diva, that's going to make it so much harder. Disabato falls to an early Fire Strike. Immortality Field has to be committed by ESU, and that's going to be an opportunity for Huntington to continue to push. And they've got such an overwhelming ult advantage, but they're not even going to need to use any of them to finish off this fight.
And that's kind of feel like the worst thing about it, right? They have 6 ultimates. They didn't have to use any in that fight. It feels problematic when you're on the side of ESU Warriors, especially because they're not really building any of their own.
Yeah.
Michael already down early, was still lingering behind. Didn't get to come out. A little bit of an early tech visor, not really finding any value from that one because everyone's still outside. But they're going to be able to recontest here.
We're going to see the Death Blossom rear its head again, this time from Ginger, able to find one, and the rest of the team there to pick up the rest of the kills. That's going to be Huntington making very fast work of both of these points.
Once again, the fluidity is working with them. They're able to use the map to their advantage, play aggressively, kind of in the face style. And when you play against the Widowmaker, that's the best thing you can do. Even more, deny her even more sidelines, more value. And it's actually fascinating to me that this is the particular objective that Halberd chooses not to be on the Widowmaker anymore.
Yeah.
This is the one where I would kind of switch back. Maybe even take a Hanzo, take an Ashe, something that has more range. Because you have such a fortified position of the defense.
Yeah, you really do. The sight lines that you can hold down from that perch are just tremendous. But Huntington going to be able to avoid all of that. Halberd, though, is going to find value on the legs, taking Prozac out of the fight. Crashboat now looking for potentially an opportunity to use this Graviton Surge. Sound Bearer going to be committed early by Kafka, as is the Amplification Matrix. And with so much damage coming in, Huntington is going to be forced back to spawn.
Huntington's going to have to try again. They still have 3 minutes to do it, and they are probably going to need it. I mean, this is that point where you have to win like 4 fights in a row in order to even get close to that door.
Yeah.
And at least they've won that 1 fight value already. They are approaching the bridge. This is such a long avenue where you just have to approach, take the spam, dodge the spam, try and use a lot of utility to get there, and then you still have to fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're just bled of all your resources as you're approaching the cart. Self-destruct gonna be thrown in. Disabato not gonna find anything from it, and now the Death Blossom gonna be loosed. 2 kills immediately. Huntington falling like dominoes under that barrage of damage.
Doxic also using the sound barrier, not actually getting it off. That was cancelled by the kill. They still have plenty of other ultimates, but that's a big one to lose, especially when that Gravitic Flux is still in the play for Vanilla Jack.
It's absolutely true. I'm anticipating X-Michael to use this Amplification Matrix early. They need to find some value from this. Graviton Surge going to be thrown out. Vanilla Jack unable to eat it. Now Prozac with Attack Visor from behind. When did he get there? Going to be able to take out both of the supports and Vanilla Jack right as they use that Gravitic Flux. Tremendous play. Prozac once again coming out just enormous for Huntington.
Huntington finally looking to make some progress again. They're going to have that Reaper and that Reinhardt ultimate soon as well. These are great ultimates to stop contests, to stop blocks. Vanilla Jack goes on a little bit too far on their own. Will just be taken out. And now they're going to go in with 4 members.
Yeah, this is just a tremendous push coming out from Huntington. They've got the advantage. They're pressing it, and they're capitalizing on these little mistakes that the ESU Warriors are making. T-Brand now with a Shatter, likely going to be used here in just a second, especially after that bubble has been committed from T-Brain. There's the Shatter, gonna lay down several members. The Death Blossom to finish them off as they're just lying on the ground. Minute 04 on the clock for Huntington.
Not even the time, it's just the fact that they completed the map is something you can pat your back for, because that doesn't happen all that often. Whether it's in your quick play games or whether it's in the Overwatch League, the 3rd point Havana is the worst point to cap of the entire game, and it's so holdable. Going to be seeing whether or not ESU is going to be able to take their own victory, or at least their own run completion. This is Escort. Whatever they do, as long as they complete the map, they're going to get another shot at this. And completing is the minimum requirements to keep this map alive.
That it is. ESU Warriors finding themselves in a very unusual position. You know, being such a top-ranked team, this is not a place that they typically find themselves in. Huntington, really with the advantage here. I think they've got momentum coming off that last map win, and especially off of completing, like you said, Havana, which is just a nightmare to finish.
Havana. It was added to the game, and everyone's like, "Oh, it looks so beautiful." We even got a PvP event or a PvE event on it, which was also lovely to play.
Yeah.
But ever since then, it's had its ups and downs. I still remember, Overwatch League Grand Finals. San Francisco Shock couldn't even get the first point capped ever in any of their playoff matches. None whatsoever. Yeah. Zero. And a lot of the time, this point A has also been very hard to cap. And then there's point 3. Point B is usually the one that we see actually, work quite well. But there are a lot of things that can go wrong along the way. Halbert now on the Widowmaker on the attack. This is a little bit more interesting, especially if you open up with a shot like that.
Beautiful pick coming out from Halbert. That's going to open things wide open for the ESU Warriors. They're going to make very quick first work of this first defense right here, as Huntington is just falling back as fast as they can.
Falling back. Trying to get some more space to work with in the end, but they need more members to work with before the space can even get some value. That Reaper is in trouble, but they're going to get their Reinhardt back in time. The Baptista also respawn, so they're going to be able to actually fight as a team. And as I say that, of course, Ginger going down.
Yeah, now Halbert with a beautiful off angle as well. This card not going to be contested until the last moment by Huntington Esports. And in fact, they aren't able to stay on it as well. The ESU Warriors coming out with a vengeance.
As a quick point A cap, and this is where Huntington's going to have to show that they can do a little bit more stalling, because that point A took them a little bit longer. If they want to win this map, if they want to have a contest on this map, they need to start draining this time bank a lot more than 5 minutes 15.
That they are, and like you said, this second point typically going to be the easiest one to capture as well. So the ESU Warriors, if things play out like they typically do, they're going to be looking at a very healthy time bank moving into third point. Especially considering they've got 5 ultimates online, whereas Huntington doesn't, just has this one. Docs are going to have to come up with a huge nano boost if they're going to hold here. Going to see the amplification matrix potentially coming online. Soavdannom has to use the fortify as they're taking a lot of damage over on the side. Now that they're down to half health, things are looking a little bit rough. Huntington coming alive. They've got Ginger on the Tracer, which has effectively mitigated that Widowmaker threat as well. Going to see the Dragon Strike thrown in. That's going to do a little bit of damage to the Huntington team. Halbert swapping over now to the legs. Huntington has mounted a defense, but the ESU Warriors aren't backing off just yet. They're still putting in a lot of pressure. Rozek able to find Michael, though, on an off angle. Sound barrier committed by Kafka. That's going to allow them to continue to play aggressively. But now, at this point, Huntington has started to build up some ultimates and some potential answers. Michael swapping over to the Cassidy as well. Different look coming out from ESU Warriors. They want to adapt to this. Now we've got the Supercharger out as well. Now, despite Huntington getting these picked, the ESU Warriors are continuing to push the cart inch by inch. Soavdannom, though, eventually going to go down low. They are saved at the last moment. Immortality field there as well. Not going to be enough for Kafka, though. But this Huntington squad finally now getting the picks they need and pushing back on the Warriors.
Honestly, such a drawn-out fight where you don't really get to properly reset with your new hero picks is often more of a bad thing than a good thing for ESU. Because Huntington didn't really have to use a lot of ultimates in that. They were kind of cleaning up for most of that entire fight. It was just one pick after another. And that's only good for the team that's winning. The team that's losing that pick-off battle is not really charging a lot of ultimates. Is constantly losing energy, losing time. And Huntington is now coming into this with 5 ultimates and good space to work with.
That they are, using all of the ultimates that ESU Warriors did in that kind of succession, just not advantageous. And already both supports down for the Warriors. Huntington Esports looking primed to take another fight very quickly, especially with this Soavdannom going down to just a sliver of health. Vanilla Jack trying to back out desperately.
This Soavdannom on the Orisa. Been working decently so far, but now they got to find a way to properly reset and actually go in as a 6. And they're still not doing it. They're still not resetting. They're just going in without their Cassidy. The only one that had an ultimate actually online. So they're going to try and get some space to potentially have the Cassidy coming from an unexpected angle. But if Halbert also falls down, they keep being in a man down.
Yeah, this is a tremendous move for Huntington Esports. They're taking advantage of these little mistakes in tempo and pacing that the ESU Warriors are making right now and being greatly rewarded for it. Deadly Pants does find Ginger, so now that flank threat is going to be mitigated. And with Attack Visor coming online as well, ESU Warriors have an opportunity to now turn this in their favor. We're going to see T-Brain, though, coming out with another pick onto Michael. Michael's had a hard time staying alive on these off angles right now. Shatter gonna land. It's gonna knock 3 on the ground. But as soon as Kafka gets back on their feet, they find the sand barrier to help the Warriors push back in. Now it's Huntington on the back feet, especially after that stun comes out onto T-Brain. They're going down. Once again, a sliver of health in that mech. Albert now using that tack visor to see if they can find a couple of members, maybe get T-Brain out of that mech, but the DM is still there for them. Self-destruct thrown in now by T-Brain, not going to find any kills. Going to get a couple of picks on each side, but the ESU Warriors are once again down without their supports. They have to keep them alive.
It's not looking good right now for ESU. 1 minute 10 on second, and even if they complete it, they're going to have barely any time for third. Yeah, it's dire straits at the moment. Huntington very likely going to be going up 2-1 in this series, especially if Prozac gets these picks like that. To be fair, it's again a symptom of ESU where they're trying to take positions or going into places where they shouldn't be going if they want to actually have a 6-man fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That coupled with the fact that Prozac is certainly not looking like amateur Jack today. These are top-notch plays that we have seen coming out from them, regardless of where old or on. We're going to see the Gravitic Flux committed, not going to find too much value as the Immortality Field is there. In fact, T-Brain not even going to get D-Mech from it. Now, it's up to Deadly Pants. They're the only one with an ult online right now, but with their teammates falling by the wayside, they're forced to back up. Now there's only 20 seconds left to go. ESU Warriors has to come out with something heroic here. But with Kafka out of the fight, Vanilla Jack gone as well. Huntington Esports are primed to hold here. They're primed to take this up. 2-1. Nano Boost now committed as well onto Prozac, finding insane value still. Somebody has to shut them down. That's going to be Huntington Esports going up 2-1.
Started off a bit rocky, that defense, but they found their footing and they found a way to abuse ESU. They found this positioning where they have a little bit of high ground, they have a tight corridor choke to work with, and they have this opportunity for their DPS, especially Prozac, to go on these off angles and get some value out of things. It is very similar. Like, it doesn't look the same. Doesn't look the same as Eichenwald, but it's essentially a repetition of what they did on their Eichenwald defense. That first point is not where they wanted to hold. It's not where they had to hold in the end. They could just do it on second. It's fine.
Yeah, they did such a great job of resetting both their mental and their composition so that they could come back in on second point and put up a tremendous hold, which, again, one of the hardest points to hold on Havana, but they made it look easy, especially off the plays of, like we mentioned before, Prozac. This ESU, the ESU squad just hasn't, I feel like, adapted to what Huntington has thrown at them. Huntington has adapted, right? When the Widowmaker started getting picks, we saw them swap over to Tracer, right? And that forced Albert off of that character. But I'm not seeing the same kind of adaptation coming out right now from ESU, and we really need to see that, as well as just proper group ups.
Yeah, it's proper groups up. It's like the basic thing we always talk about in Overwatch, and sometimes teams, players, they just seem to forget that it's a thing. And it's logical because sometimes you see that target, and it's like, oh, I can go after this, or I can go after that. Oh, that target is so open. But sometimes you got to have that restraint. You got to just figure out a way to restrain yourself, to hold yourself back, to go in with the full 6. Because not every opportunity that might look worth taking is actually worth taking.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you're going to have so much more success and value when you're there with your entire team. A lot of these opportunities, or what look like opportunities, really aren't. They can be very deceiving. So, realizing and understanding that regardless of what opportunity you may think you've seen, it's going to be not quite as valuable as another opportunity with your team there.
Yeah, and of course, going into this next map, Kings Row, a map that's much more familiar to everybody, those opportunities might come, a little bit more often. What I will say about Kings Row, and what is probably very interesting to see for what Huntington's going to do about that, is point B is very, very not the same as it is on Havana and on Eichenwald. There is the opportunity that this first archway is going to pose some sort of trouble for ESU to get through, but Huntington is probably going to find more value doing their normal antics on third than anything else. That already changes the entire dynamic between these two teams. So Kings Row will be in my mind, a very different map to see these teams play against each other. What I do want to see a lot, but maybe a little bit more variety in terms of what heroes they play. I don't know. Maybe some other things can come out. But I do feel like both of them are fairly confident in going for the Ryan Zarya with this one.
I think they would be as well. One thing I'm going to be interested to see is how Prozac finds value on this map, because to me, the other maps that we've seen so far have so many more flank routes that you can take. And it's really been these off angles that Prozac has been abusing so far that I think have given him just so much more value than we would typically see, right? And when you move on to King's Row, it's a much more it's a much more, face to face, brawl it out. You're gonna look your opponent in the eyes when you take him out, kind of a map, right? So Prozac, I'm not sure if he's gonna have as much value on these off angles. So I'm gonna be, watching him closely to see how he adapts as well, to continue to try, to continue to be this hero and playmaker for the Huntington squad.
Yeah, whereas I agree that some of these heroes might not get the same value, I can think of a few heroes that might get the same, if not more value in that same way, if they
Hmm.
want to go for it on the defense. On the attack, though, I do agree. You're going to already see Prozac right now hovering over the Soldier 76, which is a very decent pick. Nothing really wrong with it. But we're going to first look at that defense. Michael now on the Mei. Mei, awesome hero on this map. If you can lock off that Reinhardt on the first choke, just kill him every single time, then there's nothing the other team can do. Like, they have to figure out a way around it, route differently, which is possible, of course. But there needs to be some more thought going into it than just, oh, we have a wall. Sometimes you got to figure out what you can do after. If they break the wall, if they get around the wall, what if you misplace the wall? And that's going to be the biggest thing for ESU Warriors. How do we deal with it when the wall doesn't?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're, at least going to have to back up and take a fight elsewhere. See this early hold coming out. Ryan's already through. In fact, most of the team is, as a matter of fact, while seeming to come up a little bit late. Charge coming in from T-Brain, gonna be able to finish off this Soavdannom. And now the ESU Warriors on their back foot as Kafka falls as well. Prozac with another off angle, finding the value that he needs. Taking out the support line almost single-handedly as well. Huntington Esports now, though, falling by the wayside. They took a little too long to capture this point, and the ESU Warriors have been able to hold.
That was really Halbert coming in back with that Hanzo, and then Michael being able to stall long enough for the tanks to come back. We're going to try and chase them back into spawn. I think this Rhino's going to live, though. T-Brain not going down on this one. Vanilla Jack on the Sigma, together with that Reinhardt. There's a lot of barriers in the way, a lot of sustain that they have. There's not as much ranged kill power from the tanks, at least.
Yeah, that's very true. Gonna have to be a very up close and brutal battle, but now they've got Ginger in the sky as well. Gonna be able to avoid a lot of those shields and get damage straight into the backline. Blizzard now committed by Michael, and that's gonna take T-Brain and Prozac out of the fight immediately. And the ESU Warriors are making this defense so far look easy.
Defense coming out, defense holding strong, and Huntington looking for a way in, but not finding one so far. Going Ginger on the Pharah is a good strat, though. I mean, they did this on Icon Ball, and it worked out fairly well. We're going to see how long it holds up here. Nice boop there on that Reinhardt to give him even more space between them and their team. And the follow-up plan after the wall fails has been fairly good. They've been all on the same side. This time around, they actually get the headshot onto Ginger, but that res potentially could come out, and they could continue.
That it could. We're going to see Shatters thrown out. It's going to be the one, though, from T-Brain that lands. Rez is in, and now the kills are coming in, especially off the back of this barrage. Huntington will cap first point.
Huntington going to be able to continue on the rest of the map. I'm looking forward to seeing how this fire is going to work out. Already used the barrage. They could technically just walk to spawn and switch here. I wouldn't necessarily encourage them to do so, but that's, possibility. Halbert, though, on the Soldier now. Gonna try and do a little bit more against it than they could with the Hanzo.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to chunk down this Mercy as quick as they can, going down to about half health, but they get stunned and taken out by T-Brain's Rocket Hammer. Immortality Field now committed to try and let the ESU Warriors stabilize here, but they're just going to have to back off, and look at how much room has been given. But they've got Michael in the back line now looking for some value, but as soon as they get out of this ice block, They're going to be in a tough position. Here comes the Gravitic Flux, though, to see if they can help them out and get a kill. And that's exactly what Michael is, in fact, able to do. Prozac coming in, though, with a Deadeye kill. That's going to even things out, and it's going to mean the ESU Warriors, without that Lucio, can't back up or engage quite in the way that they want to. Trash Mode has this Gravitic Flux as well. This could be devastating next fight.
It's definitely Valkyrie time if they want to be able to sustain here. As the missing the Moira means the Mercy has to take the brunt of that healing on her. She can. Really good healing hero. Don't get me wrong, but that Valkyrie makes it a little bit easier in terms of the AoE.
That it does. Going to help build up Ginger's barrage as well. We're going to see them taken out of the fight, though. Things are looking good once again for ESU as Deadly Pants finds a pick as well. ESU will be able to hold on at least temporarily midway through the Streets of Kings.
Prozak's on the flank, being chased right now by Disabato. I don't think they found the Cassidy.
I don't think they have.
Being damaged now. No, Project was being damaged, but I don't know by what. So currently they are still on their own off somewhere behind. They don't have Deadeye, though, so it's a little bit less of a threat. But, you know, Flashbang right-click can still take out any squishy.
That it certainly can. Prozac going for just that, as a matter of fact. Shatter going to be thrown out, blocked, but Disabatos lands both tanks on the ground. T-Brain out of the fight, but their counterpart will be as well. Now Vanilla Jack tries for the Gravitic Flux, but gets stunned out of it. It's a little bit too close to Prozac, which is a huge mistake. Gotta give that man respect, whatever you can. Comes up with a Deadeye kill as well, and Huntington gotta be very close to capturing this second point if they don't, in fact, get it on this push.
Core rule of Sigma 101, Pro Sigma 101 is never actually be near your Gravitic Flux targets.
Yeah.
No, as long as you can see them, you click the button and you walk away. You float away because you're a cool guy and you don't look at explosions. That's how that happens. Unfortunately, that advice wasn't followed by Vanilla Jack. They got stunned out of the air, and that was just a roll to second. Third point. Kings Row. This is where things are going to get interesting, because this is where the flank routes are minimal, where the objective is very clear, when those respawns are close. See how ESU is able to deal with it.
That we will. We're going to see an amplification matrix used early by Deadly Pants to try and keep Huntington from progressing too terribly much. A lot of damage coming in from Halberd as well. They have this tac visor online. Likely going to see it once this shield and immortality field are down. Trash boats, or rather T-Brain shield, looking very low right now. Here comes an amplification matrix, though, instead from X Michael. Gonna get a coalescence going in as well, and through all of that damage, Kafka Sad Barrier still not able to deal with it. Huntington continuing their plow through King's Row. Now it's just gonna be one more opportunity for ESU to try and stall out, but it's gonna be a scuffed stall. Tac visor gets shut down as well. Prozac looking tremendous right now. The sun as well to Michael, right for the Death Blossom to land as well. 0.02 meters left to go. Vanilla Track trying heroically to get something going with that Gravitic Flux, but it's not going to be in the cards at 1:52 on the board for Huntington.
It was right there for the taken, and they took it as well, did Huntington. ESU, good hold on A, but after that, it started crumbling really fast. And we've sort of been seeing Huntington be able to do. They find this opening, they find this start to some sort of streak, and they just go, they roll with it.
That they do. And this Huntington team is just looking tremendous right now. You know, after that first control map where they didn't look bad at all, right? They still took the L, but they didn't look bad at all. They have really shown their true strength, I think, on these payload maps.
Payload maps, you know, it's where they thrive. And honestly, if control's the one map type that you don't always win on, then I think you can be happy with that, especially if it eventually turns out to be less frequent of a map type that comes out.
Right.
That used to always be the problem, right? Like in these series, you always have these two control maps or multiple control maps to break ties. And the less and less that becomes a problem, the more you can actually deal with control not being your strongest map type. I think Huntington would be very happy with that development in the realm of Overwatch. ESU Warriors, though, they might want a little bit more control in there, because currently they're not winning any of the other map types, and they're not looking so hot on King's Row at the moment. 2-1 down, potentially their last round of the series.
Yeah, this could be it. ESU Warriors with the back against the wall right now. Gonna have to make a tremendous push here through King's Row. They're gonna take this push very, very quickly. Immortality Field already has to be committed. Disabato going down very low. unable to handle all this damage coming out from Huntington Esports at the moment. Sun comes out onto Deadly Pants. They're in fact going to fall asleep. It'll be up to DH Kafka to keep the team alive for a moment, and in fact, they're going to have a hard time doing just that as the Storm Arrows find their head as well. ESU Warriors forced to back up and give Huntington some respect and space.
I think it would have been really funny to see Prozac come out on a Doomfist and just jump in behind them, just, take out target after target by just falling from the high grounds. Falling from that cinema, for example. But they're doing just as fine on the Hanzo as they've been doing all night. Michael now with the Amplification Matrix on the Baptiste as a bloodthirsty support, and that is joined by Gingers finishing up the targets.
And look at this, Huntington Esports now, they've got 4 ultimates coming online, 1 already there, but ESU has been able to build up almost all of their own, so this next fight could be, if ESU Warriors can take it slow enough, to their advantage. This Sabato, though, going to take an anti-nade to the face. That's going to make ESU back off quite a bit right now, but that's going to allow these support ultimates to get charged. I'm going to be looking to Deadly Pants to pop an early Amplification Matrix as well, maybe with a Dragon Strike going through it. But if Trashboat can land a Shatter here, that could put a shutdown to all of this. There's going to be the Shatter off the back of the Self-Destruct. It's not going to result in any kills, but it slows them down. Here comes Michael, though, with the Tac Visor now. Gonna force the recall out of Ginger as well, and now the ESU Warriors primed to take this point, especially now that they've got the sound barrier as well. Just about going to be briefly falling asleep. They get a Shatter out, takes Toxic out of the fight, but now Huntington Esports doing a pretty decent job of holding on to this point, but it's not going to be enough. ESU Warriors will be able to get at least a couple of ticks on board. Maybe
likely to get some value. The pushback is pretty good so far coming out from Huntington. They are at least able to sustain for a little bit, but that Amplification Matrix pushes a lot. Prozac tries with the Dragon and does actually get a few picks. There is an opportunity to come back into this.
That there certainly is, but Prozac has been dealt with now by Disabato. It's just Trashboat now on that Reinhardt, and I think they're caught in a very unfortunate position. They're going to have a hard time staying alive here. This is really just burning time off the clock at this point now. For Huntington Esports side, ESU will come away with the map.
ESU gets to also complete point A and move further forward. Relatively similar pace to Huntington, so at least they got that going for them. The second point and the third point is where the biggest difference can be made by Huntington by draining more time away. We know how good they are at that.
Yeah, this has also been where Huntington has thrived, has been on the streets phase of a lot of these maps, right? We saw it on Eichenwald, that's where they held. We saw it on Havana, that's where they held. So ESU Warriors, they really need to make sure that they don't lose momentum here. Gonna push in off the back of a Dragon Strike. Shatter going to land from Disabato, and that's gonna make a nice hole in Huntington Esports defense. Disabato takes an anti-nade, but that's only gonna briefly dissuade them, and now they're gonna get to push through a lot further through streets.
Streets gonna come out here. Nice Dragon from Prozac even after the death. There's a lot of damage to the enemy with the combination with that anti-nade, and Doxic setting them up beautifully to capture this back, especially when Ginger goes in with the nano.
Exactly, such damage coming out, but Michael able to deal with it. So ESU Warriors may in fact end up with control over this cart once again. Huntington having to back off momentarily, but they are going to get another opportunity to hold here. In fact, potentially even two, because ESU Warriors haven't pushed up past the bookstory yet. We're going to see them start to do that right now. Vanilla Jack going to pop this Gravitic Flux as well, looking to take out the front line, see if they can deal enough damage into them to make them a non-issue. Looks like they're able to do just that. Can they avoid the self-destruct? No, they can't. 2 picks coming in for Huntington Esports once again off the back of a hero play from T-Brain. They're going to go down very low. Can they stay in the fight? It looks like they're going to be healed up. But now Deadly Pants has the Amplification Matrix on as well. And that's going to allow ESU Warriors to push through once again. The stick, though, comes on to Disabato. They were moved from the fight right before they got that Shatter. And now this could be Huntington Esports holding again, but they've got just a sliver of health on a couple of their members despite the Amp Matrix coming in. 1 pick coming out for either side again. And despite ESU Warriors looking strong at first, Huntington holds.
Huntington, once again, showing off their prowess on the defense. Crashboat now ready with that Shatter as well. Prozac and Doxic got their ults again. They're cycling through them nicely. And all that's really to work with on the other side is Kafka with that sound barrier. And that doesn't look like it's going to be enough against all this hate. on this hate of ultimate power. Vanilla Jack, though, maybe he's going to have a new good Gravitic Flux this time around.
Yeah, we will have to see if they can. Trash Boat with the huge stab barrier comes in, though, from Kafka. That's going to allow them to push forward once again, but especially with Prozac out of the fight. Nano Boost, though, committed. Now onto Trash Boat. That's going to be a huge amount of damage, and the self-destruct is massive this time. T-Brave coming out with a 4K despite losing their life.
Wow. What a hard block to run into if you're ASU Warriors.
Yeah.
Because especially because they're not really able to cycle through their own ultimates well. Like every single time they win a fight, like now again as well, they always come up with these 4 or 5 ultimates at the same time, and then they win a fight, and then it takes like 3 fights to build them back up. And that's mostly what's draining their time.
You're absolutely right. We're going to see a Dragon Strike layered through this Gravitic Flux as well. Halberts is going to land. ESU looks like they might, in fact, finish this Streets phase, especially off the back of a beautiful Tack Visor. Dragon Strike again from Prozac. They're building these up at a breakneck pace, but the Warriors will break their curse and finish a Streets phase on one of these payload maps.
Wonderfully done by ESU to finally get through this, but once again, you talk about it, they don't really cycle their ultimates efficiently. They had 5, now they're gonna maybe have 1. It's you know, big gap in their strategic value.
Yeah, there really is right now. Pick on to X Michael, though. Gonna start things off well for ESU Warriors. Trash Boat lands a shatter. 5 of them are down. This is about the only one staying, but they're gonna be able to keep their team alive. And in fact, turn things around for the Warriors. They're gonna finish with less time on the clock, if in fact they can finish, but at least they have that opportunity now.
Opportunities coming out here for ESU to potentially complete the map. They do have to do it with time left, though, because if they don't have time left, then they're going to get another attack, and the best they can hope for is a draw. Looking right here for Vanilla Jack to do a lot of damage to that shield, but the amplification matrix is threatening their survival. Prozac gets the first pick off, gets shattered, but then saved by the immortality field, and they're all good to go. Defense holds.
Yeah, Huntington Esports, though, coming out with several picks right here, and now ESU Warriors in kind of an interesting position as well. They're going to be forced to back off. Less than 20 seconds left to go. This is going to be a scuffed last fight. This could be it. Huntington Esports could be one of the new top contenders in this division. Gravitic Flux going to be online now. There's the Tack Visor as well. Disabato finding a kill on the Trash Boat. Things are looking pretty good for the ESU Warriors. They just have to finish this point. Kafka pops the sound barrier as well. The rest of the Huntington Esports are falling by the wayside. Just a few meters to go, and that's going to be the Warriors finishing King's Row. But the best that they can hope for now is a tie.
A tie would still get them another map, because of course, in that first of 3 series, you have to win those 3 maps in order to actually get the series win. But they would have potentially loved to get a win out of this. Now, go look forwards to Huntington to try and get that point A in 1 minute 52 on the clock. Not even the full point, just that first tick. And yeah, honestly, looking over here at the ESU, I don't know if they can do it. I don't know if they can stop them for that long.
You know, both of these teams have kind of plowed through the first points on each of these payload maps that we've seen.
It took Huntington a little longer, so like there's a possibility here, but that first tick was the one that got taken fairly quickly. They got a comeback after it, but that first tick is what it's all about now, so it's not the same as trying to get a full hold.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like ESU would have done a little bit better choosing a Mei here on defense as well, just for the sustain. Michael is going to have it with the, with the healing pod as well, but it's not nearly as effective, I don't think. It's just being able to take yourself out of the fight essentially and heal for several seconds. Huntington going with what worked before. They're starting out with the Pharah this time on attack, opting to not swap to it later on, and that could be one of the reasons as well that Michael is on the Soldier 76 too. Ginger now looking to get a little bit of value behind the shield of Disabato. Immortality Field already had to be committed by Deadly Pants as well. Several members of the Warriors going down very low, but it's going to be Michael who finds a pick. Make that 2, and ESU Warriors have the first hold that they need in the books.
That looked very dangerous for ESU for a little bit there, but they could just recover. There's Soavdannom actually going very deep, gets that kill in the Prozac. This buys a lot of time getting those 2 kills, getting 3 kills late.
Wow.
And it even buys them more ult charge too. I was going to say T-Brain at least got a very big lead on that Shatter, but that's all been closed now by this Soavdannom getting all those all the damage out.
Yeah, that was exactly what the ESU Warriors needed to do. They turned what could have been a 3-fight situation into now potentially just 2. This could, in fact, be the last fight that we see here, the last opportunity for Huntington to try and push through. We're going to see a Shatter come out, not going to land this time around, but the Amplification Matrix keeping Huntington Esports at bay. Prozac going to be taken out of the fight. That is a huge boon, as another falls as well. Now just 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're using the sound barrier to keep this Coalescence in check as well. Gravitic Flux now used to seal the deal. There's less than 30 seconds for Huntington to try and capture this first point. ESU Warriors may have the hold they need.
Yeah, and it was looking not like impossible, especially because seeing their first round A hold. We're gonna see X Michael behind them trying to touch that objective, but probably should have waited a little bit longer for their team to get there. They had the time. Now someone else needs to touch, and it's not going to be the Tracer.
We're going to see a Dragon Strike coming straight through the point. That's going to give a little bit of room, but not going to give room if your team is dead. A couple of picks do come in favor of Huntington Esports, but they're not going to be able to hold on. Overtime going to take over, and ESU Warriors live to fight another map.
Another map incoming, map 5. Not something that we often get to say, but map 5 is incoming, and it might not even be the last one. It could be another map necessary after this.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. T-Braid coming in with just tremendous self-destruct here on King's Row. Ultimate, like a Deadeye, that you usually just use for zoning. It's not a throwaway because you do find value from it, but you don't expect to get kills. But when you do, that is tremendous. And seeing a 2K and a 4K coming out, that's great work from your off-tank.
It's great work from the off-tank indeed. And for their great work, they're going to get rewarded with a few minutes break. We're going to get some more hydration going into everybody. Make sure you also stay hydrated on your end. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Win, lose, or draw is the name of the game today, ManofClass. We have seen it all through 4 maps. We're getting ready to go to a 5th, and despite being on a 5th map, we've still got a 2-1 scoreline. ESU able to claw their way back on Kings Row to a draw and keep themselves in the game. We're headed back to Control Center now, and I have to think that the momentum may have swung in ESU's favor.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, they won the last control map in a, I wouldn't say dominant fashion, but they looked fairly convincing on the 2 points that they won. Oasis, though, very different map. A lot of things can happen, and if we see the flank tactics from Prozac, they could very well come to play on this particular map. That being said, with the three stages being so different, and with the RNG of which one you get first, there could be some advantages coming out from ESU. It all comes down to which battleground they get and when they get him.
You're absolutely right. We haven't seen a map that just screams dive yet. But if we head to City Center here, we may just get to see both of these teams flex onto something aside from Brawl. And that's just a big question mark, right? That's the big unknown. We have no idea what either of these teams look like on one of those compositions. So I, for one, have my fingers crossed that we head to that one, because I just want to see what both of these teams are going to do to adapt to this style of map.
It's a good question. And the only answer we really have is from the teams themselves. But if I have to venture a guess, I would say that we might see some different hero picks coming out, especially from the tanks and the DPS. I think the supports have been fairly consistent. We can gonna see some Baptiste, gonna potentially see some Ana, some Moiras come out, maybe some Lucio depending on the stage. But what I really want to see is tanks that can either utilize high ground a bit more, maybe see some mobility, some dive tanks come in. Especially when we talk about a point like City Center, like that's the one that's like the odd one out between those three.
Yeah.
But there's also a possibility for DPS to do something interesting. We can see some Doomfist, we can see some Junkrat, we can see some more, a close encounter of the third kind type of compositions that just do a lot of damage to you when you're in enclosed spaces. When we go to City Center, that's not going to happen, though, so that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, we are going to potentially see a new look coming out from each of these teams if we do, in fact, head there. I'm going to be, very curious to see how they adapt. Like you said, the other two maps, much more Brawl-centric, although Gardens to me is kind of like the middle ground, right? You can either run the Brawl or the dive there. But given what we've seen from both of these teams and their comfort on Brawl, that's exactly what I'm expecting to see on Gardens, which is where we will be headed first, as a matter of fact.
Gardens, it is no one's playground, it's everyone's battleground, but we're going to be seeing potentially some fire come out from Disabato, which is actually interesting. They've switched around. So Michael is still on DPS, Vanilla Jack is still on tank, Halbert is still on DPS. But Disabato now still on that Pharah, just switching around a little bit, making sure that they don't play that main tank anymore, playing the DPS.
Yeah, this is a very interesting look. Double offtake again coming out from ESU Warriors, and that's what we saw on their first Control Center map as well. And yeah, very curious to see Michael and Disabato swapping roles as well. That has the potential to throw off Huntington Esports. They're going to come away with first possession, though, of this high ground, which is absolutely critical. They're going to have a hard time with it, though, because Disabato is on that Pharah. So, going to be tough to stay in a safe place, which Ginger has found out the hard way. ESU Warriors, despite not really having control over this point, looking to have control over the fight right now, especially after a pick on the Prozac. Disabato coming alive, and maybe this is the answer that they need. Point is going to flip over in favor of Huntington Esports, though despite these picks coming in, they're doing a great job of stalling out point. They won't win the fight, but they're going to be rewarded with some ult percentage, and at the end of the day, that could come back to bite the Warriors.
They really need to start to find at least 1 or 2 picks at some point, otherwise there's just no way you're going to grab that back, and it's exactly what didn't happen. No kills, no grab back. Huntington coming out with 17%, not a whole lot to start with, and they would have rather had more control and more ult charge. But they're going to at least be able to come in now with Prozac ready to go on that Cassidy. Disabato, though, Barrage is ready, and they're looking for it. There they go.
Huge huge. Gonna catch 2 out right now. ESU comes in with another fight, went off of just one ability. There is gonna be a couple of counter picks. And in fact, the support line is down for the Warriors, so Huntington has an opportunity. And Ginger is seizing it right now, despite this early advantage coming over for them. The point being hotly contested right now. But at the end of the day, it's barely going to be held by ESU Warriors once again off the back of some phenomenal play from Soavdannom.
There is an opportunity to come back in and keep this fight chaotically going. We're just, harassing them, make sure, because they still don't have the supports back. But that window has pretty much closed now that Soavdannom has their Mercy back. They have quick respawns with the symmetric teleporter. That's an advantage they can abuse, but then they need to start to fight off with the teleport in the right place and really quickly attack.
That they do. They're going to have a hard time pushing out of this room right here because the rockets are raining down from above. Prozak now looking for an opportunity to clip those wings just a little bit. They're going to be able to get Soavdannom down fairly low. Going to take them out of the fight for a moment, but not permanently. In fact, Soavdannom going to come back and find a kill on the Michael. Doxic forced to use now that sound barrier to keep themselves alive, and it looks like it might have done some good because Michael is out of the fight as well. But Soavdannom with a 3K barrage. The ESU Warriors will not go down without a fight, and they have pushed Huntington to last fight territory. T-Brain needs to reset or get out of this fight fast, otherwise it's going to be that much harder for them to push back in. We're seeing the fight almost continue, as a matter of fact, 97% on the board. Somebody has to touch. They barely do at the last moment. We're going to see T-Brain launch the self-destruct. It's not going to find anything, but it will clear some room. Michael now down very low as is Halbert. They're going to be taken out of the fight. One pick on either side. Can Huntington Esports come back into this? They will, in fact, flip the point. But can they win the fight? Soavdannom still in the air, and that is a big exclamation mark, a big question mark that you have to take care of as well. Deadly Pants now laying in some damage from the side. This point still in favor of Huntington Esports, but the Warriors putting on a lot of pressure, and Halbert is coming back now with this Death Blossom. And Soavdannom, once again, finding the kills that they need. It's going to be a shatter thrown out as a last-ditch effort from Trash Boat. But they're not going to be able to find too much with it. And ESU Warriors will flip the point back. And I don't know if anyone from Huntington can touch.
Even if they can touch, they just don't have the manpower to actually fight. And the biggest problem they've been having in these last few fights has been Michael going down early on the Baptiste. They are able to get a few more bodies on the point. Got Ginger now on the Pharah as well to try and do some air-to-air combat. But it might not be enough as a late switch.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be this time around. ESU Warriors once again finding their footing here on the control point map. Going up early 1-0. But not in the overall scoreline. This is still them trying to come back and even up the score.
It's a very, very close game between the two, but that particular point didn't look as close. If they keep this up, they might actually be looking at a 2-2 scoreline and leading us to a map 6. Huntington, though, going to try and prevent that. This time they're going to come in with the Rhine Diva, with Ginger on the Tracer, Prozac on the Soldier, Michael and Doxic on the Mercy and the on the Baptiste and the Lucio. I get that. You know, you don't have to go back to the Mercy. You don't have, especially because you don't have the Pharah with it. And Ginger going over to the Sombra potentially. Ooh, Doxic back on the Ana. I like seeing that. That was a really good pick for them.
This is going to be very interesting. The ESU Warriors are going to have a distinct advantage with this frontline battle. But if Ginger can find an appropriate hack target and nix them, take them out of the fight, this could very easily go the way of Huntington. A very high-risk, high-reward kind of composition that they're playing right now. We're going to see Ginger come away with a little bit of Ult Charge right there. Soavdannom now getting chased out by T-Brain. But in the meantime, Halbert going to find a pick on the Prozac. And anytime you can take Prozac out of the fight, that is a boon for your team. The DMAC going to come in on the T-Brain as well. They're out of the fight, and so far Huntington doesn't appear to have an answer yet for what the Warriors are throwing at them.
You're looking for Ginger to do one of two things. Either they keep disabling key heroes that can then get taken out, or they just continuously farm EMPs and just throw them out like they're candy, because that is the other style of Sombra that I really love to see. And that's often what's been preferred in the highest tier of tiers by a lot of Sombras at the moment. Doesn't mean it's always the right answer, but in this case it might well be. Just keep disabling them with EMPs and hacks all the time.
Deadly Pants coming out with an early advantage. Soavdannom going to snowball that into a bigger one. Now they've just got Doxic on the support line. Big anti-nade hits though, but they're not able to do any with it. They're not able to finish off Soavdannom, who's able to kite away from that damage. And the Warriors right now on control just look unstoppable.
They really do. As far as is a problem that they might potentially be wanting to bring to other maps as well, because it's just ridiculous how much value Disembado is getting. They're going to get another shot at this, potentially two, depending on how quick the fight goes, but they need to start finding a solution. And it's either kill everything quicker than the Pharah can get you, or it is get the Pharah and the Mercy out of the air as quickly as possible so you don't have to deal with them for the rest of the fight. And either way is a good strat, but you got to commit, and it feels like there's like semi-committing to either option.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't feel like a hard commit just yet. T-Brain on the Roadhog as well. I'm not sure about this pick either. I mean, they have the one pick potential. If they can find an off angle, it could be successful, but it doesn't address the root problem right now, which is Disembado. But a couple of picks come in early in favor of Huntington Esports. They're able to transition that to a few more. But again, Disembado hasn't been dealt with. They finally are taken out of the sky. And surprisingly by T-Brain as well. Not what you expect to see. With 95% on the board, that's going to be Huntington taking their first possession here on University.
They have no supports left, though. X-Michael and Doxic still coming back from spawn, so they need to hold without any healers. They have some health left. They are looking pretty healthy. But it's a dangerous situation to be in. There are the supports, and now they've got the ultimates and the time to work with, but they need to hold for a while. Disembado looking for that backline again. Has the barrage ready. It's a dangerous one. They know they're there, though.
That they do. Prozac now with an idea of where they are. They're going to need to try and clip those Mercy's wings as quick as they can. Graviton Surge now committed by Michael. This could be big, but Disembado's out of the fight. Once again, due to the Roadhog of all players. But Vanilla Jack comes in with a huge Gravitic Flux. This could be ESU Warriors coming back, taking this point. Trash Belt with a massive shatter. Can they convert it into a fight win? On the back of that whole hog, they certainly can. Huntington gonna be able to hold.
They had to use maybe fewer ultimates than they wanted, but they still are coming out on top in terms of the ult economy. This Abada with the barrage is going to be the biggest thing. They've got a sleep dart, they've got a hook, and they've got a flashbang and an immortality field, plus a barrier. Like, there's so much they can stop, delay, or can outright cancel that barrage that they should be fine to not lose 4 members to it again.
Yeah, they should be, but
we're
we're going to have...
Hog looking. He's lurking and looking. He wants to be hooking.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Oh, they're gonna go down in the pit, though. I don't think they plan to end up right there. So if the ESU Warriors are aware of that, they have an opportunity now to push in. This barrage looks like it could be deadly. Roadhog is back up on the mid ground, though, so they are back into the equation. Here comes the barrage right on the immortality field, but the hook once again gonna take him out of the fight. But it doesn't seem to matter because ESU Warriors, on the back of some tremendous picks, look to be primed to take this fight. It's just Ginger left on point with a hope and a prayer, and that's not gonna be enough to swing this back in their favor. I'm not sure if anyone from Huntington can touch T-Brain now on the wrecking ball. We're gonna have to see if these last few seconds get them there. They are gonna be able to. That accretion doesn't quite find them. Overtime has been procced, and it is an opportunity for Huntington to come back, but without Trash Mode, who had the shatter coming online as well, things are looking dismal. X-Michael, though, does find a pick on the halberd. Kafka's out of the fight as well. Michael finds a counter pick. Prozac gone too. There's picks flying both directions. This could very easily go either way at this point. Trash Mode has respawned. If they can get back to the fight with this shatter, that could be absolutely brutal. But can anyone even touch? It's barely procced once again, but the kill's still coming in favor of ESU Warriors. Trash Mode has to come up with a tremendous shatter here to maybe hold on for dear life, but it looks like that's not going to be in the book. They throw it out, and ESU takes us to a game number 6.
Game 6 incoming. I am all for it. I am here. We're going to go straight into it as well. Rialto is on the menu, on the docket, on the map, on the next travel destination. And I mean, you look back and forth between what these two teams have been doing, and Huntington still feels like the favorite. But with this new discovery of the Pharah, Rialto could be the final map that isn't control that ESU actually is able to take away.
It could be. I mean, they're going to need to reverse their fortunes, though, because so far it has been Huntington on top, right? Whenever we see a payload map. So I have to agree with you. I think that the advantage is in their hands. But, you know, we've talked about adaptation a few times during this broadcast, and I think it has to come up again because we have seen the adaptation now come out from ESU. You know, maybe they needed Disembado swapping onto that Pharah. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they would have taken the control map anyway. But it does bring a new piece to the puzzle that now Huntington is going to have to try and solve.
Yeah, and I feel like they started solving it fairly decently in the end. I mean, the Roadhog in and of itself was a very good counter to that Pharah. It was just that they didn't have enough room and time to work with anymore for that solution to really pan out. They were always going to lose like one fight, maybe still, because of like a barrage and something else coming in. So if they hadn't had that 99% difference, like disadvantage, they might have actually been able to pull out that second stage. And when we go to Rialto, where there's way more room to work with, where if we lose 3 fights, we win 16, we're fine. I think they're going to be looking a little bit better. That being said, it's a really good Pharah map, especially if you're on the defense, because you can keep, throwing those rockets at them. You can throw them off the bridge at the first point as well. After that, it falls off a little bit more. But if you can hold first, it's all you really need. It's a really good start to Rialto. And going into that map in a little bit, I would say I'm not necessarily expecting the Pharah, but it would not at all surprise me.
One thing that we haven't really seen much of today, we saw it for a brief second on Gardens, right? But we haven't seen the Pharah v Pharah battle. And to me, they've both been pivotal in each of these teams' successes, right? We saw it on Kings Row for Huntington. Despite them taking the draw, the Pharah pick was still very successful, right? And now with Disabato flexing onto not only the Pharah, but just DPS in general, that's making for quite an interesting game.
It is, and it already was an interesting game. It just piles on top of it, right? Like they're piling their rockets into it. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether they're going to keep piling them on. What I really want to see out of Huntington, though, is not to let this like ruin their own vibe, their own flow. Because a lot of the time, what you see is like if you react to the other team, there's the danger of starting to play that team's game. If Huntington starts to play ESU's game, then they're going to be on the back foot. It's always that thing where people say like playing your own game. Think about your game. And it is very easy to say that, but it's a lot harder to actually execute that because of all these counter picks, because of all these things that keep popping up that you need to react to, and getting into that reactive state. While it is a logical reflex to do, it is very detrimental to you being able to feel comfortable, to be able to play your own style, play your own way, and to get results.
That's a very interesting point you bring up. We've seen so much adaptation coming from both of these teams, right? Do we now see them fall back to comfort picks, right? Do we see them continue to adapt? Do we see them to just say, do we see them just saying, hey, let's continue with what's been working, right? There's a lot of questions, right, that I think we're going to get answered relatively soon. Huntington going to be on the defense this time around first, and we're seeing Prozac moving over to an Ashe, which we haven't seen before. And this is definitely going to cause some problems for Disabato if they're going to stay on that Pharah, which they're hovering over right now in Spawn.
It could like lead to some problems. Let's not get ahead of the situation, of course. But T-Brain still on the Roadhog is to me like the most telling sign that they're still expecting that Pharah. T-Brain was doing a really good job of just waiting for Disabato to do something, waiting for Disabato to get too close. And that hook constantly came out. It got a lot of value. It was really protecting X-Michael and Doxic a lot more. And X-Michael not going down early is the biggest thing they could do for themselves.
That is an excellent point. Doxic does have the res, too. So even if that does happen, there's an opportunity to bring them back in the fight. First hook from T-Brain, not going to find any value. They're going to have to back off just a little bit. Prozac now taking out that Immortality Field, which I think the ESU Warriors have used relatively early in a lot of these fights. But going to be a pick on the X-Michael. It will be rezzed. And now with DH Kafka out of the fight, this is an opportunity for Huntington Esports to really start putting the pressure on, which we are seeing. Nice move from Disabato, though, to take Ginger off the map. Looked like they were ready to recall there, but just didn't quite find it. And now what was going Huntington's way has flipped back in favor of ESU, and they have the spawn advantage as well.
ESU gonna have to try and find an opening here. Try and take out this Ashe. Try and take away this shields. Do something to open it up for themselves. T-Brain still looking for a flank opportunity, but still chooses to just regroup with the rest of their squad. There's Trash Boat going down. There was a little bit too much damage for the Reinhardt. So though it is for Prozac, this fight, it's not really a fight. It's just a slow push to death.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's really right now just ESU Warriors picking apart Huntington Esports. They've been able to get so much progress off the back of, again, some tremendous play from Soavdannom. You know, they have Prozac on the Ashe. They've got T-Brain on the Roadhog, but right now that doesn't appear to be doing what they need it to do.
It's giving up so much utility to try and deal with the Fire Mercy that you're not even doing that much pressure on, and you take away so many tools for the rest of your front line and your back line. It's almost, you gotta question whether it's worth it. It's always a question, is it worth it trying to counter this Pharah? How much do we take away from the rest of our team? And in this case, it looks like it's too much.
It really does. We're going to see both support ultimates committed now from the ESU Warriors to try and continue this push. T-Brain going to be taken out of the fight. And Soavdannom looking for a barrage. Once again, they've got a great opportunity here. They're not going to take it at the moment, but they take it on this moment. And once again, ESU Warriors find the answer that they need to this Huntington Esports squad. They are looking unstoppable now. This is a completely different look coming out from ESU.
I want to see them go on the Fire Mercy of their own. I want to see how ESU is going to deal with it, because ESU hasn't really had to. And this is the time. This is the time to try it out. If you're going to, and Ginger is doing exactly that.
That they are. Nice hook comes in. Michael gonna go down to about half health, but they will be healed back up. Graviton Search now committed. ESU Warriors have an opportunity with this Dragon Strike to take out many of the team. They're gonna be able to do just that, and the ESU Warriors, they make short work of not only first, but second point of Rialto.
And that was not the fight you were expecting to win as Huntington anyways. We had just swapped. It was close to the end. You know, they have ultimates. And this is the point where they got to start trying to find some value here. From the Fire Mercy, from Trashboat's ults, from X Michael's ult potentially. And they don't have that many ultimates to run into either. So they are in a pretty good spot to try and get a comeback going here.
That they are. They have the tools that they need. They just have to make sure that this barrage isn't going to land. What will land is the Shatter, briefly negating Vanilla Jack's usefulness in the composition. Halbert taken out shortly thereafter. The Amplification Matrix and Immortality Field now committed by X Michael to try and hold back the CSU squad. Barrage committed. It finds value. Once again, Huntington not able to hold on, and we are looking at a potentially blitzing fast capture coming out from ESU Warriors after having been held so hard on so many of these payload points. They have found the answer. We're going to see T-Brain now stall for as long as they can on that Wrecking Ball, but really at this point, the only hope that Huntington have is to stall out this point. They do have a little bit of advantage, though, as now there's no Kafka in the fight, but Soavdannom strikes back with a pick onto one of the supports. T-Brain nowhere to be found as well. And now things once again going in ESU Warriors' way. On the back again of Soavdannom. This has just been tremendous. Ginger eventually finds them, but it's going to be too little too late. And ESU finishes with an incredible 3:32 on the clock.
It's so painful. I mean, you see the Mercy go down, and you expect that Farah to be found relatively soon after. But after 4 kills, still 26 HP left. It's just not good focus, or because nothing else died either. It's yeah. You're just. I am just like personally sitting here like wondering how we got to this place where once again a series just gets decided by one team discovering Farah. It's happened so many times. It's been 6 years since this game's come out. I've been casting it for most of that time as well. And there are just these series that get decided by one team discovering that Farah exists and the other team having no concept of dealing with it. And it's not like they don't know how to deal with it. They're just not able to do it right now, Huntington. And that is what hurts most about it. Like, you can see the understanding, you can see the strategy, you can see the idea, you can see we know how to deal with this. But it's still such a problem that they can't. And it's all about, you know, you always talk about skill ceiling, skill floors, you know, what is it easier to play the Farah or to deal with the Farah? And on this particular level in this division, it looks like dealing with the Farah is definitely a little step up from just playing the Farah yourself.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Huntington really has not been able to deal with this Soavdannom just yet. And they have to find a way to. Otherwise, this series, which Huntington looked primed to take so long ago, is gonna go the way of the Warriors. But Warriors now with a very early advantage. Huntington Esports just being dismantled on their first approach. Once again, led by some phenomenal play by Disabato. Look at that direct.
They've been broken. Like, you can see it in the way they're playing. They're like, oh yeah, of course they throw a Sigma off the bridge. Oh yeah, of course. This. You know what? Why do we even bother anymore? And I want to see them try and find something. I want to see them try and find an opportunity. I want to see them try and find a way to bounce back from this. Because it's not just that they're losing fights, is that they're losing faith.
You're absolutely right. The mental is such a huge part of this game as well. And when things really start to not go your way, which is the case right now for Huntington Esports, you can just have a domino effect. We are going to see a nice concussive blast take out the high ground threat. And look at this. If they can find another direct, but Disabato is able to dodge tremendously well to keep themselves alive. Now Halbert with 2 health and a Dragon Strike looking to find value, but it's going to be Ginger who takes them out. And now Huntington Esports have finally broken through this hold that ESU had.
And that might have been a realization moment from Ginger. They got hit by 1 direct, were very low, and then there were like 4 rockets in a row that Disabato missed.
Yeah.
And Ginger might realize, I don't have to do the Pharah v Pharah battle. I just have to do better on the ground wars. If I can take out as many, if not more units on the ground, we even out the fight that way, and the rest of my team I trust are going to do better. The barrage can't even come in time from Disabato. They take point A here, and this is the moment where they can start turning this around.
It absolutely is. Prozac has done a pretty good job now of taking Pharah out of the sky, so they appear to have found at least Ancestor. We're going to get a couple of kills courtesy of Ginger. The res will come in as well. And Huntington Esports making short work of Rialto as well. Maybe not quite as quick as ESU Warriors did, at least initially, but they've picked up the pace tremendously.
I mean, they have to. You look at that time bank from ESU, yeah. 3 minutes 30. You do want to, like, matching it is one thing, but you want to at least try and be a little bit close to it. You know, if they're both ending on around 3.5 minutes, then you feel fine about it. If you're ending on 1 minute, then it becomes a bit of a problematic situation.
That it does. We're going to see the brief aerial battle here. Prozac popping a very early tac visor. I think maybe a little bit too early to try to get value over here. And here comes a barrage from Disabato. That's going to negate anything that Huntington Esports had gotten in terms of progress. And the ESU Warriors hold.
Yeah, so the only thing I can think of why the tac visor was used so early, it's either it was a misclick, which happens. People sometimes click the wrong button. Other thing I can think of is that they were hoping Disabato was going to be scared off by the tac visor, giving them a bit more space to work with, like just hearing the tac visor come out. But because of the sound cues in this game, you can actually tell that it's a bit further away. So that might have not been the wisest idea to go with. I do like this position, though. I do like this, like, tracking through the high ground. Ginger using the ability to just look around the building a bit. Actually get some value with these rockets.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're getting gonna be close to this barrage, I think, during this next fight. But Halbert has this Dragon Strike, which could be devastating. We're gonna see the Immortality Field now committed early on by Deadly Pants. Self-destruct going to be thrown out by T-Brain. They've been big in the past. They do find Halbert. That's still valued. That's still a good kill right there. The Graviton Surge going to land, but Disabato only finds 1 pick off of it, but it is X-Michael, and that's big. T-Brain going to be demeched as well. And once again, this is a really brutal battle. We have the res. Docs are going to be taken out by the barrage, but at the end of the day, Huntington will cap and get to C3rd.
So many small things that happen there. Because Halbert goes down, there is no opportunity for the Graph Dragon. Because Vanilla Jack gets stunned under the Graphitic Flux, it mitigates a lot of damage. And then, yeah, the barrage is there, but it's so late because Disabato didn't start off the fight with it. Now Ginger will have theirs. They're still making good time. They are, you know, again, they are behind. They aren't as fast, but they're finding more and more as this map goes on. That's a good combo. Graphitic Flux, Tac Visor. They're just going to keep rolling, and they're going to keep trying to get this time bank as high as possible. 3 minutes 20 on the clock at the moment.
Yeah, And Huntington Esports looks like they have the tools to do it as well. They're going to get an exit pick potentially onto this Zarya as well.
Oh, nice.
And now with just a few meters to go, and the ult's firmly in favor of Huntington Esports, this is all but over for them. We're going to get a barrage coming out from Ginger. It does find Disabato, and that's a big pick onto the Mei. T-Brain there as well with a nice pick. Huntington Esports doing a great job coming back into this. They just have to take care of Michael. Last monkey on the point. Disabato has respawned. Halberd may be able to touch, but no, they won't. 46 seconds, the time separating these two. And I got to tell you, we are going literally the distance on this game.
And now we're in the flip situation. Huntington Esports has figured out their problem with ESU. And ESU is now in a situation where they say we can try and play this the way we were playing it in round 1 and 2. But it looks like they figured out what we were up to. So now they're in a position where they might have to adapt again, and they're having to deal with the Pharah while they're trying to play their own Pharah, and that's a very different dynamic. So Huntington is trying to flip the script on them and doing a really good job of it so far.
They really are. It's, again, adaptation. Adaptation just keeps coming up in this game, and I feel like it does when you see these very long series, right? You don't see a long series typically where both teams just kind of run what they run, right, on the first map. You're going to see these counter picks and you're going to see these adaptations come out. And it's really showing the depth of skill that both of these teams have, right? These are absolutely two of the top teams in this NECC tournament right now. And regardless of how this series goes, the next time they meet, it could really go either way. So I can't wait to see how this is going to end. I can't wait to see what they're going to do in the future. Now we've got ESU Warriors on the defense once again. Pharah's in the sky. And we are certainly going to see a lot of fireworks fly.
JuggleGod might already be ringing the playoff bells, but we're still here in this last map between the two. ESU Warriors have to try and adapt to this new fangled pharmacy strat that they were playing themselves. Now they have to play against it. Well, it's not going to go well on this first engagement.
No, it's certainly not. Huntington doing a phenomenal job mitigating the biggest threat. And now that that's off the board, the rest of the Warriors just wilt.
Humble. Melt. Whatever adjective you want to use. Well, word you want to use, really. Yeah, I'm not looking great so far. Now Ginger is gonna have the luxury of pelting into a team that is approaching rather than a team that is defending. Always a better place for a Pharah to be in. Ooh, Trash Put has to be careful there, but gets enough healing and has the grenadic grasp left. They want to get T-Brain back in that mech though.
That they do. They desperately need T-Brain back in the mech, especially because Disabato is getting closer and closer to this barrage. And that's going to really be the only thing holding them back from it. Prozac has this tack visor, though the shield is going down low. A big remech kill coming in. That's going to take Deadly Pants off the board. Prozac finds their demise, but Doxic is there. She gets the res off, as does Kavka. But Huntington Esports, at the end of the day, will be able to push through first. And they've still got time on the clock. We haven't hit OT just yet.
And we saw T-Brain do this earlier in the series where they went for the remake kill, and this time it worked out. I saw them on full health for a while. It's like you give two choices. You just take the mech back so you know you'll have it, or you're going to go for the risky play. And it wouldn't be T-Brain if they didn't go for the big brain. It worked out just like that for and Deadly Pence was taken away. And that's the main team heal, because Kafka is just looking at Pharah the entire time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, speaking of Pharah, huge barrage coming out from Disabato. This could be where the cart stops for Huntington Esports. It is. But they made a tremendous amount of progress. T-Brain gets an exit kill, but they're going to be demeched and dealt with in short order. It's going to be 70.65 meters that Huntington made it through, and the ESU Warriors have to try and stop. We're going to get a last moment barrage coming out from this Ginger, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Grab will land, and ESU Warriors finally find their footing.
Love to see it. ESU Warriors now have one task: get further than point A and get into the street space for 70.66 meters. Not a tremendous distance, but depending on how they grab point A, they might be held a long time to cross that bridge. Pharah is really good at dealing with bridge crossers because there is the bridge next, there's water next to it, so you can't go anywhere else but on the bridge. And B, well, they're running at you, so you know exactly where to place the rockets before they get there and have a nice trajectory for it. and high ground advantage. So lot to go off of. But first they got to protect point A, make sure that it doesn't get capped. And 2 minutes 64 or 46 is not a whole lot of time to cap point A at most of the time. Like, you do want to have some luxury to work with. And while we saw 2 minutes was plenty for Huntington, it can just turn around on you, especially because the fire game from Ginger has been very decent so far.
It really has. Ginger, you know, they stumbled, I feel like, initially on this Pharah pick on Rialto, but they were eventually able to find, you know, what they needed to in order to find success and in order to, you know, really mitigate Disabato's value, at least to an extent. Disabato is still finding value, don't get me wrong, right? They were the ones who stopped that cart almost single-handedly with the barrage. So, you know, it's almost like who's got the more effective Pharah? Which Pharah is going to strike first in these engagements? And that's really going to be who wins these battles. To see Ginger starting to build up. They're already 20% of their ult. Nice concussive blast. Going to put Deadly Pants in an unfortunate position, but it's going to be X-Michael who instead finds themselves on the receiving end of this damage. ESU Warriors off to just as quick a start as Huntington was on their attack. We might see a healthy time bank going into streets.
And this is some pro strategy for everybody. If this happens, if you lose half your team, you need to either completely disengage or you need to die on the objective usually so that you can actually get back in time to fight. The advantage that Ginger and Prozac have is that they're very ranged units. They don't have to back off all the way to keep doing damage. So the fact that they keep getting some pickoffs and do a lot of damage during that is amazing. But if you're a tank, if you're a support, try and either, you know, die on that objective or get far away so you give your team the best chance to fight and buy as much time as possible.
Yeah, you know, and one of the big differences, I think, here, like, look at this. ESU Warriors, they had just as good of a start on that push as Huntington did, but they weren't able to get the cleanup kills that they needed. Huntington just did a beautiful job of backing off and finding a couple of kills. Speaking of a couple of kills, here they come. Prozac now with Attack Visor, and they're going to be able to dismantle the ESU Warriors once again. Now, they're looking at a very low time bank. This is one, maybe two more fights for ESU Warriors, unless they capture this next point.
Oh, we have a flank pharmacy going on. They're behind them with the barrage. But that means that 4 heroes are going to be approaching without any backup.
That there, here comes the engagement now from Disabato. They're dropping for the barrage. It's going to land on the Prozac. That's just who you need to take out of the fight. The defense matrix is going to be there, but they're going to be able to continue to find value. Get Deadly Pants very low, forcing the immortality field out as well. There's going to be a res onto Prozac, but it's going to be too little too late as the ESU Warriors once again find the kills they need, and just in the nick of time. They are likely going to be able to capture this first point.
That Resurrect discipline was not what you want to see there. Prozac's not the target you need to get. Already used their ultimate. You need to get Ginger up. Get the opportunity ready for a barrage. You're not going to be able to contest this. That is 2 good kills. Overtime is about to start ticking, but this is not the point where you're going to drive them off the card and actually win because their spawns are so close. Barrage comes out, though. They're going to try and do it.
That is an absolutely tremendous barrage. It takes out the knees of the ESU Warriors. Without Deadly Pants online to give heals, it's going to be so difficult. Kafka has to pop the Valkyrie to try and get back to the fight as quick as they can. They do get the res on the Deadly Pants as well. We've got a counter pick coming out from both sides. ESU Warriors fighting for their lives. This is their do or die moment. They have to come away with a fight win here. They're going to be able to catch Prozac out on the flank potentially as well. So there is an opportunity for ESU Warriors to come back in this. And they've got the barrage online.
Yeah, that is the decision maker from Huntington there to try and fight it right where the spawns are close, right when they have the choke to block them off from most of the enemy team. And now they're going to run into this barrage. It's coming out. Already got T-Brain.
We're going to see a couple picks come in from ultimates, but it's going to go in favor just a little bit of the Huntington Esports squad. The Attack Visor is going to be real. Overtime is ticking over, and Huntington Esports are going to come away your winners after this absolute knockout banger of a match.
Beautiful self-destruct, using that to block their route to the cart to split up that team. Prozac was still behind them. They just forgot about the soldier, didn't clean him up. Gets the full flank visor, and that was everything they needed. Look at this positioning, completely in the open. Supports backs to them the entire time. Gets one support, gets the DPS, gets a tank, and then cleans up everything else. I mean, there was a lot of sloppiness from both teams in that situation, but being able to capitalize that as being Prozac, that is pretty much a summary of what this series was like. Prozac on the flank.
Yeah, it really was. That's the big storyline today, right? Prozac on the
Yeah,
flank, and they just weren't able to deal with it at the end of the day. It's almost like we came full circle, right? We saw,
pretty much.
it started out without the Faras. They eventually came in, and that mitigated Prozac's usefulness. Then we started to see T-Brain pop off for the Huntington squad, and then eventually it's Prozac at the end again. And what phenomenal play coming out from literally every single player today on both of these squads.
It's been an amazing series. I mean, we were joking about it behind the scenes, like, oh, finally another 3-0. You know, it happens sometimes. You get these series that are just sort of blowouts or close 3-0s, but going all the way to 6. I mean, it's kind of like more than you can ever hope for because you
Yeah,
don't dare hope for a 6-mapper, but when it happens, it's just a beautiful phenomenon.
it really is. It's like a little 4-leaf clover or something that you find, and it's just such a pleasure to watch, to cast, to play in. It's just a great thing all the way around. And like you said, it's not something you ever really hope for, but they happen from time to time, and I'm just excited that we got to experience another one here today, ManofClass. What a way to start out this day of Overwatch.
It's been an amazing start, and like you said, it's just the start. There's a few more series. I think 3 more series coming at you tonight. So definitely sit back and enjoy the ride. It's gonna be a hot one.
And after an absolute banger of a 6-game match, we are primed and ready to move forward to our next one. If you are just joining us, welcome. My name is Warren JuggleGod Hammond, joined on the mic tonight by Soavdannom, here for NECC week number 2. How are you feeling tonight so far, Soav?
I mean, what's not to say about that first match? There's so much hype coming off that first match. I was excited to be here already, but after watching that incredibly close banger of a match, I can only expect more. And we've got two pretty good teams. These are some younger teams here that I'm looking to see a lot out of between the, I'm going to mess this up. I looked at it 6 times. Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, and University of South Alabama. Both these teams fresh and new to the league. So I'm curious to see what they're bringing.
As am I. Now, we know a little bit about SIU, Southern Illinois University, their red team. They were able to take a win last week in a very close match against Rutgers State University, going to 5 maps. So we know that they're one of the higher performing teams, at least out of week 1. South Alabama, on the other hand, they had a bye last week, so they're coming into this, at least from my perspective, a complete unknown. And I'm just excited to see what both of these teams look like, what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and talk about complete unknowns. I mean, we know the maps, at least, if nothing else. So we're going to see Ilios, not everybody's favorite starting point, but we're there. We'll head ourselves to Eichenwald and Havana, followed by Kings Row. If you're new here, there's a lack of 2CP. We're getting ourselves prepared for that for the future. Out with the old and the things that nobody wants anyways as we head into, the new season and the things that we want to see. But I gotta say, coming into this, there's a fresh team over here on the side of University of South Alabama. A lot of younger freshman, sophomore class, a team that's got time to build. They've got their pieces and they're ready to go. So there's a lot of still figuring out to do. And the fact that we have no idea, and they had that bye in week 1, we don't know how prepared they're going to be. So they could come out of the gates ready to fire on Ilios, and you need to be able to fire on all cylinders there. You're going to call for a lot of comps. So we'll have to see what they do.
That we will. We're going to take a quick look at these starting rosters for each side. SIU going to be starting out with a Blue and Atrocity on the tank line. Waffle and Echo bringing up the DPS, and Samus and Nitrous holding down the support line. And a difference between this team and the other is that we do have several juniors on this team, right? So a little bit more experience, a little bit of that veteran presence, which, could be a difference maker coming in. But, these younger players, right? They tend to be the up and coming phenoms. So who knows? Maybe from South Alabama, we're going to see a little bit more of that. We do have one junior, Snoop Farrah, going to be starting things out, though.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the other side, we're going to see Smoke and Neptunic over on taking the tank line. Project and Snoop, they'll be over on the DPS, and Maruchan and Sinister are going to be ringing up the support line. And it's worth noting that Snoop Ferret and Sinister both have themselves listed as flex players for this Southern Alabama team. So they may be exactly where they want to be. They may not be where they want to be. They're still trying to figure out some things in this roster. So we may see some rotations of these roles, and as they kind of get it all paced out and see where they can go. But that might work in their favor. There's a lot of unknowns for the South Alabama team, and that may be something that works for them.
You're right, because in another perspective is, how do you prepare for that, right? How do you prepare for just an unknown team, right? The most you can do is just keep going with your scrims and make sure that you're working on what is a strength for yourselves. So you
have no footage to really go and look at. All you can do is just kind of see if they scrimmed anybody, maybe poke around and see what's floating around the zeitgeist of anything. And then, like you said, just play to your strengths. And that first win was a 3-2. So they're hungry. This Southern Illinois team, they're hungry. They know how to play in these clutch moments. So if they just continue to play like that from week 1, they look like they could be a strong contender to keep that win streak going here in week 2.
They absolutely do. And we're gonna get to see some good looks, I think, from both of these teams, as we are going to be starting out on Lighthouse. And you can run Brawl, you can run Dive here, and it looks like we're going to get a taste of both if what we're seeing hovered over in Spawn is anything to be believed.
Yeah, we're seeing that classic Brawl comp from SIUE Red. That May sim that kind of grew to a lot of prominence between the pros and the tier 2, tier 3. But you got to give something here. There's a very interesting looking poke comp that was kind of set up there. Smoke over on that Wrecking Ball and Snoop Ferret over on this means they're going to put the pressure from the skies and try to play it. So you're gonna have a little bit of a hard time. You may have to use that teleporter a bit more aggressively to place the target in your red.
Yeah, you certainly may have to do just that. And in addition, Samus is going to have to do a lot of work with their shield, because as South Alabama plays this right, they're going to be taking multiple angles, and we're already seeing that from Snoop Ferret. Going to get Smoke coming in for an engagement. Huge anti-nade from Sinister hits. Ooh. That's going to be Samus out of the fight almost immediately. The Immortality field is gone. Waffle doesn't look long for this world, but there has been a counter pick on the Smoke. Both main tanks are out of the fight now, and it looks like SIUE Red was able to stabilize. And in fact, they're going to take first point control. But this is typical from what you see from both of these kinds of compositions. South Alabama going to be looking to take this slower, take a lot of different angles. Another anti-nade from Sinister. They can't seem to stop them. Sinister just has this uncontested high ground position on the outside, and SIUE Red is just going to collapse under this onslaught of damage.
Snoop Ferret absolutely putting in work in there and just kind of cleaning it up. But that's what these comps do, right? This poke comp is going to take its time, and it's going to be rewarded for taking its time. So you already have Barrage. Project has that Tracer Pulse Bomb relatively quickly, and you already are looking ahead. Atrocity, meanwhile, she's the only one with the ultimate there, and Blue did swap over to Legs. Not finding value in that Meg. You need to bring in the hit scan for that. That's going to be a problem if Snoop Ferret's just going to keep raining down for you.
Yeah,
that's the correct call, and you have to put the resources into it.
You absolutely do. We're going to see a lot of pressure being put into Marachan, or rather Snoop Ferret initially. Here comes the Barrage, already finds Echo. Blue's going to be taken out as well. Now there's no DPLs to deal with Snoop Ferret or the rest of what South Alabama's throwing at Southern Illinois. They're going to be able to dismantle them and take another fight win.
I mean, SIUE Red just something broke in the communication. They couldn't keep track of where Snoop Ferret was, and that was just a beautiful opportunity to poke in the window, drop that, and there was no defense matrix there. So they need to get their communications clear. They need to be able to keep an eye on Snoop Ferret, and thankfully they also threw the pulse bomb in there, which didn't really get a lot of value South Alabama. But they've got both their resources down, and SIUE Red has both support ultimates, so they look like they can hold in this long fight.
That they can, but South Alabama may have bit off a little more than they can chew. They pushed pretty hard and pretty aggressively, and now SIUE Red gonna be able to push on to point with relative impunity. We're gonna see Sinister land another anti-nade. Atrocity gonna pay for that with their life, but they're gonna be pushed out relatively quickly, and Southern Illinois takes the point under their control.
They held it as long as they could, and South Alabama got a lot of value out of it, getting it 2/3 of the way. There's still a lot of value to be had, but slow crack. You're going to lose a lot of time trying to get this. Charge for it is going to take a while because they're in there, and that's going to be an early Valkyrie to set this off.
Yeah, that it is, and already they have one pick onto Atrocity. Waffle going to be forced to use that Sand Barrier to try and stay alive, but Snoop Ferret still has this Barrage, and without those extra shields, it's going to be loosed, and it's going to find value. Southern Alabama is going to be able to take this point back for themselves.
They need to do something about Snoop Ferret. They have, Blue is trying to just keep them under check, but it's just not enough. You need to commit a little bit more resources into it. That said, there's 5 for SIUE Red, so they have the tools to crack this open. And at some point, you got to see if maybe you're coming into a final fight. By the time they get there, it might be final fight territory. These 5 ultimates have to be big, but that's an early pick onto Echo, and that's more time bought. Juggle. They have to move. They can't afford to wait.
No, they can't, and it's unfortunate because Echo had that photon barrier as well, and that could have been a huge mitigating factor, taking Snoop Ferret's effectiveness down tremendously. Gonna see a nice aggressive push coming out from Nitrous. We're gonna have Blue on the back with that tech visor, but it's gonna be brought to them. Kill slightly in favor now of South Alabama. There is a counter pick, so these could still go the way of SIUE Red, but they have to come up with some picks right now, and they do. Project going to be taken out of the fight. Marchand doing everything they can to hold on to this point, see if they can turn it in their favor. Smoke has come back to the fight, but it doesn't look like they're long for this world. And at the last moment, Southern Illinois will take control of the point.
They need to. They're letting Snoop Ferret continue to live and get this value in it. It cost them almost everything there, and even still, you didn't even get to use the visor for what you wanted to. You ended up dumping it into Project on that Tracer, and just a little bit of communication issues, a little kerfuffle there in your usage for those ultimates. But you can still hold this. It's going to go to the final fight here, and it's kind of open to anybody. But Maruchan has that Valkyrie that might be the kind of deciding factor if Snoop Ferret builds this quick enough.
It certainly could be. Nice self-destruct coming in, gonna land right in the middle of the point, but the shield's gonna be there from Samus. The shield is down though, so now they're gonna have to deal a lot of damage, but the ultimates coming out from both Smoke and Project are landing. We're gonna see the sound barrier committed by Waffle, but the kill still coming in favor of South Alabama, and it looks like the brawl will fall to the dive this time around on Ilios Lighthouse.
It's an auspicious sign of things to come. The brawl comp is, favored by a lot of teams, especially at this level, simply because it's very effective given point control. You're just able to put down those sim turrets. You're able just to hold your ground, and the ability to kind of just hyper rush onto teams is so useful. But if you can't play, if you don't have your counters to this poke comp, it's just you're not gonna get any real value because Snoop, you'll get reined in, and usually it's an Echo. Snoop has chosen the Fari here, and if they don't put a little more pressure onto that, when we see it now, Echo is going to go over to the Cassidy. I like that pick a little better. It looks like they're going to try and just even match it a little on their own and try a little more pressure off. But won't they see the surprise on the other side from South Alabama here? Oh man, this is gonna be interesting when we get to the center of the point, Juggle.
Yes, it certainly is. Southern Illinois, though, at the last moment, they opt to go back to the brawl, so we're gonna see hammers fly this time around. Very similar lineups coming out from each one, but Marchan on the Moira is an interesting pick as well. I'm curious about that. We're going to see both tanks go down very low. Project smells blood in the water, and they're going to push the advantage. We got to pick on each side, though. Nitrous going to be demaxed. So this is an opportunity, once again, for South Alabama, but do they have the players to make it work? Project does find several kills on the Cassidy, though, and that's going to be South Alabama winning this first fight.
There's a lot of contention about the Moira. I like it here simply because you have the Reaper Snoop Ferret there, who's kind of self-sustaining. You can dump a little more healing into your tank line, you can give them that, and then Coalescence builds so quick. Maruchan already is at 70%, you're already basically leading, and SIUE Red even had to make some changes. They're back onto the Sim Lucio, and now you've even given yourself a little bit more of an advantage in that economy. South Alabama's looking in a good position. There's that Shatter. Ooh.
Massive shatter off the back as soon as Samus was down and out of the fight. They let it rip. Project is going to go down to Echo, but South Alabama is doing a good enough job cleaning up the rest of the players, taking them out of the fight that they're going to continue to hold.
Yeah, they didn't even really have to commit anything into it either. You commit the Shatter, and if you can get value on that Shatter, that's a free win. You still have this Coalescence going into it. You'll have a High Noon coming up. The tools are there for South Alabama, and SIUE Red making those changes a little bit late might have backfired. I'm also not sure about this Soldier 76 still. You don't necessarily have a Far to contend with. I guess you're already committed to the TAC visor, but I might have given that up way sooner.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's not going to deal quite as much frontline damage as these other picks will. Marchan uses that Coalescence, but they're removed from the fight relatively quickly. Now we see the strength of the legs and the TAC visor coming in. Going to be chased around by Snoop Ferret, though. They've got just a sliver of health. The reload saving their life. The self-destruct from Neptunica coming in big as well, though. So what was an early advantage to Southern Illinois is now switched in favor of Alabama. We are going to get a couple of picks coming in courtesy of Echo, though, so they do hold on and flip the point.
That's fine if you're South Alabama, though. You've gotten the value. You've gotten it to almost, one fight plus a little more. You didn't commit everything, too, so you have both your DPS ults, and that's enough to win, considering if you're tracking, there's only one support ultimate on the line for SIUE Red. And that's enough to make this work. Snoop Ferret just needs to get a good angle and position for this Death Blossom to really put the pressure on it. There's that Deadeye.
That Deadeye looking to maybe bait out this, oh, but now there's no supports left at all. Southern Alabama has an opportunity to just sweep, but there's no supports online anywhere as Blue is taking a couple of them out. Here comes the Death Blossom, but it's gonna be Southern Illinois holding on. What a flurry of ults.
Great combo from Samus and Blue there. That Shatter just set up the attack visor incredibly well and kept them alive in what could have been a dangerous situation. Snoop Ferret gonna swap over to the Hanzo, play a little more range, not really feeling the Reaper, looking probably for a little more shield break in those Storm arrows. And they're running out of time to make this work. They'll have to make Sinister Sound Barrier good, but Project's down already.
Yeah, that is a nice pick coming in favor of Southern Illinois. We're gonna see them back up quite a bit now. Give a lot of space and just wait for them to come back into the fight, but they're going to be met with a photon barrier, a sound barrier, all the barriers, frankly, as well as the self-destruct from Nitrous.
Barriers as far as the eye can see. So many particle effects, but we'll see if we can get some value out of these ults that are on the board for them.
That we will. South Alabama are going to take a flank around the point, actually. Initially, the Shatter gonna land. There's the sound barrier in response, though, from Waffle. Ready to see the photon barrier come up as well. Smoke not gonna be long for this world. They are taken out of the fight. And now with 90% on the board, Southern Illinois looks like they may bring this back in their favor. The attack visor doing some tremendous damage as well. South Alabama may have taken the first map, but the second sub-map going to go in favor of Southern Illinois. We've got a last-minute contest coming out from Smoke, but it's not going to be enough, especially with Attack Visor now dealing in so much damage that you just can't escape from. Overtime will tick over. That's going to do it.
And we're going to 3. You know, I did question the staying on the Soldier, right? Like, that seems like an odd pick. You have no Pharah to really contest with. But Blue is getting incredible value out of these visors. Typically, you think of that kind of a lower value ultimate. You might get a pick or two. Usually, you can zone out on it. But they've gotten some really good value on it, and there looks like they're going to continue to stay on this. And SIUE's going to swap over to this kind of an anti-poke. They're going to bring in the Orisa. They're going to bring in some more crowd control, and I like this because you can expect this on well. That is exactly what you'd expect, and now you have that double hit scan for Snoop Ferret. You finally got your footing if you're SIUE Red, and I think this is where you can kind of dig your heels into the ground and really get yourself planted as well.
You're absolutely right. Now, looking at South Alabama, it's going to be up to Smoke to try and keep these DPS at bay, right? Smoke not necessarily going to be looking for picks, but just going to be looking for disruption to help Snoop Ferret stay alive. We're going to see a rocket starting to come in. Southern Illinois going to take a very standard approach here to just setting up in the middle, and already Blue is fine value. Snoop Ferret out of the fight. Marchand falls shortly thereafter. Smoke in a very dangerous position. They might not be long for this world as we're only able to proc a couple of adaptive shields, and with that, Southern Illinois going to take first control of well.
Yeah, you have so much CC. Who are you really going to dive in this? Like, there's just no one you can really put the pressure on if you're going to try and poke and isolate here. But, that's the point of this counter poke comp, right? You have no one that's really a good target, and Nitrous can just sit there and harass and peel for whoever they need to, and it's worked out for them. SIUE Red is gonna keep themselves grounded here and in position to this quite extended team fight, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. South Alabama not really willing to give this up in their positioning just yet, and for maybe good reason. Project able to take Echo out of the fight after a nice pile driver coming in from Smoke. The res will be there, but the advantage still in favor of South Alabama. They've gained control of the point, starting to pick up progress, and with Waffle out of the fight, who was just about to get that Valkyrie as well, that's a good boon for them. The point will flip over back to Southern Illinois, though. South Alabama doesn't really have that staying in point presence that they need. Smoke could get something going with this minefield. Now it's going to zone out Blue, mitigate some of their effectiveness with their attack visor, but they still are able to find Maruchan. A couple of picks coming in, though, in favor of Alabama means the point is going to be theirs. Nitrous, though, looking to continue the pressure. Self-destruct committed, as is the supercharger. That's so much damage coming in. And with that, it's entirely possible Southern Illinois will come back and reclaim this point as their own. A couple of picks, though, coming in very rapid succession, courtesy of Snoop and Smoke once again. So the point definitely not over and out of control of Southern Alabama just yet.
It's just a tug of war at this point. Both of these comps playing to their strengths and playing to their effectiveness, and just both teams looking very good at what they're trying to play. It's interesting. You usually see these poke comps with, ironically enough, an Echo, as we see an Echo on one side but not the other. But usually you see this with an Echo, which gives you a little more ability to look towards, if you do need extra tanks, it gives you a little more flexibilization. But that's a pulse bomb early to, takes out that. But usually you see that, and that's, it's interesting to see the Cassidy here, the double hit skin. That has to just be a comfort pick for Snoop Parrot, because I don't quite see why.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't really mitigate anything, right? There's no dive coming in from SIUE Red. So I think you're absolutely right. This is just looking like a comfort pick to me. We're going to start off with a pick onto Echo, though. The res is going to come in, but Waffle going to be dealt a lot of damage for it. Deadeye out now from Snoop Parrot. That's going to zone away. And in fact, it finds Echo, who had just popped theirs as well. Amplification Matrix now committed by Atrocity. She's looking to get a lot more damage going into the other team, but the minefield from Smoke is tremendous. The environmental comes in as well, and this wrecking ball clearing the way for South Alabama to take this first map.
South Alabama has looked very good on this poke comp between Smoke, who has just been a nuisance on this wrecking ball. Usually you've seen, when you look at wrecking ball players, you're looking them to disrupt, like kind of you've said earlier, you're looking for disruption, you're looking for just making space for your DPS, but Smoke has just decided they don't need to make space, they are the space, and they'll just use the space they make themselves. And then, that's just been good, but you can't count this out too, because Blue has looked good on this soldier, right?
Right.
He's looked very good on this. Like, you've gotten value from these tactical advisors. You have the support. You've gotten a great team comp with this Baptiste. You've got the pieces there, but something's just not clicking for Southern Illinois. And maybe it's some positioning issues, maybe it's some communication. We saw a lot of problems with their brawl in the beginning, and it'll take a map or two to maybe get that out, but maybe this is just a weak moment for them. Who knows? We'll have to see when we go to the next map.
Yeah, that we will. And of course, the next map going to be Eichenwald. And we saw the Pharah come out before. I'm imagining we're going to see that again. Coming out from South Alabama. They just look so strong on this comp, and they just won with it, so why change what works, right? I think that could be especially prevalent on the attack, which I imagine is where they're going to be, as, of course, you anticipate the losing team taking defense first.
Yeah, typically that's the case. And as you said, back in the days of early seasons, we used to see Farah's roam this capture point segment a lot, and even later into the castle segment. It's very likely we will see Snoop stay on that, just because that's clearly shown to be an effective pick. And with Smoke being an effective ball creating that space, I see no reason to give that up. So if you're Southern Illinois, you need to figure out what your countering to that is, because you need to keep this kind of anti-poke comp alive, which I think you need to tweak it a little bit. This Baptiste Mercy, I think we saw flying around for a little bit. The Baptiste Lucio, it was a good idea, but we need to kind of cement it a little bit and pick something that's going to get us the value we're looking for. Because we're trying to boost the Cassidy, we're trying to boost the soldier, but we're also kind of low on the healing. We're kind of low on burst healing, especially. And that in a comp versus a Pharah is really important.
Yeah, it really is. You've got to be able to just immediately bring your teammates back up to full health. Because if you don't, 2 rockets is all it's going to take
too much,
to knock out a squishy. Yeah, exactly. So you've got a very fine line that you have to walk, and you've got a very limited amount of time where you can bring your teammates back into the fight. So you're absolutely right. This Pharah needs to be dealt with, and I just find it interesting because that was the name of the game in our first match as well. It was the Pharahs dominating and really creating so much space, not being mitigated, that at the end of the day was what allowed a lot of the wins for both of the teams that we saw before. So are we seeing the same story here? It's looking like we are, at least initially.
Yeah, it is looking like that. I'm not sure why the preference for Pharah over Echo. Maybe we're just looking for more consistent value. It is a little bit easier to get, to keep your pharmacy alive, as opposed to your Echo, who has a little more mobility to get in, get out. Usually that's the plan. You kind of play it like a Tracer or like a Genji. Right. Get in, get out, get some picks, and do that. And if we're not looking to engage incredibly hard, that's fine. It looks like, though, we do have a sub coming in here on the side of Southern Illinois.
Yeah, End is going to be coming in from Nitrous, so a little bit of a change in the tank line. Of course, we could see a swap coming out between roles and other players as well, but that's not typically the case. We're typically going to see the sub come in for that position. So I wonder what that's going to do. What kind of a shift in strategy does this signal for Southern Illinois?
So if I had to guess, we're probably bringing in, I was gonna say maybe a Zarya or a Sigma player. We're showing this very high aggressive beam brawl, which I really do like this. You have the Mei for isolation. You have all these beams that you can't negate with the Diva. It's a great way to kind of counter what you expect is assumedly the meta kind of picks of Rhine Diva. I'm very curious to see how End does. Zarya's kind of in a tough position right now, just given the state of the character and how things have been. But I have to imagine they feel confident about this pick for Southern Illinois. Like this is their choices here. They brought in this player specifically for this, and probably has to have a very good Zarya for us to see this. And meanwhile, we're going to see. Sorry, I had to point this out. I saw the Junkrat on the defense there, and that kind of shocked me. I assumed you'd see the far, but we're looking for that brawl instead.
Yeah, I'm shocked by it as well. I'm glad you mentioned it because I was thinking that too. We're going to see the nice TP over the high ground coming out from Southern Illinois, but they're taking a tremendous amount of damage already. Immortality Field has to be used by both sides, and South Alabama, well, they were ready for it.
I mean, that's the Junkrat, right? Like, Junkrat is just so good when your opponents are grouped up, and there's nothing more up-grouping than a teleporter over the top, and all you need to do is just throw your mines in, just keep it bouncing, and you're just going to get value on that. It actually pays off. And now that there's a Junkrat in play, let's see what SIUE Red wants to do about that, because that was a lot. That was a quick fight, one and done, and Smoke already has the shatter to keep that rolling.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, and look at this. Smoke looking for the flank as well. This could be brutal. They may have timed it a little wrong, though. They're going to come in for it. It is going to land. Catches out three members of the opposing team, but the Immortality Field was there. But look at this charge. Smoke takes them completely out of the fight, almost off the map, but
and there's three.
Spirit with a 3K tire. That's going to delete the rest of SIUE Red.
I like the plans that SIUE Red are putting in. They're using this teleporter effectively. They're trying to hyper rush onto this. And it's a great idea. But man, are they just getting punished trying to rush. You can't rush this junk. Like, you can't really isolate anybody. Everybody on the side of South Alabama is just able to really get away, with the exception of the Reinhardt, who doesn't really need to, because all they need to do is just hold shield and the spam and then the damage is coming through. So hopefully this teleporter comes through a little bit more effectively here.
We'll have to see. The Photon Barrier going to be committed as well, and that's going to take a lot of pressure off Sama's shield. Immortality Field still having to be committed, though, as several members have gone down low. But this beam has charged up now, and Echo should be doing a tremendous amount of damage. Neptunica, she's going to be demeched as well. Marachan, she commits the Amplification Matrix at the same time as Sinister pops that sound barrier. And South Alabama, once again, going to be able to hold.
I mean, SIUE Red had most of their tools in the mid-fight. Yeah, there's that sound barrier a little bit late, but South Alabama was just ahead since the beginning, and there's a shatter just to clean it all up. Smoke just going to go ahead and bring it home, and oh no, it's going to be the late stagger onto Atrocity. That's can they get her out? Can they get her out in time? Are they going to be able to? They did.
They might.
Ooh, good on them. That saved a lot of time. That could have been very tragic had they let it go, but that's a tire? Ooh.
Tire's not going to find any value this time, and that's going to let SIUE Red breathe a sigh of relief right there. Now, South Alabama has an opportunity.
Oh, no.
They have this Deadeye and potentially a self-destruct, but without Blue in the fight, that's going to slow things down. They're wisely going to back off, I think, to try again.
They need the reset. They've not really stopped, and that's going to be the bomb from the Tunica too. The self-destruct going in does not find anything, but they'll get punished for it. And you know, just as I say, maybe they should back up and regroup. That's the time to go. That's the go button. You have a pick. You can't wait on it.
No, you can't, because Neptunica has already respawned, and those boosters are going to get her back to the fight relatively quick. We're going to see the same TP come in. Now a couple of turrets set up, but the shatter from Samus is going to land, but it looks like the Riptire is going to do the work that needs to be done. And now we are in last fight territory, and there's barely going to be time for Southern Illinois to touch point.
No, and this has just been a tragedy for SIUE Red, and that's an early. Oh no, this has just been downhill since moment one for Southern Illinois Red. they've just been on the back foot since moment one. They tried a sneaky play, it didn't pay off, and they never stopped. They never really fully reset. They were slow to get these ultimates, and just finally getting that Graviton Surge into play, and just I was immediately picked. That's so early.
A big Graviton Surge comes in from end, but the end is nigh for Southern Illinois University. OT's gonna click over. Nobody left to touch the point, and South Alabama with a phenomenal first point hold on Eichenwald.
33%. That's all it's going to take, and I'm scared for Southern Illinois Red, honestly, because they struggled for that. There's no nice way to put it. They struggled. They stuck to their guns. They thought they could win on this brawl, and at some point you have to look and say, okay, this Junkrat is just killing us. We need to do something about that, and you can't afford to just keep running at this Junkrat. He's just going to get value of mines, of all these projectiles. You know, Snoop has been getting 2 and 3 tires, and really just you need to do something about that. There's just no way you have to address it. You just can't, because Snoop is going to run that back. So do you have an answer? Your answer is more shields. Okay, I don't hate that answer, but there's still a bit of a problem because you don't necessarily have. It gives you a little more range versus a Junkrat, but still not a lot. You're still trying to run at it, and I don't know that this is going to work. All it's going to take is one fight for Southern Alabama to just get a pick with a rogue mine or a grenade or catch somebody out, and this map's done.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is, and you know, having that like burst kill potential is just tremendous when you only have to capture 33%, right? You can play for that. You can play to build up your ultimates. And Southern Illinois in a very, very tough spot right now. They have the double shield, like you said. Maybe this is going to mitigate some of the damage coming in, but it's not going to deal with a tire necessarily. Maywall going to be used early by Blue, but taken down rather rapidly as well. Now we're going to see a rotation come out around the left side of this tower. Nice concussive grenade coming in from Snoop Barrett. And look at that. Snoop Barrett already with 2 kills. They just cannot be stopped. Snoop Barrett might not be Snoop Dogg, but they're certainly sending people to death row as well. And that's going to be it. South Alabama goes up 2-0.
It's the one and only FERRET for sure. I mean, but the burst damage has been the name of this game, right?
Yeah.
Like from moment one, South Alabama has just been putting pressure on with this burst damage. The Far, the Junkrat. I don't even need to talk. I'll let this tire speak for itself.
Right.
But this burst damage has just been so prevalent. South Alabama has been using it so effectively. 5, by the way, just casual 5. No big deal. Casual 5K just throws it out there. Burst damage has been the name of this game, and you need something to negate that. If you are Southern Illinois, it needs to be. You have the Baptiste, who is a good answer to that, but you need more. You need the Moira. Like a Moira might not be a bad pick. Typically, you could look to something like a Brigitte because you have the health packs. You can toss a cookie to a friend and see how that goes. But you know, you need to negate this burst damage, right? Like that's the thing that's killing you. Let's see what those answers are when we come back from this break, because I want to see this answer. There just needs to be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know what? You said the word cookie right there, and that reminded me that I'm hungry. So I am going to go grab a snack during this short break. We will see you all back here very soon. South Alabama up 2-0. Let's see if Southern Illinois can bring it back. We'll be right back. It is a battle of the Southern schools. Maybe Illinois isn't in the South, but we are experiencing Southern Illinois' gameplay today. Going up against South Alabama, 2-0 score right now. And after Eichenwald, I mean, that was a tremendous hold that we saw.
Yeah, that was just a dominant performance from Southern Alabama. That was a masterclass in how to effectively counter a brawl using maybe an unsuspecting character and what a lot of teams wouldn't pick. Junkrat, usually look down to a lower pick, as you see it a lot in, your gold, silvers. But showing that you can get some value out of this in the collegiate level is a big sign. And as we're going into our next map, Escort in Havana, is there a chance we see it here? I think this is like a good enough. You have these long sight lines you can just barrel down. This burst damage that Southern Alabama has just been really putting preference to may continue to be a big part of their success here.
It certainly could. And, you speak about burst damage, and one hero that we haven't seen, which that is absolutely part of their kit, is Widowmaker. Widowmaker can be absolutely brutal here on First Point Havana. So, if we're looking for more one-pick potential, look no further than that sniper.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And even to a lesser extent, if you're looking for more shield break potential, you have the Hanzo available. These long sightlines just make for so many uses. But I think the more... Here's the thing. So we've seen these teams play this brawl, and one of the other trends we've seen here is this incredibly close hold. So if I had to guess, Southern Alabama is feeling themselves. They're really feeling themselves right now. They might just push up to those spawn doors and just say, no, you're not coming out, and this payload's not going anywhere. And if Southern Illinois Red wants to... They're looking for this double shield, this kind of a distance, this range comp. They're going to be surprised to come out to see what's out the gate. Yeah, you can see them kind of sneaking their way into position and trying to get themselves ready. They're going to rush this right away, and SIUE Red's going to have to respond. And maybe they'll catch it. They probably won't, but maybe they can catch it quick enough to make some changes, not lose too much ult value, and then get back into the plan they want to play, because they want to play this. What is this gonna hold out the gates? Oh, there's the Junkrat already. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Already boops a couple of members into a place they desperately don't want to be. Waffle fighting for their lives as hard as they can, but they will go down. But a crucial pick coming out onto Snoop Barrett for Southern Illinois. With a spawn advantage in their favor, that means that effectively this spawn hold is over. And now with a pick onto Maruchan as well, without her large heals coming in, Southern Illinois gonna be able to come away with this first fight win. And I've got to say, I wasn't expecting this. The composition they were running did not look prepared to meet this brawl.
Oh no, but I have a feeling End kind of might have predicted this when they were talking about this in there, because the shield was out right away. Even though Waffle kind of got separated, the support was there, the peel was there for everybody. Yeah. And there is an art to this forward hold, right? Not everybody can do it, and sometimes it falls apart that quickly. And Southern Alabama, like I said, they were feeling themselves. They were thinking they can do it, but now they're just going to try again and get themselves in a position to control this high ground, this very important high ground here. But they just have so much they can rain down.
That they do. South Alabama already, though, hurting as Sinister is out of the fight. Now it's going to be up to Maritime to keep her team alive as best as she can. Going to see the Dragon Strike loosed now by Blue into the blue team as well. That's going to deal a lot of damage. Both tanks going down very low. In fact, a couple of picks in favor of Southern Illinois, and I gotta say, they seem to have found maybe the solution here in this double shield bunker style composition.
Similarly, yeah, it's again the problem of this rush. You can run at the rush can run at you, but if they can't kill you, if they can't isolate, if you can heal through this burst damage, you're going to be fine. And that's what they've done. They've brought in the Brigitte, they've brought in these pieces, and now they're getting themselves set up. They can vie for control on this high ground, and they're going to have to vie for this. But Snoop Ferret's going to need to hold this high ground effectively for a couple minutes while they try to get value on this. But they're going to get picked immediately, and that's it. That's the go button. They're ready to go. They're to have this space in their control.
That they do. Dynamite going to go in as well from Echo. That's going to force Southern Alabama back just a little bit once again, and has the Gravitic Flux online. Their shield goes down. Here's a couple of Amplification Matrix. A lot of damage going through. Immortality fields having to be committed. And as the smoke is clearing, smoke is nowhere to be found. Both tanks for South Alabama gonna be sent back to spawn, and Southern Illinois showing no signs of slowing down.
Where was this in map 1 and 2 though?
Right.
I understand, control points. Control points not exactly a great, double shield comp, but we could have seen this way earlier. They look so good. They look like a polished team here. They look like a team that won in week 1, and now as this comes around with 5 ultimates for Southern Alabama, this may finally be they might finally be able to fight back here.
They might. Supercharger doing a lot of work right now, eventually taken out by smoke, but the point has almost been captured. Somebody having to contest it. Project finds a pick onto blue right before they can get that Dragon Strike out the door again. Bob committed now as well. Here comes the self-destruct from Neptunica. She finds 2 with it this time around. South Alabama may have stopped the bleeding.
I mean, it cost them everything. It cost all 5 of the ults to get that. So, you're happy for that. You got to regroup. You got to figure out what you do into this. They're trying to play this very sneaky brawl comp where they're trying to execute this rush, and it's just not happening right. The communication's off. They're not really isolating a target. They're not really falling onto the same people, and this may require a change for this rush comp. You may need to bring back into the sim or a May to kind of change up and isolate a little bit. But see, again, there it is, and they're going to find value this time, but can they keep this up? Because this is not going to always work.
No, it certainly isn't. I mean, that push almost took me by surprise, and I was watching them as they prepared for it. Really. So that was just an incredible fight that came out from Southern Alabama. Exactly what we needed to see them do. No ults on the board for either team now.
Yeah, the tempo's back in Alabama's control now. They've bought themselves that. It only cost them the amplification matrix, so now they can kind of reset the ultimate economy. They can vie for the attention they've got, and they've got control of this in very important high ground where the Junkrat can just rain down. They can have control over that, and that's going to be a trap and immediately pushing into that.
Yeah, a beautiful rotation coming out from South Alabama. They saw what was happening, and they adjusted immediately. And now Southern Illinois, with such a static composition, they're going to have to back off and try something a little bit different. See if they can hold back, but here's this rush. Once again, it's pushing in very quick. Smoke goes down very, very low. Shatter does land. It's going to knock Samus down onto the ground, and Neptunica is there to finish it off. Snoop Barrett with another Riptire, gonna find Waffle, and now South Alabama once again primed to hold, but they've got a tenuous advantage at the moment.
They're letting Alabama take the bait of pretending to isolate the Orisa or the Sigma, and then everybody's immediately focusing in on whoever falls into that, and they're playing this very well. They're using this aggression from South Alabama to their advantage, and while Southern Alabama's coming into this kind of like getting ahead, there's still a chance that they can keep this push alive.
There absolutely is, especially with a couple of early picks like this. We are going to see a counter pick coming. In fact, no supports left for Southern Illinois. This is South Alabama's time to put to tighten the thumb screws once again, and that's exactly what we see happen.
Yeah, they dug their heels in, and they've not been pushed back since. But 4 ultimates might have something to say about that. Bob is going to eventually be a great stall down the line. So if they can use these ultimates in an early and advantageous way, SIUE Red can continue to keep this and get this back and keep themselves rolling towards C. Otherwise, South Alabama is going to come into a lot in the mid fight, and then that's just going to close it out. Snoop might even have this before, but that's going to be the Dragons out early.
Yeah, that's gonna hopefully that's gonna take out the immortality field. Here comes the Riptire, and that could be the difference maker. And it's gonna find Waffle once again. Samus falls very shortly after it. Senator using this sound barrier now to allow the aggression to continue from South Alabama. Project finds 2 with the Deadeye. There's gonna be a counter pick from Atrocity, but she's not gonna be long for this world, and the overtime will take over. South Alabama holds very early in Streets phase.
Man, shout out to Bob on that Deadeye pickup, because when Bob slammed in and knocked them up, they knocked it right back down with that too. Great communication and ult usage on the side of Southern Alabama. They look crisp. When Southern Alabama has the tempo in their control, when they're playing the game they want to play, when they have things on their terms, they look like a very solid team. And SIUE Red, not slouching, but they're just kind of struggling to deal with that. They're struggling to get the control back on their end. They're trying to play the game they want. They're picking this double shield to try to slow it down, right? They're trying to say, we don't want to play this brawl comp. We don't want to rush. We want to take it. They showed this initial pick comp. They're trying to slow the game down, but Southern Alabama is just not having it. And, the second I say they're going to play, we're talking about the speed and control, Southern Alabama says we can just do it better. It's fine. We'll show you how to do this if you want to play double shield too.
Yeah, that's I'm very surprised actually to see this composition coming out from them, because they've just been having such tremendous success with the brawl. But you know what? I'm here for it. I'm with them. If they think this can do it, then I can't wait to see what they've got in store for us. We're not going to see the early spawn hold come out from SIUE Red.
No, they don't feel comfortable enough to take it. They want to play this in the double shield. They want to try and play it at their game, and that arrow will show that they will be matched. So now the pace is slower. SIUE Red has it at their level, and now Southern Alabama can't run on them. So let's see what happens now when we're playing this kind of a chess as opposed to, I don't know,
speed chess?
Pickup sticks, I guess? Yeah, pickup sticks? I don't know. But
yeah, exactly. Well, certainly going to be picking up a kill right there. Snoop Fair it is for South Alabama. SIUE Red being forced to back off and give a lot of space now. Because, yeah, without Atrocity and her heals, it's going to be very hard for them to stay alive. So they need to do everything they can to do exactly that. Nice Hulk comes in, briefly puts Snoop Parrot in the air, but no follow-up there this time around. But Snoop Parrot once again coming in huge for SIUE, rather for South Alabama. This point is almost captured, and only 2 picks have been needed to get it this far for South Alabama. Snoop Parrot coming in again with a kill. They've been getting the final blows consistently. That's 4 kills, 5 kills, 5 final blows for Snoop Parrot. Project finally gets one as well, but I mean, you gotta stop this player.
I mean, let's discuss first of all the fact that SIUE Red just gave the space for free. I mean, They just kind of kept backing up. They never really tried to contest it. I understand we're playing double shield here. You can kind of put your foot down. You know, you can use your healing at hand to try to do this. You're not necessarily going to expect your mercies to pick up the slack, but you can put a foot down and try not to let this happen. If you keep just letting them take free real estate, you know, they're just going to walk into the brewery just like they did.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, what a great place for them to be here. They can finish off this map, grab a drink right afterwards. But, well, I guess this is collegiate. They might not be 21 yet, so of course there's not going to be any drinking. Atrocity now looking to maybe try and find some value, turn the fortunes around for this Southern Illinois squad. They are going to get a pick onto Smoke. Both support ults going to be used, though, by South Alabama to see if they can pull back a win right here. Smoke will be rezzed. That's a huge boon. Bob going to be thrown in now from Project Neptunica. She finds a kill as well. Bob not to be outdone finds one as well. This could be the end. The supercharger loosed now to try and get these last few kills. The cart just is not stopping, and South Alabama come with a wonderful debut here in NECC. Gonna take the 3-0 win over Southern Illinois.
Man, what a statement to make here. You know, we talked about how this was a team of unknowns, right? They had a bye week 1. This is a young squad, freshmen, sophomores. You need to keep an eye on this team now, especially Snoop Ferret, who's just been, I'm pretty sure they've had every single play. I think with these, no, I'm sorry. Blue had 1. Let me not overstate.
Blue had one on that first map,
yeah, Blue had the first one. But like Snoop Ferret has just been in the kill feed every single, like, I can't think of a moment where Snoop Ferret was not in the kill feed. And that's something you have to be aware. So if you're watching this game on the side, you understand what this team has. This young team with a good, strong talent has there. They've shown they can play a little bit of everything. They show they can play a quick game, a slow game. If you're in this division, you got to keep an eye out for that, because this is a team you need to watch and figure out how to get the control of. You know, it took Southern Illinois a little bit of time to kind of get there and finally start to understand what to do, but a little too late. Too late.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Too little, too late. That was the story for Southern Illinois this time around. But you know, they did a good job, I think, holding back a lot of the aggression, at least on the control point. Right, that was a very competitive map. If they can translate some of that success over to these payload maps, then certainly they can be a force to be reckoned with as well. But the story of the day definitely going to be South Alabama coming out of the gates hard. And just a phenomenal win for them. And like you said, Snoop Ferret, the star, I think, of the show for South Alabama. You know, it's, you know, you can find value by not getting the final pick, right? But when you can, you know, remove a player in get those final picks as well. That's just extra. That's just the icing on top, really. So
Oh yeah.
Snoop Parrot, absolutely a player to watch out for. And you got to commend the rest of the team, too, because they did a
Oh yeah.
wonderful job enabling them.
Absolutely, because that's the team play, right? Is you're looking for your DPS to help clean up a lot of the initial picks, the engages of the tanks, and you're looking for your supports to make sure to know who to put, where to put those resources, who to support when, who needs the healing when do we use those ultimates, and both teams had a great look at that. It's just that Southern Alabama really put it to a better use, and you could just see it every single time the kill feed lit up, and every single full hold they were able to take. And anytime they were able to put their foot down and get it or make a change to their team, you could see that they knew and trusted each other and had the communication for it.
They absolutely did. And at the end of the day, that's what did it for them.
Yeah.
Congratulations again to South Alabama. Southern Illinois put up a good fight as well. Nothing to be ashamed of there. And I'm looking forward to seeing what both of these teams can do later on. But speaking of later on, it's going to be later on before you see us back in the booth. We're going to take a short break. We're going to let some other casters come in here and take you on a trip for this next matchup. But stick with us. Don't go anywhere. More Overwatch coming your way very soon.
And welcome back to the NECC Overwatch action. You got the boys tonight. Nuclear and Ult Charge are here, and we are ready to see the onslaught between Rogers State University and the University of Arkansas here in the Challengers White Division. Ult Charge, how we doing?
We're doing great, Nuke. We're doing great. I think this one's going to be a pretty good one. University of Arkansas is new to the NECC, and Rogers State has kind of rearranged their roster. They're looking for a bounce back season, and it's starting off okay for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's a 2-3 loss that UARK just had to produce Sigma's team, and a pretty close match nonetheless, 2-3. But if you look over at Rogers State, they have the same record, 2-3 against SIUE Red. So for tonight's match, I'm gonna be looking at how they play against each other, because I mean this is gonna be the matchup. Both teams have won 2 and lost 3, and terms of everything overarching. Also, I got to throw a little shout out to the University of Arkansas's team. All of their team is either computer science or engineering majors. So I'm fairly confident they have the protractors out and they're going to be looking at those angles.
Yeah, and speaking of the angles, this is what we're going to have tonight for map number 1 on Control. We're going to have Ilios. Then we're headed over to Germany for our hybrid map of Eichenwald. Then back over to Havana on the other side of the pond. Back over the pond again to Kings Row, my favorite, for the hybrid map again. And Control, Oasis. And if we get to a map 6 tiebreaker, we're going to have an escort map of, what is that, Rialto? Rialto, yes.
That is Rialto.
Nuke, if you're looking at these maps and you're thinking, where is it going to be the most even? Tonight we've seen it be very even on Ilios, but on these other maps, Eichenwald is one of those where, especially here in the Challengers division, you could get some of those burst DPS picks like a Junkrat or a Pharah that completely change the style of play that we're going to see in our first map.
Yeah, absolutely. With Eichenwald, you can see a number of comps come out in terms of you can see dive, you can see brawl, you can see hybrid comps come out. But the map that I'm actually going to be looking for both sets that will be on tonight is the control map of Ilios. I had the disposition earlier to actually watch our Overwatch team compete in our Esports Center against Northwestern on the control map, and it was some scraps, 1-1 against everyone. But speaking of scrapping, we're going straight into the lineups. First off, we got Rogers State University. We got Ripsy, Disgraceless, Dead Viper, Raven Rider, Cinder, and Ambroseless.
Yeah, and they were saying to me earlier today that their lineup is a little bit different this season. They're really just looking on improving their cohesion and their effective communication with the new roster. And then on the other side of things, for University of Arkansas, we've got Ospat, the team captain, revived this team, also climbed from bronze to masters ranked, playing only Brig over the course of 5 seasons. So this guy just bleeds Overwatch. Then we've got Hologram, Freshman, Waffle, Firefly, Tranquil, and Lucky Mac rounding out that roster. Nick, it should be really exciting. I am pretty much ready to go over to Greece and head into Ilios.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a remark in itself to look at Ospat carrying himself up through bronze all the way to masters with just Brig. I guess if you're going to do it on any support, that is the support to do it with.
Yeah, he said he started in season 19 being the bronze support player, got to platinum in season 21, diamond in season 22, and finally hit masters 8 seasons later, actually in season 27. And he said it makes the game a lot more enjoyable. Like once you find that spot in your skill set where it just kind of clicks, it's way more fun than just like getting stuck in one spot like a lot of players can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that they found that passion, that sort of revitalization to jump back into Overwatch ranked. That can be a feat in itself sometimes. That's a whole different mentality. Speaking of mentality, we're looking at team mentality going into this series, and we're seeing a little variation of brawl comps on both sides. I'd like to wait to see that Bastion come out, though, for King's Row. I know we like that Mandata top hack strat, and I think Waffle can hear me as I say that as Waffle switches straight over to Ashe from the Bastion.
Yeah, just kind of figuring out those DPS picks right now. But something that's been very stable all night is a Reaper being played by pretty much every team. And then the Baptiste Lucio having that speed boost to get your Reinhardt around. And then, of course, that immortality field that Baptiste can throw out just to keep everyone alive without the use of an ultimate. Just a crazy support hero.
The Zarya, and Raven's going to be on the Diva. They're going to brawl it out in the middle. Lamp is going to go up. It's going to get taken down. Ripsy denying that immediately.
Yeah, it looks like Roger State aggressing a little bit after UARK uses some of their cooldowns. Once those Zarya bubbles are out, that is kind of the go signal for RSU to step forward into this UARK composition. Right now, we're seeing Alec up on the high ground. The team looks at him as one of their leaders, and we can kind of see him doing all the legwork here, healing, doing damage. Already has that Baptiste ultimate down. Hologram just getting hers online as well. And teams right now still just trading it out. Waffle able to get the pick onto the opposing Cassidy, and it looks like UARK just spill onto this point despite being down in resources initially, and they will actually get the flip here.
Yeah, Hologram and Waffle just shooting heads like it's target practice. Not sure if they warmed up on Kovacs beforehand, but if they did, it's definitely shining through.
Definitely is.
Sitting now too at 10%. I think that was primarily in the favor of UARK. You know, they did get the flip, like you said. Massive Earth Shatter coming out from Roger State. Ripsy ripping it out. Gonna get stunned immediately and booped by Tranquil. Lucky Mac throws down the Earth Shatter and is trying to dive in. Disgraceless is gonna drop the beat, head straight to point.
Yeah, Disgraceless did use her sound barrier right there, but it looked like once that Reinhardt gets booped off the map by Tranquil, nothing in the way to block that Shatter, and from there, the fight just spills out. There we do see a sound barrier countering that Death Blossom that Cinder tries to throw out late in the fight, but that Blossom will find no picks, and it will still be UARK holding.
Yeah, UARK holding not just with nothing either. They do have that Deadeye online, and they do have that Death Blossom online. So this could spell disaster for Rogers as soon as they push in. They're going to want to bait something out here. Ooh, massive stun coming out into Firefly. Firefly is looking to get in position, however. In the back line, it's coming out! Die, taking out Ambrose, and Firefly is ripping and tearing.
Yeah, and that is why Reaper is such a good hero in these team compositions. And UARK really taking good use of that Zarya in their composition, making sure that that bubble goes on to Firefly every time they engage into the backline. And that's something that Raven Rider is going to have a difficult time doing to support their Reaper. Cinder is actually getting in, diving alongside the Reaper and making sure that defense matrix is up to peel some of that damage off of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. You have to stay grouped. It's all about your 2-3 groups when you're engaging in fights like this. Tranquil's going straight to point. Raven gonna throw the self-destruct down, and Ambrose gonna fall off of the point. Disgraceless taking out Lucky Mac, and we're here in the high noon on point. Waffle taking 2, and UARK has all but secured this first point.
That was a nice play by Waffle just to close out that round with the high noon on the call. Cassidy, UARK playing very good fundamentals of Overwatch so far.
Yeah, completely agree. And the Earth Shatter to just for the fun, right at the end.
Well, Nuke, what did you notice on that map that might actually help either of these teams, Roger State in particular, as they come into the lighthouse point on Ilios?
I think that these control maps, they play much differently. They're a much faster pace than the hybrid or payload maps, and I think that you have to play around each other much faster than what you do on the other maps. So I would like to see Rogers group better and choose those targets a bit faster. They need to take out Tranquil and Hologram because they are the support line and the foundation of the entire UARK backline. Tranquil getting a couple of cheeky boops, and I'm honestly interested to see the same going into this map. Who's going to get more environmental kills between Disgraceless and Tranquil, but man, massive damage coming out onto Roger State as they're trying to push into point, but UARK has already pitched their tent.
Yeah, and Nuke, I'm not going to lie, on this lighthouse point, I'm not a huge fan of getting to the point first because it really is just a kill box. You have a couple of walls to hide behind, but really the team that concedes that ground has a lot more angles that they can end up playing here, and we're seeing that take place as Cinder and Ambrose collapse on the point for 2 quick kills, and it looks like Roger State might actually end up taking this first.
You're almost putting yourself into a corner because all they have to do is spam into the door, right? And while both of these teams don't really have much of a spam comp, if they play it right, like they just did, then the point will go on to their favor. And Roger State going to take that point first, trying to pitch that tent, but UARK moving in. Ambrose trying to get a cheeky high noon. Going to take out Firefly on the point and hold the defense. Very, very interesting. We're seeing UARK holding all of their ultimates. I think that's a pretty safe call for now. Wait until they have all 4 together, pair those together. What do you think's really the play here?
Well, you're going to see them go up to the high ground here. Firefly doesn't have that Death Blossom online. That is their crucial ultimate. I'm looking for maybe a speed boost engage, dropping the sound barrier. They are ahead in that race. Tranquil building up that ultimate very quickly. They might not be able to sense that in their alt tracking, but that's probably their best play. They actually end up steamrolling right onto the point here, so we could actually get that to happen. Alec does pop down that Matrix first off, and Disgraceless goes down early in this one. The Death Blossom comes out. Cinder trying to take this one back and finds a 2K.
Wow, and that was massive for Rogers State. If Raven is able to stay alive, that might be a massive win for them. It looks like Ambrose and Raven are going to clean up a tad. They are going to hold that point. UARK just didn't dump enough onto that point. Had they used a little bit more, they may have inched that one out.
Yeah, didn't commit into Mortality Field to save enough players when Cinder popped that Blossom. Also had that sound barrier to save him. Now Cinder's setting up in a rather cheeky spot here, but goes down after some early damage. Firefly onto the bird now, and I do like this. That can really close in onto the backline like you need to do, but Alec flashing the aim there on the Baptiste pick, able to take down the bird, and it looks like Rogers State will continue to hold this point, and we are entering near our final fight.
Yeah, UARK has to quit giving up kills. I mean, they are just going in one at a time, getting picked off one at a time. Rogers State definitely coming back with the clapback on this point. Oh man, Ospit was not ready for that one. Firefly trying to hold, going for the recall on point, just trying to inch out as much as possible. The Earth Shatter's going to come out onto Lucky Mac and halt any chance of getting that Reinhardt on point.
Pretty good round right there for Rogers State. They're able to play the same exact composition and put it to good work here. Just have to deal with one last player on UARK, and that is a tied up Ilios as we head to the most interesting map, which is going to be Ilios Well.
Ooh, yes, I love watching Well, especially watching the Roadhog and Orisa pools on this point. Like we've been watching this entire series, Disgraceless and Tranquil so far have not really switched off of these Lucios, so I imagine that they'll go for the boops straight in the center. You can see the depths of the hole below. You don't want to fall in there because I don't think you're coming out.
No, and honestly what I'm going to be watching on UARK here, just to keep everyone out of that Ilios Well, is Lucky Mac having to angle that shield on Reinhardt isn't going to be nearly as easy as Raven Rider's job. Her playing Orisa right here just kind of gives them a cooldown shield to play around. They know when they can step out. She can communicate when it's going to be around. But Lucky Mac has to really be hard calming for the University of Arkansas Esports to make sure that that shield is up. Everyone knows it, and when it goes down, everyone is aware that the Roadhog hooks are fair play.
Yeah, exactly. And Firefly on the Pharah, it could spell disaster for Rogers State. Both teams, I mean, it was kind of a blowout round 1 for UARK, kind of a blowout round 2 for Rogers State. Ripsy gonna open it up by getting a pick on Firefly. Cinder and Raven are gonna follow suit, and they are picking apart UARK one at a time. They're taking them in these 1v1 situations, and they're prevailing on top.
Yeah, and Ripsy is doing textbook Roadhog work right there, just going all the way around on the flank, making sure that the backline is completely vulnerable. Anytime you're running Mercy and Lucio, you really don't have the kind of cooldown prowess that Alec is going to have, throwing that immortality field to just save someone's life. If you get someone hooked in your backline, there's really no saving them.
Yeah, that's imperative too, especially when Roadhog can do the one-shot. Right, so you absolutely need the immortality field to keep them alive, even if it's on cooldown. We're seeing Ripsy. Textbook Roadhog, like
on
you said.
On the flank again.
Yeah. They're going to have to watch their 6 this time around, because otherwise they are going to get pulled. They are going to die, 100%. Disgraceless actually looking for a cheeky boop.
Oh!
He's going to get booped instead by Tranquil, trying to put him to sleep. Not going to allow it to happen. Disgraceless. She was able to survive that one.
Yeah. Just barely, and it looks like UARK is kind of kiting around this point well, finding some picks along the way, but maybe not enough of Rogers State has been taken down for them to actually flip this point. There is one more onto the main tank, and with the shield out of the way, they're actually able to push into this bunkered up room and start cleaving away at the back line. Cinder and Alec both go down. Disgraceless finally taken off the walls of this point, and UARK has their first flip of Ilios Well. Oh, maybe not. The team is actually back. This is getting interesting, Nuke.
Yeah, and sitting at 74%, UARK wants to pull this one out now. There's no more waiting here. They have to get this point if they want to stay in this game.
Ripsy is just a force to be reckoned with on this Roadhog, always having that heal cooldown right when they get to low HP and able to stay alive through a lot of these situations and staying deep on the flank. Really, it's not like UARK can do anything about this because Ripsy is in the backline being a menace. Look at this, 3 elims so far in the feed. Alec helps out with the 4th.
Yeah, Ripsy is, like you said, the arch nemesis of all of UARK right now. Their backline just cannot handle the hog as it currently stands. And honestly, they're sitting at 99%. UARK is going to need nothing short of a miracle to come back on this point. It'll be a hard trek up the mountain, as they say.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Overtime starting to tick down. We've got some Lucios that can ride some walls for a while here, so this could be quite the long contest, but Ripsy able to take down Hologram, flying around on the Mercy, and it looks like UARK is into full stall mode here, switching Ospad over to the Wrecking Ball. Tranquil just bouncing around in the middle, gets stunned, but able to cling to a wall. And it looks like still UARK trying to just keep their feet on this point. A Shatter comes in, able to hit onto the backline, and Disgraceless goes pinned into a wall. Cinder countering with a pick of his own. Dragons coming in, but Ozpak finding another kill. Ozpak goes down to the Dragons, though, has those feet stuck in cinder blocks, and it looks like it's still anyone's game here on the contest.
Yeah, it's not anyone's game. It's Ripsy's game. You got it all wrong, my guy. Ripsy is just gonna confirm that and yeet themselves into the well. Rogers State will take Ilios in a comfortable fashion, I would say.
Yeah, UARK did get the first point win there, but Rogers State just staying composed, coming back, playing the right team compositions there, and playing them very effectively to steal that map #1 win.
Yeah, and we're seeing the play of the game going to Waffle, who had a phenomenal Deadeye on that first map. What things stood out to you in that series, Ult Charge? Because for me, it was Ripsy on that Roadhog on that 3rd round. Truthfully, Roadhog isn't typically the best that you want to throw in the meta right now. You'd probably prefer to have a Zarya or even a Diva, but those hooks were landing and hitting every target.
Yeah, and Ilios well is an anomaly too. The meta does not apply. Roadhog will always be stable there. Anytime there's just a big crater in the center of the point that you can yoink people into. But you're absolutely right. Ripsy, he is the team captain, definitely stood out. You could tell very good on the Roadhog. Anytime that hero can be played, I'm looking at RSU to start winning some maps. Also, Alec on the Baptiste, really doing a lot of healing there, throwing out good immortality fields, making sure he had them to counter ultimates, farming that Ant Matrix online very quickly as well, Nuke. So those are the 2 leaders for this team, and they're showing up to play. So if the rest of RSU can just follow in their footsteps, tonight should go pretty well for them.
I couldn't agree more. Also to add, I think Tranquil and Disgraceless, both Lucio players on either squad, were doing a great job of keeping both teams alive and getting some cheeky boops. In the conversation of the Roadhog, though, I don't think I saw Ripsy get any environmental kills.
Yeah, we might see it. I mean, anytime a hero like that just turns into a comfort pick and you get a lot of confidence on it, we could see it go back and forth, especially when he's the captain. If he feels like he's got the hot hand on that hero, we could see it a lot more tonight than we probably should.
Yeah, and I hate to say it because, like we said a minute ago, Roadhog isn't exactly at the top of the meta, but if it works, it works, and it's all about mentality. If you can get in their backline's head playing that Roadhog, then do it. All power to you.
Yeah, and I mean, going over to Eichenwald too, it's a map where Roadhog might not be the most stable pick, especially in our Challengers division here, but once you get through that first choke on attack, it's when the map really starts to open up, and there are a lot of flanks, and Ripsy clearly knows how to use them, so we could actually see it. Just the first bit of that map on attack could be a little bit of a speed bump for them. But Nuke, if you're looking at UARK, what are you giving them for advice? How do you counter a Roadhog in your backline? You can't always be turned around to counter him because you've got 5 other players on RSU that you've got to stand up to.
Right. It's all about synergy, like we were talking about earlier. I think that you take You take Tranquil on the Lucio, you have him go with your Reaper, you dive that Roadhog in the back line. You keep them both alive, you have them peel for each other. And if that's if the Roadhog is in the back line, right? The other strategy is if the Roadhog is in your back line, have your frontline tank stand there, wait for a minute, and everyone turn around, shred that Roadhog, and then push in, because now you're fighting a 6v5.
Yeah, and something else, I know that Baptiste is a pretty darn stable pick in, college esports in any sort of Overwatch team play. Maybe not the ranked ladder, but definitely seems like a must pick in the meta today. But anytime you're going up against a Roadhog who is just a beast against your team, and Ana is a great pick. Sleep Dart is easier to hit on a Roadhog, that big fella, than anyone else in the game. And that anti is going to completely negate what Ripsy is doing with that heal, getting away from those fights late when he should be dying. Anti just takes care of that. But Ana is a tough hero to get to work in team play.
We are in the Challengers division, though. I would be thrilled to see a well-skilled Ana enter the fray. We saw Firefly a couple times on the Freya, Freya. What am I playing? We saw Firefly a couple times on the Pharah. So if you have the Ana, you're gonna need something for that Pharah, because it's hard to hit those shots when you got the bird in the sky.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, that's probably why we're seeing Hologram playing a lot of the Mercy. But on Eichenwald, they could actually get that pharmacy to work very well. The map geometry, the high buildings, the skyscrapers give a lot of natural cover to that fire player. So they could get that to work. I'm just looking for University of Arkansas to do a little bit more of what they did round one of Ilios and find a composition that can click for them.
Oh, absolutely. And here we are, the power of German engineering heading straight into Eichenwald. You can see the beautiful castle straight in front of us. Now, you made mention about that pharmacy working, and I agree. On these first 2 points, you see a lot of open area, a lot of open space for that pharmacy to thrive in the sky. However, when you head into that castle, when you head into the third point, it's a little bit harder to pull off because you have that ceiling to cap. Yes, you heard me, cap.
Yeah, Nuke, one thing birds don't like is a roof over their head, so they might have to find something in their team comp to adapt to that if the FAR is what they get to work for them. But a couple of other things. In the previous game, we saw a Junkrat. I don't know if anyone in chat was watching, but a Junkrat basically carried a defense through this first point, even when the opposing team, the attacking team, was coming in, getting 2-3 picks in a fight. A Riptire comes in and turns it all around.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of Junkrat on this map, actually. You have a lot of high ground you can stand on, throw those nades through, and then you have a lot of spots you can hide and throw a cheeky Reptire. A lot of small corridors on this map for Junkrat to work, if played well, right? You have to hit your shots if you are going to play Junkrat. It sounds like UARK is taking some advice that we're throwing. Hologram going to switch over to the Ana, and that's, you'd love to see it. Looks like Firefly switching over to the tank as well. On that part.
Yeah, that composition plays very well to a Roadhog, which is not what we're actually seeing from Rogers State. They are running the Rushdown Reinhardt comp again, so honestly, even though they're on defense, I would still expect a speed boost and for Ripsy to go in swinging like an absolute madman. It's going to be up to UARK to just make sure they've got a sleep with his name on it, because that's the only stun they've got in their composition right now. Able to find the first pick onto the defense, but Hologram goes down. They do have the Resurrect for it, as long as Tranquil can peek around this corner safely and get that off in time. Ripsy, the frontline presence, goes down. No res on the side of Rogers State, so that will be a missing main take, but Cinder with a well-timed flank, able to get into the back line and take down Tranquil. Firefly falls as well, and now neither team looking very stable, and trades are still going back and forth, but it looks like the University of Arkansas might be able to step up and take this first point.
Man, yeah, UARK being able to get that res off onto Hologram was kind of huge. We're going to see Dragon Strike come through, but it's going to be short-lived. Ambrose is going to kill Waffle, but Ospat going to turn back, take out Ambrose immediately. That Cole Cassidy's going straight to the graveyard, and it looks like UARK is going to take that first point pretty convincingly, pretty fast. 5 minutes still on the clock. They have a pretty long push. This is pretty far from one point to the next to get to that second point to Castle, but they took it in fast fashion. I think that on that push as well, UARK was not very on the same page with what they were doing. We saw Firefly back up when Tranquil was trying to... Massive Earth Shatter gonna come through, and Rogers State clapping back on UARK, taking out 3 and halting everything in that push.
Yeah, and that is how you come back. Second point, Eichenwald defense. Hold up onto the castle and wait for something vulnerable to show itself right onto you. And that is what Ripsy was doing, just eyeing up UARK like a kid in a candy store, dropping that shatter onto no one with a shield in front of them. And now University of Arkansas is going to have to go again here. Waffle did charge up that Dragon Strike awfully quickly, and that is why they're running the Hanzo, especially paired up with Ospat. They will be able to throw the Graviton Surge coupled with the Dragon, a lethal combo all this time. But first, the High Noon finds Waffle, and now that Dragon Strike is missing this fight.
And that's going to be really unfortunate for UARK, but they are now sitting on 5 ultimates, almost 6. You can't just sit on those, right? I think now that we're a little bit further into this series, I can clearly identify UARK's issue is that they're not making reactive calls. When they're taking the fights to Rogers, they're winning those fights because they're really good at those planning, and if all goes according to plan, it's all smooth and butter. But that's not Overwatch. You have to be adaptive. You have to be reactive. UARK not making those reactive calls. We're going to see Lucio Beat come out. UARK going to dip back, wait for that to lower, and we're going to see a Death Blossom get stopped immediately.
Hologram showing up on the Ana. Not as easy of a sleep as it is to hit on a big boy that is Roadhog, which is what we were talking about in the intermission, but definitely a worthwhile sleep dart there. That's about as much value as you can get. Speaking of value, look at that Graviton Surge get gobbled up by Raven Rider. The girls in this lobby right now are playmakers, dude.
Absolutely. No, it's they're not playing around. They may be playmakers, but you know, they're not playing around. Ripsy looking to rip in the back line. Going to take a step back, reevaluate the decisions, and look at UARK, still sitting with 3 of their ultimates online. The economy is not there. They need to be ready to use and combine these ultimates together, whether it be Earthfire and Death Blossom or Dragon Strike. Do something. Combo those, pair those. Power Blitz. I don't know what you're looking at there, man. There's a diva up there, and they are not going to let you come up.
Couple of kills get traded out here. Still, though, it looks like it's in the favor of Rogers State and Nuke. Like you were talking about just recently, the ult economy, that is just the power of Raven Rider eating up that Graviton Surge, because the plan for that last fight was for Ozpat to just throw in that ultimate, and then they get the free Graviton Surge Dragon Strike combo, wipes out Rogers State and gets them a little bit of this map, but that just does not happen when Raven Rider has that kind of reaction time to just make that ultimate useless. Now it looks like Firefly switching over to the Roadhog here, so no, right back over to the Reinhardt. I like it. You got to stick with this hero, especially on the home map. Eichenwald, come on.
Oh yeah, of course. Power of German engineering, like we said. But it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the reactive calls. If you know that your Zarya Graviton Surge is going to get eaten, or you called it is, then Firefly should drop that Shatter immediately, and Power Blitz is dropping Death Blossom. You can't just say, oh, well, the fight's lost because we lost Grav. It's not really how it works, especially when you have 4 ultimates online.
No, it's not. And this is the best thing I've seen UARK do all game long, is use the map geometry, get in that free flank, get up on the high ground, throwing a Death Blossom onto the flank, and right there, they just unfold Rogers State University. Ripsy trying to counter with a big slam, taking the Zarya Ospat for a ride, but it looks like UARK has enough kills to clean up this fight.
They may. They may. This, I wanted to see Ripsy survive that barely. Yeah, you're right. UARK is going to be able to take this one. It looks like Rogers State going high ground on Castle. They're going to go for that. Exactly. They're going to drop right above them all together and pick a target, right? And I feel like this is where UARK may fall apart, because once again, the reactive plays aren't there as much. Oh, the High Noon tries to come out from Ambrose. Didn't even realize Power Blitz had teleported right behind him.
It's a great flank again by Power, really making that Reaper work for him. And UARK still able to push this point forward. Firefly stepping up far into the front line to find 2 more kills and keep the front line for Rogers State very vulnerable. And again, that should be enough to just clean up this last fight. 20 seconds to go to get point number 2. Nuke, it looks like they've got it. They're finally getting this comp to click for them.
Finally, yeah. It seems to be working now. They do have the Grav back online. But I mean, if you look over at the Rogers State comp as well, Disgraceless about to have beat. Raven Rider definitely has self-destruct. Tranquil has Coalescence on the side of UARK, so it's going to come down to whether or not UARK is able to continue this momentum that they've carried up to Castle.
And Nuke, something I just want to say is that second point of Eichenwald, where those doors just opened like we saw with the observing, those doors open automatically and the payload pushes 12 meters through it on its own. You don't need anyone touching the cart. So that's your chance, if you're UARK, to just be very aggressive and not give Roger State this ground to set up on that corner like they just did, because that's when they just come in with those ultimates. They throw that Diva Bomb over the corner. You're not quite ready for it. You're not set up where you want to be. So UARK might not actually know that little tidbit of information where you get a little bit of free space on Eichenwald, but had they known it, they could have just gone hyper aggressive and caught Roger State kind of off guard.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Ult Charge. I think that when you're taking these points, it's all about positioning and how well you're setting up. Once again, taking the fight to them. They've noticed that Roger State has better reactive calls, so be proactive. They're winning these proactive fights. Keep it on them. Ooh, the Earth Shatter gonna drop, barely connect, just with one. Gonna fall. Raven Rider looking to pick the scrapings in the back line. Firefly tearing through after hitting the Earth Shatter on Alec. Going straight for the back line on to Disgraceless. Disgraceless shaking in their boots. Firefly hitting point.
Oh, and the
and
nano.
We're gonna hear the nano on point. That's exactly right. That Reinhardt be swinging, getting those kills, and they continue their push. But this is it. It's overtime, and UARK has to make it now.
They do, and they're a little bit lucky here that Waffle was taken out early that last fight, because now the Dragon Strike comes in, making Roger State pretty uncomfortable here. Powerbits going into the back line with a Blossom, trying to find as much as he can, but good defensive matrix by Raven Rider again, saving the team for now, but UARK still there with the follow-up damage, catches Roger State again, just unaware. Everyone was facing that Reaper during the ultimate, and the rest of UARK able to clean up some kills. And just like that, in overtime, at the buzzer, they're able to get that third and final point. Now it's just up to the defense.
The underdog story of the night. UARK brought it back in overtime, making it all the way to that third point of Eichenwald, which truthfully is a pretty hard push to make. Some maps, when you have that final push, especially on payload or hybrid, coming out of spawn, it's usually easier to defend, and this map is no different. The spawn is maybe 15 feet away from where it ends, so Rogers had the advantage there in just respawning and immediately attacking point, but UARK did not give them the chance to. It's all about getting that flat wipe, and that's exactly what they were able to do with that Death Blossom. That carried them at the end of the round, and so shout out to Powerbits for the power play.
Yeah, Powerbits definitely playing probably their best hero of the night so far, and just the way they've played this Reaper. And honestly, Nuke, this is going to be a pretty tough defense to hold here. Reinhardt Zarya, not the best going up against Rein Diva with the rush down. Baptiste, Lucio, it's just more sustained. Raven Rider clearly very skilled with the DM on Diva. We don't see a lot of Divas healing with that defensive matrix like they have been tonight. So Raven Rider, props to you. You are just playing lights out, healing for the rest of your team, shutting down ultimates, really enabling what this Rein Diva comp can do, because honestly, a lot of people might look at this team comp and think it's all speed, it's all offense, but Raven Rider clearly just gives it so much sustainability.
Oh no, 100%. And it's going to be a bit more difficult against this UARK defense because Tranquil decided to go onto the Brig. Brig does much better against Diva than Zarya, right? Because you can just eat all that damage. But speaking of eating damage, we're seeing Reinhardt duke it out right in the doorway. Waffle is going to fall first, kind of putting UARK in a comparable position. Ambro's going to take out Powerbits, and we're seeing Firefly dive in on Ripsy. UARK going to back up, knowing that Roger State is down 2, and they have to group up.
Yeah, Powerbits coming out of spawn too, just trying to get back in this fight as quick as possible. Roger State setting up for their next attack. And honestly, Nuke, this is when you just got to hit the speed boost and go. Popping that Ant Matrix to just kind of zone UARK to the natural cover. You've got him cornered in on this right side, but a good bubble there from Ozpat. Keeps that stun off of Firefly. Still, though, it looks like Roger State having trouble getting through this choke. Alec able to get the first pick onto the front line. Firefly had that Earth Shatter online as well, so you no longer have that to use in this fight. But still, it looks like Roger State, the whole team is just kind of spread out. It's going to be a very difficult fight to win from here. Nano Boost coming out onto Ozpat as well at high energy with the Graviton Surge in the back pocket. Gonna still be tough to find kills though, Nuke, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this defense back out where they need to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, it looked like UARK was not completely together for that point. They got separated just a little bit, but Ozpat was 90 charge or higher, I swear, that entire fight. Already has Grav up, which is one of the harder ultimates to charge if you're not in the front line taking damage and making risky plays. Ospat, this grab is going to be huge for the team. Looks like they're going to try the same strat that they did before, but this time on defense. Ripsy, you get someone with that strike, going to take out Power Bits actually. Firefly looking for the flank, gonna find it with a 5-man Earth Shatter, taking Cinder with them in the backline, but not getting the charge, and now they have to deal with the Reinhardt and the Reaper. Ripsy gonna take out Firefly, and it is a fight under the bridge. We are duking.
Ripsy making it happen too, and a great sound barrier thrown up by Disgraceless. That was probably her best ultimate of the entire night, just keeping everyone alive after that flank shatter landed for Firefly. And just like that, Power Bits comes in with a Death Blossom that finishes off too, and the Hellfire shotguns getting that third elim, now just trying to find the last one on the Ripsy, but for the meantime, he's still left on this earth.
Yeah, if you don't finish Power Bits is gonna come to power bite you back.
Oh,
Ambrose, ooh, that's tough. You know, getting hit with that anti-nade and then immediately getting shredded afterwards. Raven and Ryder trying to get this push to point. UARK holding the defense. Tranquil and a Hologram trying to keep each other alive. Massive anti-nade coming out from a Hologram. Power Bits is going to clean up. And UARK looking at a much more powerful position on defense than what they were on offense. They are holding this bridge well. If I'm Rogers State, I'm taking a play out of UARK's book, which is the obvious play you do here. Get up on bridge, take that high ground, pick a target, and drop.
Yeah, right now it looks like UARK just kind of senses it coming. They're not really defending this bridge too well, only having Waffle up there and Waffle already retreating down. So they can hear Roger State just stomping up to the high ground, but what they've really got to be careful for is Cinder's Death Blossom coming up here. Looking for a teleport right into the backline and trying to get a sneaky ultimate off, but all they have to be careful of is a Brig stun, a Sleep Dart, and a full Cassidy stun. So there's a lot in the way to cancel this Death Blossom. Graviton Surge locking him up first here, and an anti-nade lands onto the grab, and just like that, it's a 3K, and this fight is over.
Once again, UARK, with their proactive calls, are playing out of their mind right now. That was just amazing Graviton Surge from Ospat and Hologram. They didn't need a second ultimate to follow it up because they had the anti. That's all they needed. Roger State was unable to heal any healing or any health back. UARK just cleaned it up.
And going into this next fight here, Ant Matrix just kind of making UARK pretty uncomfortable, but the tanks holding strong on this corner. They've got great heals. The Brig and the Ana, especially coupled with the boost from that healing nade, is so much onto your front line to keep them alive. And Firefly just swagging out here with the hammer, finding kill after kill, 3 on his own, and like that, UARK locks up another fight.
You know what they say, right, Ult Charge?
Probably not, Nuke. Probably not.
You would not believe your eyes if just one Firefly came up the world and fell asleep.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, they fill the open air and they leave teardrops everywhere. You'd think me rude,
I got
but
Carol to laugh observing. Just I don't know if they say that, Nuke. I've never heard anyone say that.
I would just stand and stare.
Oh, speaking of stand and stare, I'm staring at this shadow that dropped 3, but Ambrose on the flank. You never see a McCree getting active on this flank. Finding 2 kills so far, but it's still going to be pretty tough, as it looks like UARK is just able to push forward. Despite those flankers for Roger State going into the back line, it looks like UARK kind of sensed that their front line was weak, and they just put their foot on the gas.
Absolutely. Roger State now pushing into UARK's entire front line. They have their Ryan alive. They have their Zarya alive. They don't have much aside from Hologram, so if they're able to get a push here with Rogers, then UARK may be able to crumble. But Ospat, that Graviton Surge making me feel real nervous. There it is, throwing it out on payload. Firefly swinging the hammer. Gonna fall very early, though, in this engagement.
Yeah, Firefly not able to stay alive right there. Got real confident when that Graviton Surge locked up 4 members of Roger State, but the healing wasn't quite there. And now Roger State, without using very many ultimates, really just the Ant Matrix, are able to get this payload moving again and in the nick of time. But we will have one last fight here on second point. UARK is probably going to be able to get everyone out of spawn just in time to fight this off.
Maybe. 3, 2, 1. They didn't make it in time. Wow, that's going to put another minute and a half up on the clock for Rogers State. UARK opting to hold this fight. If I'm UARK, I am backing up. There's no reason they've already gotten the point.
Yeah, and you can see him jumping off the map, making sure they get those spawn resets quick. But Nuke, we are going to at least have an overtime, no matter what. If a third point gets captured, there's just not enough time on the clock here. We're going to be going to overtime as long as Rogers State is able to finish the map. But UARK is coming out of their last spawn with a great advantage here and some ultimates to use. But Cinder on a fantastic flank, able to find the first kill onto the opposing Reaper power bits. Ripsy gets taken for a ride, and now the front line for Rogers State is nowhere to be found.
That was a great play from Ripsy, though, to charge Firefly after Firefly had been given the nano, right? Now you're denying all of that nano charge and essentially wasting Ana ultimate by pushing, and that's paying out to Rogers State favor as they now have UARK shaking in their boots. There's not much that can be done. Ambrose gonna find a pick on power bits, Ripsy on hologram, and Rogers State getting out the cleaning utensils and wiping face. UARK is struggling with this hold, but they were able to get a Mayon point. That might be enough time to buy. Maybe not, as they're actually going to do it with 8 seconds more than what UARK had.
Well, Chase, I am not disappointed with how this match is going. We got a 2-1 game on our first map of Ilios, and now we're headed to overtime in Eichenwald with teams only being separated by 8 seconds. This is a close one and a good one to watch.
Yeah, and what I love to point out is, we probably have fans from both universities in chat. We try to keep things very cordial and fun here in the NECC. Obviously, we are a collegiate conference. But a good thing to note is when you have close matches like this, don't be afraid afterwards to reach out. This might be a potentially really good scrim partner for your school if you have this close level of competition.
Yeah, both of these teams do have pretty busy schedules too. On the side of RSU, they've got...
Hold up.
What's going on? Oh, my favorite Nuke. Yes, thank you. Thank you for cutting me off. We've got an IKEA dwarf out there. Ambrose is on the Torb looking to tear it up.
Did you hear the audible sigh? Did you hear it?
I'm happy. I can't hear anything that's going on right now. I'm just seeing stars.
All right. Well, I'm pleased you're happy. Rogers State, recognizing they need to hold this for 1 minute, opting to pick the Torbjorn, probably going to throw the turret down in a cheeky spot, more than likely behind the car, and just allow it to berate on Firefly's shield.
Yeah, Torb, a great defensive hero, gets that ultimate online very fast, but honestly, UARK playing a very good composition to go up against the Torb. Ambrose already goes down. That Torb turret is going to be following that shortly, and it looks like Ripsy already dealt with as well. Just steamrolling onto point number 1 is the University of Arkansas. Waffle with 3 kills so far. 2 of them headshots. Waffle? He is hitting the mark.
Waffle? Listen, I gotta say, I am 100% a waffle guy over pancakes. So I am elated to see the fat plays. Oh, not getting it out of fast enough. Oh, gonna work though. UARK holding that defense on the back of Waffle. Now having the Dragon Strike, opting not to use it yet as they have 5 seconds left to get this hold. UARK might be able to pull this off. It looks like that's all in the gas tank for Rogers State.
Yeah, just really putting up their best fight there, but overtime does tick down, and the University of Arkansas is able to clean up point number 1. Nuke, overtime is tricky because you've got to keep people on the payload to make sure that you don't just C9 here in overtime, but now is the time to be aggressive.
Yeah, now is the time to be aggressive indeed. So aggressive, we are losing feed here and there. But this is the time where you can't leave, right? You leave this point, you step off point. That's it. That's all she wrote. UARK now sitting with nearly four ultimates online. They're in a really good position to carry this.
Earth Shadow goes down, Dragon Strike comes out. No clue what's happening, but I'm sure it's going to be picks left and right. I'm just waiting for the dust to settle here, and as it does, it looks like UARK is still in control.
Yeah, UARK really pushing this advantage.
No!
Ambrose pushing in with Cinder now, and they are going to get multiple kills on UARK. We're hearing the Death Blossom come out on point, and that is round 3 complete for this push.
Well,
But
that's not quite far enough, Nuke. It's still anyone's game here.
yeah, absolutely. And UARK got a great push in there. Not only did they take the point, they were able to get it around that first choke corner, almost to the bridge. And that's advantageous because if Rogers State if Rogers State goes to push there, UARK now knows that they can drop off that high ground as soon as they get into that doorway, try to halt them right there. So I think that UARK may have this map if they can hold this defense well, but the fat lady hasn't sung yet, and Rogers State still has a chance to bring it back.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, even though it's overtime, you're very happy taking the first point. If I'm University of Arkansas, that is not quite enough distance to gain a lot of confidence going into this defense. It's still going to be very tough. They've got to play some of their best Overwatch of the night to make this defensive hold happen. And Rogers State, this might be as aggressive as we've seen them all night coming into this attack.
I certainly hope so. I think that for both sides here, what's really interesting is, I made the point earlier that one is a better team is proactive and the other team is better at reactive calls. Being, Rogers State is really good at their reactive calls. UARK is good at their proactive calls. So I'm interested to see what it comes down to at the end of this series. As we're going to reset really, really quick. We'll get right back into the action so that we can see what's going on. Had a little bit of camera issues and, just wasn't able to contain the excitement for me of what was going on.
No, it looks like we're getting back into it now. 38 seconds on the clock here in this overtime attack for Rogers State. Able to find 2 kills as Ambrose steps in and hits those Peacekeeper shots perfectly, and Cinder gets right into the backline and makes those Hellfire shotguns count. So we will have the point taken. We're going to have about 20 seconds on the clock. University of Arkansas has to take control of this castle, set up on the high ground, not die early, hop into this last fight and try to get an ultimate offline.
I gotta say, 20 seconds is quite a bit of time when you're sitting this comfortable. UARK needing to group up now, and you can see they're pushing ahead of that point.
He's sneaky.
Cinder, yeah, he's a sneaky boy, sneaky snake. Ooh, sitting at 10 health, also a very weak boy, very weak snake.
Able to make it back to the own backline there. Alec popping off the Ant Matrix, and that should actually do it. The Shatter lands on a couple. The kills are confirmed. Alec and Ripsy, the captains for this team, finding 4 kills themselves. Overtime still ticking down. They've still got plenty of meters to push this payload, but for now, it looks like that amount of kills will get them around the corner.
Yeah, Powerbits tried to stall as much time as possible to allow any of the tanks to get back in time, and truthfully, I don't know if UARK will be able to make it in time. Ospat trying to get there with the Wrecking Ball. Gonna throw a couple up on point, but
hurt.
Die immediately. The Earth Shatter comes out from behind, and Fireflies, you would not believe your eyes, swinging on point. Tranquil comes in with the beat, and UARK is still in this game.
Firefly trying to keep this one alive. Waffle finding 2 kills himself, and this one still could be in UARK's possession. The Blossom from Cinder, the clutch factor, and that is Rogers State stealing Eichenwald in flashy fashion.
What just happened? That was the fattest Death Blossom I've seen from Cinder this entire series. Like you said, the clutch factor was there, and enough for them to take that point. UARK gets one on the board.
Play the game here right at the end. Ripsy starting this payload progression in overtime, and Alec just helped them out in the kill feed as they're able to find those 4 kills, and just like that, Nuke, I mean, Eichenwald, it was a little choppy there, but that one finished fantastically. I could not be happier with how Rogers State played to finish off that map, and University of Arkansas, I did not think they were going to get that great of a contest right at the end there, but they were able to actually put up a great fight. Just didn't quite go their way in the end as Cinder comes in with that clutch Death Blossom.
Yeah, we switched sides, so I was, I'm a little colorblind. I had it down, but you're 100% right. Rogers State now taking that 2-0, and Cinder coming in with the clutch factor at the end. That Death Blossom secured them that point. I mean, without that Death Blossom, they were stuck in a 2v3 situation I'm not quite sure they would have made out of.
No, it was looking pretty grim. Cinder had to make one of the biggest plays of the night right after probably the biggest play of the night as University of Arkansas was able to get in with that last contest. But Cinder putting the nail in the coffin there on Eichenwald. Nuke, we're going to be going into map number 3, which is Havana. But before that, a short break, but do you have anything left that you want to say to University of Arkansas as they are down 2-0 right now, but they're playing some of their best Overwatch?
Target call and peel. Listen to your teammates. When your backline is getting dove, turn on your backline. Help them out. I think once again, I'm going to say it going into the rest of the series. Your proactive calls are on point. You're hitting them spot on. But the adaptation, not quite there. And that's where Rogers State is inching it out bit by bit.
Well, Rogers State on match point, trying to make it happen after this short break. Chat, stick around.
Welcome back to the NECC action. We have UARK, University of Arkansas versus Rogers State. Rogers State currently up 2-0 in this series. I'm Nuclear Chase Newcomb, joined here by Ult Charge, Berkeley Stevens, who thinks for some reason air fryers are better than regular fryers, but you know, we're all wrong at least once in our life. Chat, we got to hear you. Which is better? We have to know which is better. And while you're letting us know which is better between air fryers and regular beautiful tender fryers, we need to hear which is better, Rogers State or UARK. Rogers State does have the inch here. They were able to take Ilios. They were able to take Eichenwald. Now we're moving into our escort map. What's going to happen? What's your predictions, Berkeley? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, as some of these kids would say, you know, UARK has the juice. They definitely have the juice. However, Rogers State coming in with the sauce. And you're 100% right. Raven Rider on that diva not only has shined in this entire season or series, but will shine on this map. This is a great map for diva. Lots of high ground to fly up to. And it looks like we're going to see Ambrose also switch over to the Mei, something that I don't think we've seen yet from them this series. Hold up. They've got the Milkman!
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, so, you know, I said they had the juice. I stand correct. They have the milk, and they're here to use it. Milkman, though, falling very early. Raven Rider not allowing that monkey any room for any of that business. And they're going to do the spawn hold, which is a pretty popular hold now on Havana. Just exactly what it looks like. You're stuffing them in their spawn, not allowing them any room, but Waffle going to switch over to the Bastion and try to inch out some room for UARK. This does a couple of things. It is advantageous for Rogers State because it makes it to where UARK is not able to get any payload push whatsoever. They're kind of just stuck fighting outside of spawn until they're able to ripe Rogers State. And Rogers State, when they come back, they can hold them at the choke point that they would already be holding them at. So they're giving up no ground in the strat.
I'm under attack.
Thank you kindly.
Get back in the fight.
Yeah, and that Mei is also good for a majority of UARK's players. I mean, you can freeze that Mercy, you can halt that Milkman when he's coming in with the Winston, stopping them immediately. This is just a good pick overall for Rogers for the comp and the strat that they're pushing right now. Already sitting with Blizzard online as well. They have ultimates to follow suit with this hold. Ooh. Yeah, Hell just froze over, and Rogers State is holding this like they've held no other point so far. This is pretty dominant on their end. UARK is making a lot of switches, which, don't get me wrong, you should switch if your comp is not working. However, you need these ultimates online. You can't just give up this economy for the sake of trying to run into Rogers and trying something that works. She could. She could.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of back and forth. We are seeing some deaths on the side of Rogers State, but Raven Rider still opting to hold the self-destruct. They have 4 to play around. UARK needing to wait to respawn. We're hearing the high noon come out from Nicole Cassidy on the right side. Firefly getting 5 with the boop! What a massive couple hologram popping around the corner, and Firefly popping off.
30 seconds remaining.
Very true. Are you telling me you don't have faith in your local milkman? Ooh. Yeah, I'm telling you, breakfast is the best meal, and when you got the milkman and the waffle there, there's not much more that you can do except for, you know, lay sunny side up, if you catch what I'm saying. Overtime now, and we're gonna see Milkman drop the Graviton Surge and get a multi-kill on point. UARK coming back in strong. The Death Blossom coming out from Waffle is gonna put the nail in the coffin. And looks like you're eating your words a little bit there, Berkeley, as UARK is gonna continue their push. 2 minutes up on the clock. Well,
we doing
looks
now?
like Ripsy gonna pull up,
Alright.
and you're back, Berkeley.
I'm
You said
back.
that I wasn't proving you wrong, but you know I didn't hear anything else aside from that, so I'm guessing I proved you wrong.
All right. That's not quite how it went, but the Shatter lays down a couple, and right like that, I am looking pretty good position here. 3 kills have been found. There's a minute 40 on the clock. The defense has played great so far, and they're just chewing it away, keeping their support ultimates. Syndra's going to have a Blossom next fight. They're set up very well here.
Absolutely, and man, Alec sitting pretty. They have 2 ultimates online on Rogers State on both of their supports, and if UARK tries to push in, do anything aggressive, well, they have a window to stop them and beat to, you know, throw up those shields. But UARK just built 2 ultimates of their own. Looks like they're going to opt on the left side. They're going to try to get in this main area. Never mind, they're going underneath. This is the adaptive play that I'm talking about. This is what they needed earlier. Instead of just rushing into what was the game plan, they're doing what works. We're seeing multiple ultimates come out online. Death Blossom into B, into Deadeye, which is going to die before they're able to get it off. Raven Rider also with the self-destruct online, peppering the backline.
Ooh, that's a pretty risky Diva Bomb there. Raven Rider's throwing in late in the fight with the team down players, easily shielded off, and UARK able to clean up the final couple of kills here to get the payload moving. 30 seconds again. This is a team that is just playing boom or bust Overwatch. It is going to take all they've got to win this last fight on second point.
I feel like that's what UARK has recognized, though. I feel like they were on the brink of losing here, and they recognized their win condition, and now they're just full throttling it. Speaking of full throttle, Rogers State pushing in, but 3 are gonna get caught. Oh, and the Death Blossom is gonna get stunned out. It doesn't matter though. UARK is going to continue their onslaught, and with 3 seconds left, they are going to make it to the second point. Now they just have to push it to the third. Berkeley, this is a different UARK. It seems like they're recognizing their weaknesses and they're really playing to their strengths now. Focused around their tank line and taking their picks one at a time.
Yeah, Nuke, they didn't do themselves any favors up on the time bank with how slow it took them to get out of spawn, but they are making every inch count on this map here, playing as a complete cohesive unit, using ultimates very well at the biggest moments. This Earth Shatter is going to clean up the fight, but still, UARK will get out of spawn. They've got a minute here. They've got support ultimates, a Shatter coming online. Firefly's got the high noon locked and loaded, so UARK is not out of this one yet. Ambrose, though, trying to make a sneaky play as Rogers State steps up to spawn for the second time.
Yeah, and they're going to pop around. They're going to wait for the flash. Doesn't quite come out. The bead is going to get dropped on the side of UARK, and they are pushing in. Rogers State throwing a bunch of ultimates, 3 to be in fact, and they are going to find value in that as Ambrose takes out 3 of the members of UARK, and now looking for a 4th. Tranquil popping the Coalescence, but probably a tad too late as UARK. Not sure if this is an engagement that they continue. At this point, they need to back up, they need to regroup, and they need to push as a full 6.
Yeah, those support ults Nuke didn't quite save the team, but it looks like UARK is still in this one. That high noon is able to find 2, the Cole Cassidy and desuiting the Diva mech, so Raven Rider won't be able to have the mech to eat up this Graviton Surge that Milkman has to get back in that suit very quickly, or else it's going to be disastrous for Rogers State right at the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are covering that ground, right? Rogers State had to blow a lot of ultimates there. UARK buying their time and waiting as they now have an Earth Shatter and a Graviton Surge. If they play this right, it may be it. The Earth Shatter comes out off of the Grav. They were not able to get the Baptiste Lamp, and Raven Rider running rampant in the backline. The self-destruct gonna come out. Milkman gonna stay alive, but that is not all. They're not gonna be able to make it to the end, and UARK pushes it, nearly making it to the 3rd point.
Yeah, Nuke, I don't know if you saw it or if anyone in chat saw it, but I think the best play of this entire map was Alec right there at the end on 3rd point defense, getting that immortality field around the corner when everyone was in that Graviton Surge. Raven wasn't able to actually eat that one. They were able to drop the beat coming out of the Graviton Surge, and just like that, with the use of 1 cooldown, Alec saves this map for Rogers State.
Yeah, I think that was actually a bit of a misplay on the Reinhardt to drop the Shatter immediately, because they saw the Transcendence. The Transcendence had already, or not the Transcendence, sorry, the lamp, the Baptiste lamp had already been dropped. All they had to do was take that out, then drop the Earth Shatter. That could have been a clean sweep from UARK, but that one misplay, that one instance where you just have to be a little bit patient in what you're doing might have cost them this map. However, now they are on the defending side and Rogers State is on the offense. I'm interested to see if UARK tries to do the same hold that Rogers State did. If so, if they go with this comp, I don't think it'll be as effective. They don't have the staying power that they had, that Rogers State had, that is, with the Mei.
Yeah, not quite. I honestly think it does take the Mei to make it happen if you're going to be holding the spawn like that, but setting up with Firefly on the Reaper, Milkman on the Winston kind of gives you some flanking dive presence, and Waffle onto the Hanzo gives them some long-range presence. If they do have to fall back from spawn, they've got great sightlines to get that Hanzo pick to work, but look at the speed. We've got some track stars on Rogers State flashing the wheels here, but Ozpat able to get the first kill of this fight with the Fire Strike, and Waffle landing the headshot crucially onto Cinder to sit down this first attack.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed, and they're just staggering them one by one now. Great shots from Waffle, finding the marks where needed. Now trying to get into 1v1 with Ambrose and going to come out on the 1v1, something you might not often see from a Hanzo unless if they're able to grab that headshot. It looks like UARK is going to be pushing the strat that Rogers State had done to them not 10 minutes prior. And the Batfield is going to come out, but what is that? The Dragons are coming out to play as well. Alec throwing down the immortality field, trying to keep his tank alive, but Ripsy's going to fall very short, and that Earth Shatter is going to come out from Ospat to clean up UARK, looking very strong on this defense.
Looking strong, but they've got to give a little bit here. They've only got 3 members left in this fight. It's 2 tanks and an Ana, which can be more than enough healing to get out of this one, but we do see Rogers State just aggressing, and it looks like Ospat not able to get out alive here. Hologram not able to either, and those two, they really did seem like they had the resources, the shield, the Ana healing to get back far enough, but still, quicker reset there would have benefited them.
Oh, absolutely. And now they're going to come back as a 6-man, though, and they are going to be able to hold this point as long as they stay together. I think Roger's State misplay this last time when they were defending was they went in one at a time at this moment. Great headshot from Waffle on Descender. High Noon coming out from the Cole Cassidy on Ambrose, and we're going to hear the Earth Shatter. Ripsy letting it loose. Milkman now on point. Gonna maybe let the monkey out. Primal Rage could be on the horizon. There it is. Gonna get popped, and Raven Rider sitting pretty with self-destruct, just kind of waiting.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that was a monkey. Rip Harambe.
He was making this map look like a bounce house right there. Landed on the heads of 2 members of Roger State, picking up that double kill. And Nuke, right before that, he was not having very much fun. Caught that Cole Cassidy stun. Got the nano boost, jumped in there, all confident on Winston, caught the stun, then got solo shattered by Ripsy. I mean, I almost called PETA because it looked like some animal abuse, but just like that, Milkman was able to rally and get a 3K there with the Primal Rage.
Hey, what'd I tell you? Have faith in your local. Ambrose gonna get a pick on Milkman, and they are looking to continue this push. Raven Rider with the self-destruct still online, and it doesn't seem to be there's any tanks in the backline. Now's the chance. The beat is gonna get dropped, and UARK may fall on this defense. Don't think that they're gonna be able to hold this one, but Roger State was able to hold when they were on defense up until the last second of this first point, and it looks like UARK is going to be able to, oh, never mind, they're still in. Milkman dove back in on point. We are going to see Osback kill Ripsy, and now it absolutely is winnable. 49 meters, and we're seeing Firefly rip all of the fire from the Hellfire shotguns on point. Roger State, though, is going to defend Cinder. Going to hold that one.
Yeah, able to finally finish off that point there, but really, UARK just made it take everything for Roger State to get that cap, and that's what a good contest does. Of course, it's unsuccessful in actually saving the objective for them, but it gets out the High Noon, it gets out the Death Blossom, the Beat Drop, the Diva Bomb. You just got 4 ultimates off the board for 0.49 meters of this map.
Yeah, you know, I just noticed something too, Berkeley. I'm still very surprised that Milkman has decided to opt to stay on this Winston, knowing that Cinder and Raven Rider are on the other team with the shotguns. Could be jumping at any time. Yeah, it's not looking very good, but man, Hologram is keeping Milkman alive and ensuring that he can keep dispersing milk to the good, greater community.
Well, Nuke, as to what you were just saying, of course there's a ton of burst damage on the side of Roger State to deal with Milkman, but as we just saw in that last fight, Milkman knows that Cinder, the Reaper player for Roger State, they're going to be going into the backline every single fight, so Milkman can just solo aggress onto this Baptiste, make it so Alec can't do 2 jobs at once, can't do damage, can't do healing at the same time, just cause a distraction, and then the UARK frontline is able to step in. Right now we are seeing him come up into that space right now, right up into the wheelhouse. Milkman goes down on the outside, but it's still an even fight, and now UARK can really start to let this defense fly with ultimates.
Yeah, and notice how Waffle had noticed that they demeched Raven Rider and let the dragons loose immediately after. While Raven Rider is also down, we're going to see a massive Death Blossom come out from Firefly and halt all of Roger State. You are going to hold this defense, and man, Disgraceless getting out by the nick of his hairs, or her hairs.
Nuke, 5 ultimates it took right there. Probably an overinvestment for UARK, and a game that is just so close where it seems like every ultimate just matters so much. I know that Death Blossom found the market, found 3 kills, but if they could have finished that fight without it, they would be in a much better spot right now. Now they're just relying on the nano boost from Hologram. Ospat with a great first kill of this fight. That's going to get them back into this ult economy significantly, but still kills are trading out, and it's anyone's fight.
Roger State is going to take this fight pretty handedly. I think it's just Lucio and the Reinhardt that are alive on the side of UARK. They're going to fall pretty momentarily. Tranquil recognizing it as a losing battle and backing up for the rest of the team. Looking at Rogers State side, they were able to get a pretty good flank off there. Cinder got in the back line, took out a couple of members of UARK without them noticing, and now Rogers State, because of that, did not have to utilize any ultimates. They've got 5 online, and they're looking to cash in. Waffle not letting that happen, though. They're going to get a headshot on Alec.
That ultimate got countered by the headshot. Baptiste Alec tried to use that ultimate, didn't work, but it still doesn't matter. Rogers State just has so many resources to try and finish off this fight. The Diva Bomb finds two. Ambrose with the high noon gets another, and Cinder hits the mark with the Hellfire shotguns. This team is in overtime, but they are calm, cool, collected, and they've just taken second point.
Yeah, that was a fight that UARK had to win. However, like you said, if they're using their ultimates at the end of the point, it's almost a win for the other team, and UARK forcing Rogers State to utilize all of their ultimates but the Death Blossom. So Cinder has that online, able to use it. Ospat with the Earth Shatter trying to fish something out from Ripsy. Find a stun on the other end of that Cole Cassidy. We're hearing the Earth Shatter come out. Not gonna find much though. Not as much as Cinder on that. What is the boops? Why is Cinder just getting bounced around like they're bowling and the walls are up?
Yeah, I don't know. The bumpers were just out to play there. Milkman just trying to bounce Cinder everywhere around this point with the Primal Rage, but still, a Reaper versus a Winston up close. Not going to end well. Milkman switching over to the Roadhog for the final stand here on Rialto, or I'm sorry, Havana.
Yeah, and that could work. We haven't seen Milkman play the Hog yet, so it's a matter of whether or not they're able to hit the shots and grab the picks that they need. Firefly waiting with this Death Blossom in tow. Gonna fall, going for this cheeky flank while the rest of the team engages. Oh no, there goes the lamp.
So sneaky, just like that, the backline is down, the Diva desuited, and with 7 seconds to play, the University of Arkansas might just be able to steal this point. 2 seconds now, can there be any contest here for Rogers State? It doesn't look like that, and Nuke, I am happily going to eat my words here as the University of Arkansas are able to take a map off Rogers State.
Breakfast is better. What can I say? University of Arkansas threw in the Milkman, recognized you gotta have milk with your waffles, and they took that map. Ripsy gonna get play of the game though on the side of Rogers State.
A little bit of a flank shatter. The shield dropped at the last second, and Ripsy there to just step into everything and clean it up. Very quick, 5 kills on the back of that Earth Shatter, and we will head into map number 4, which Nuke is going to be King's Row. Of course, a fantastic map for Rhine players right now. To me, it seems like Ripsy is a little bit the better Reinhardt in this lobby. Is that going to help him on King's Row? Do you think he is the better Reinhardt?
I would have to agree with you so far in this lobby. I think Ripsy is probably the better Reinhardt, but it sounds like Ospat is doing everything in their capabilities with the shot calling on these points. I've seen a complete turnaround in UARK's how they engage these fights and what they're doing. Like I said earlier, their reactive calls were their issues, being adaptive in the moment, and we're seeing a lot of these fights turn around from 1 or 2 ultimates on the side of UARK, and you love to see it.
Yeah, you really do. And Ospat and Firefly, kind of the 2 captains for this team. And they're pretty much picking the team compositions. We haven't seen a whole lot of switches, but on that last map there, we see Milkman coming in, playing the Winston, really changing things up here. And honestly, it looked like Rogers State in the mirror match, or the Rhine Diva versus Rhine Zarya match, they kind of had the edge. But switching over with Milkman onto the Winston, it seems like Rogers State has less of an idea of how to respond, as we do just see Cinder on the Reaper. The counter to the Winston goes into the backline. Milkman is able to get a ton of value just jumping past the Reaper, past the burst damage, and engaging right onto the supports.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is knowing, and this is where you get into the weeds of practicing with all of your teammates, right? You can get a lot of value out of sitting in practice and working 2-on-2 with everyone on your roster, so that if you need to switch up playstyles like we're seeing right now, Cinder doesn't need to be in UARK's backline. He needs to stay in their backline so that when that monkey jumps in, there's nothing that monkey does but eat Hellfire shotguns.
Yeah, or another thing they could do is, if you're not looking to just save yourselves with the Reaper to take care of the Winston, you can save your amp speed to just make sure you've got it. The Winston jumps in, everyone gets out of dodge, gets out of range of that Tesla cannon, and you're able to actually engage onto something when the Winston is left just with nothing there in the middle of his dive. But Nuke, going over to King's Row, I'm not quite sure if we're going to see the Winston play on this map, because this is a much harder map to get that hero to work.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Berkeley. I think that on this sort of map, we'll probably see a lot more of a Rhine Zarya, and maybe even towards the last point, Rhine Diva. That's a pretty popular composition on this map, and you and I are no stranger to this map. I think this is both of our favorite maps, so we love Reinhardt, we love King's Row, aka Scrim's Row. My question for you is this: will we see the Mondada hat strat?
Ooh, I hope so. I
Same.
don't think so, but I hope so. I would love to see a SimTP and a Bastion right up there. Just show me what you got, defense. If you can answer this, then it's going to be tough for us, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, Nuke. We do have Cole Cassidy. We've got Cinder on the May, so I think this is the rush down that Rogers State likes, especially on a hybrid map with tight chokes, so I think it's going to work well for them. University of Arkansas staying with the Reinhardt Winston, which they got to work last map. We'll see if it pays dividends here on a much tighter map.
Yeah, and that's interesting now because Rogers State, changing up their composition, they will not have either. They will not have a Reaper, if you will. So Raven Rider will really be the only thing that can shotgun that Milkman down. But Rogers State will be on the offense first. UARK will be on the defense, and they're going to be holding this doorway. As soon as anyone steps through, Firefly's going to throw up that wall. The wall goes down immediately, not able to capture anyone. Waffle on the Reaper, trying to find some value for their team. The Immortality Field is going down for Rogers State. Throwing it before point is pretty risky. Now they have nothing to sustain them on point if UARK is able to keep them off or apply pressure.
Maywall makes UARK just kind of peel around that corner a lot, almost overextending, but they've got a May of their own. Firefly dropping down another wall to keep them up, and now the tank's just engaging into the back line, really backing up Rogers State around the Mondada statue, and it looks like they are just in full retreat here. It's going to be very difficult to weasel their way out of here, and just like that, 3 members go down as Milkman and Ospat are just making their presence felt on this Reinhardt Winston composition again.
Yeah, I think the key play here as well isn't even Ospat and Milkman, it's Firefly on that May. Those walls were massive in separating all of Rogers State's front line, and Ospat and Milkman really just capitalized on those walls coming up. So massive shout out to Firefly, huge May plays.
It was really good here. Firefly rewarded with the Blizzard. Oh man, Ripsy steps into the kill onto Milkman. Now they've still got a shield here, the defense, but it might be too little as the High Noon is able to find another kill onto Firefly before they're able to get the Blizzard off. Death Blossom coming in late here takes care of Ripsy, but it's going to need more. Waffle countering with another Blossom. Diva Bomb coming in to get a 3rd kill, and Rogers State investing heavily to take the first point of King's Row.
But investment well paid off, in my opinion. If you need to use everything to take that first point, just do it. Now you have the payload. Now you can move. Milkman, though, gonna try to jump on point and create some time for the rest of UARK to come in. The Blizzard is going to follow suit from Firefly, and now they are in full swing. Ospat's now on point as well. That Waffle is going to take out Ambrose, but Raven Rider going to clap back on Firefly, and it looks like Rogers State is going to take the point nonetheless. That was a good attempt from UARK, just poor execution. I feel like there wasn't a target that was called in that fight, and had they followed Cinders, or sorry, not Cinders, had they followed Firefly's lead on the May, they may have found a little bit more value, but Firefly now opting to switch over to Ashe.
Firefly over the Ashe. I think it's a pretty good pick here. Milkman going over to the Zarya. That's going to actually help them out a lot with Cinder on the May. That can actually get you out of, that freeze that Cinder is trying to get everyone into, especially when that Blizzard comes out. You've got 2 bubbles that can save a couple of teammates, Milkman included. Disgraceless just jumping around on the Lucio, trying to dislodge the Reaper there, but this is just a wild fight right now in the streets phase of King's Row. Alec has the Ant Matrix online here, but it looks like the team is going to have to back up as 3 kills get found for UARK, and they're just stepping forward here. And Nuke, right now is when Rogers State, they've got to be weary not to get spawn help. This is actually a very tricky spawn to get out of if the defense is playing aggressive.
Yeah, it's not an easy spawn to leave, and Rogers State is seeing that right now. UARK holding, this is a really good choke to have right here in this alleyway around that second corner. If UARK is able to hold this with Ospat's Earth Shatter, then this could be another minute that Rogers is stuck.
High Noon and Aim Matrix completely countered by backpedaling. The power of backing up always amazes me. Ozpat now has a nano boost on the corner, looking to go in with a shatter, and just like that, lays down all 6 members of Rogers State. This attack is sent packing. Ozpat, flex your muscles, buddy. Play the game, guaranteed.
Listen, that might be the fattest shatter we've seen all night, and Ozpat recognizing it with the emote. Probably heard us say Ripsy was a little bit better of a tank earlier, and Ozpat clapping back with that. At this point, I don't know, because that was a pretty big shatter, and really good patience from Ozpat, waiting for the right opportunity to throw that out.
Yeah, and that was golden too, especially after they just negate those 2 ultimates in the fight by backing up. They get the nano boost. Shatter hits everybody, all 6 members of Rogers State. Now we're into our next fight, though. They've got a Diva Bomb that gets tossed out over the corner. Rogers State trying to find something on this engage. Bob gets thrown in from Firefly right into the front line. That's going to halt the attack for now, but Waffle into the back line, gets stunned, still has the Blossom, though, but not able to get out alive. Ripsy with the final hammer swing takes down the Reaper. Still, though, anyone's fight. Cinder throws in the Blizzard. A lot of members could get frozen up here, but it looks like they're able to just escape narrowly as those Zarya bubbles do come in clutch, but great icicle shots from Cinder. Take down Milkman in just 3 alternate fires. And another shatter gets thrown out. Ozpat, charge him up, buddy. You've got it.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even see Ozpat had shatter again. That's kind of huge. Milkman, I don't know if I would really invest that Graviton Surge when they did, but Waffle's going to find a couple of kills, and I think that's going to be enough for Rogers State to push in, because they're going to take down Waffle immediately. They had 3 left. That's all that they needed. Rogers State now sitting with both their beat and their shatter. So if they play these right, they have a great defensive ult and they have a great offensive ult.
Yeah, and again, UARK using pretty much all of their ultimate bank there just to try and put up a good fight on the last legs of that second point, but it didn't pay off for him. Now Ripsy is eyeing up a shatter of his own. A Maywall just seals off Ozpat, the support, not able to keep him alive through that. Now there's nothing that can stop this Ripsy Earth Shatter, but Ripsy playing with awfully low HP, not able to actually make it out of this fight into safety alive. Just like that, UARK, despite losing their main tank early and going up against an Earth Shatter, they're able to swing this one back.
Yeah, and that was a great swing. I mean, we saw Firefly throw Bob down and then Hologram throw the nano on the Bob. That was a great strat. Cinder had to use Maywall to block it off as Rogers State took a note out of UARK's book and decided to do the best strat there is, best strat of all. Back it up.
Yeah, and honestly, Nuke, right there, I think Firefly was thinking, oh man, Ozpat goes down, the team's like, we're down a man, and then Firefly's like, no we're not, enter Robert. And he just throws it back, it's a 6v6, and they're just back in the fight. Oh, we're on to the next one here, and it's already evened up, 5v5, 5v4 here as Rogers State loses their tanks. Not easy to gain this ground here on attack with no tanks, and it looks like the rest of the team will shortly crumble.
Yeah, I wouldn't say crumble quite yet. They still have Cinder and Ripsy, who immediately jumps into an anti-nade and is going to fall to the Blizzard, maybe? No, Ripsy actually is going to stay alive. Shout out to Alec and Disgraceless, keeping him alive. Cinder going through its hair, and UARK's backline as well. UARK, all that's left is Waffle on point. And they find themselves in a comparable position, as Rogers State is now inches away from finishing their push. About 25 seconds left on the clock, and UARK has to make a play.
Diva Bomb goes over the top, a shatter stuns a couple, and they will fall. Firefly and Hologram go down, but Firefly was able to get the Bob out just in time. Bob has found 2 kills, Milkman's grab collects a couple more, and with 10 seconds left, Rogers State will be scrambling back to this point as quick as they can, but it might not be enough time.
I don't think it will, and truthfully, I think that was a really, really great play of patience from Milkman. We are going to hear the Earth Shatter come out, however, it will fall. Someone is still on point. That Waffle trying to stop all of that. And going to find a Death Blossom to seal the deal. Raven Rider falling off the edge, and that is Rogers State push. They make it pretty far, almost making it all the way on King's Row. Will UARK be able to retaliate doing the same?
Well, it's going to be tricky, but UARK, just like that, has a win condition. Again, they could steal another one from Roger State if they're just able to get that third point. We're not going to be dealing with overtimes here, just a cut and clean, dry Kings Row map where the goal is very simple. Just get it 2 points and 65 meters, and we're going to be all tied up and headed to map 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless UARK makes it all the way, right? And then, oh wait, you're right. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's getting a little late, 9:30 at night. I gotta switch my brain into different gears. Give me a quick second.
Got to put some coffee on, Nuke. We got the next game after this one, and it's gonna be
ready.
way faster and way more intense.
I'm
Not that
so
this one's
ready.
slow, but Midland they're our Season 0 champs. They're going to be bringing the thunder,
True.
and I'm sure UBCO Serpents, they're going to be just looking to take him to task and, steal a win.
Pretty excited to see that set, but before we can get there, we have to finish what's right in front of us. And Roger State is on the cusp of greatness, but UARK has something to say about it, and they're now on their push. We are going to see Firefly opting to switch to the Symmetra, but there is no Bastion to follow suit.
Nope, but from the top turnbuckle they fall, and Ozpat is there with the engage. The attack just looking menacing here, taking care of the D.Va in quick fashion. Ambrose has nowhere to stand, goes down to Waffle as he steps in with those shotguns, and it looks like they'll just be able to collect kill after kill here. UARK, they know what's in sight. There's a victory just before the third point of this map, and they want to reach it.
Yeah, that, man, Tranquil on the Moira got a couple of kills there for UARK as well in the cleanup. And you're right, from the top turnbuckle, they fell right on top of Rogers, and Rogers really had nothing to retaliate. I don't think they were quite ready for that, as they were kind of in a scramble, but UARK taking that point exceedingly quick. 5 minutes and 30 on the clock, and they just have to keep this momentum.
It's going to be difficult here to keep it. Firefly switches back over to the Ashe, but Nuke, I'm not going to lie, playing the Symmetra, when it seems like Roger State, one of their better players, is a D.Va, they've got a Mei, they've got a Reinhardt, charging up that Sim Beam is a pretty easy task against this composition and very effective, but Ozpat says, I've got all the effectiveness you need right here, pal. Lays down the Shatter, lays down 3, and that'll get this payload around the bookstore corner.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, Ozpat is going through a tear, in my opinion. I think getting the clap back on Ripsy, but we're seeing a clash of the Titans between these two. Both of these players...
That hurt.
Really?
That hurt.
Yeah, really? Both of these players showing their dominance in this set. I think Rogers State not opting to even defend here. They're calling off Ripsy.
Minutes.
Wow, I don't know if that was the right play. I don't know if they should have defended or not. They do have a couple of ultimates online they could have used, but UARK continuing their push. Speaking of the top turnbuckle, Waffle in position, jumping down, gonna pick 1, almost 2, but Alec is gonna get the sleep off, halting that immediately.
Good wall there from Cinder. That's a supportive wall right there just to keep him at bay, but Ozpat cannot be kept at bay for long. Lands the Shatter. A D.Va bomb to counter goes over the top. Everyone stays safe for now. Ozpat gets pinned into the wall and goes down. A great Fire Strike scorches Hologram, and the defense finally has some footing.
Yeah, Ripsy, great move with the dive in and then turning around and fire striking for the kill. Rogers State holding their ground, still with 3 ultimates online, recognizing that they need those ultimates for whenever UARK throws out both their Graviton Surge and Robert himself.
Grav coming in, High Noon in the middle of it. Robert gets thrown in on the flank. High Noon and Slept should be taken care of relatively easily here. Blizzard from Cinder gets thrown out. That'll keep UARK at bay for now, but still trading out. It's a 5 versus 5. The Reinhardt's in a slugfest in the Mega Health Pack room, but Ozpat the first to fall.
Yeah, it was a gamble of who was going to come out on top in that slugfest. I think Alec just peeked through the wall and was able to get a couple of heals out on Ripsy. Ozpat, though, coming back with Earth Shatter could do a lot for UARK. I think they're playing this corner well. That was a massive Anti, and then a hologram gonna all Ospat, who's just gonna dive straight through Rogers' state, a force to be reckoned with, and the ground shakes as the Earth Shatter comes out. UARK is pushing to win.
Ospat, you see that 5K in round 1? Well, just in case you didn't, here's another one. This man is a play of the game highlight reel machine. I mean, I don't know which one it's gonna be, but Ospat, let's see your intro. There it is. Slam it down. This is a spectacle.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. Oh, no, this was from the other
All
Shatter
6.
earlier in the map. Got all 6. You're absolutely right.
All 6 in the stun. The Diva able to get away, but still just fantastic. 15 Earth
24.
Shatter kills, dude. What is that
24 Earth
performance?
Shatter stuns.
I
15
know.
kills, 24 stuns. Wow, that was just another Ospat entirely. That was absolutely insane. And here he is. You know, I'm gonna let him in and let him stand on standby. Ladies and gentlemen, the janitor is in the house as the reverse sweep is now in motion. Will UARK take it, or will Rogers State prevail and shut down UARK's push? We'll find out right after this short break. And welcome back to the action. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, as you probably know if you've been tuning in for the past hour, joined here by Ult Charge, and we are casting what is the Challengers White Division match of the week so far. UARK versus Rogers State University, and man, University of Arkansas is clapping back in this series. They are now up 2-2, and the Janitor is here ready for the reverse sweep to take fold. We are now moving into map 5, and Ult Charge, let me pick your brain. What's on your mind?
This is one of the closest games I've ever seen. Ilios was 2-1. Eichenwald was 5-4 in overtime. Havana is when the reverse sweep, or what might be a reverse sweep, was getting started. That was 2-3. UARK took that map. Kings Row, again, 2-3. UARK able to take it in a much more convincing fashion, though. Havana was very close, right down to the wire. Kings Row, not so. They had a hefty time bank. They had 3 other fights to get the job done there. And now we're headed to Oasis. But Nuke, Ilios was very close. Arkansas won their first point, and then Rogers State came and swept the final 2. So it seems like Rogers State had the edge on this game mode, but University of Arkansas still had it together when this game first opened. And honestly, they seem like the better team right now. They've got all the momentum. They've figured out a composition. Milkman came into the game and has been a showstopper. And Rogers State now is in the position where they have to respond.
Yeah, definitely. Milkman has joined the fray and been laying down all of the lactose for Rogers State. And it seems as though they're a little intolerant of it. UARK has been on a tear, like you just said. And I think in these control maps, I don't know if it'll play to their favor. They like to set up for these engagements and taking their time when they do. They won't have that privilege on this sort of map. They need to get in there. They need to get in fast. And I think that Rogers State might inch them out like they did on Ilios, but only time will tell. UARK is going to take the high ground first and foremost, and it looks like they have dedicated themselves to a complete dive comp against Rogers State Brawl comp.
Yeah, and Nuke, I love this. I mean, the dive element of UARK's play tonight has been what has worked for them, and especially on a control map where you have those high mobility heroes that can get back to the point quick, get you those late contests, really get you a lot of extra percentage on these maps could be key for them. Waffle opening up the first kill here onto Alec, who has switched from support onto DPS. Now there's no stun on the side of Rogers to deal with the dives, and it could be free picking here. Waffle comes in and picks the Reaper. Moira goes down as well, and just like that, UARK staying strong in this lobby, capture the point first.
Yeah, that was a pretty bold play, I will say, by Rogers State to switch out what was working, in my opinion, of a great support line. J Loves Anime now going to come in as Alec has switched over to the DPS line, and Disgraceless going to stay on the Lucio. I think we've seen Disgraceless and Tranquil on the Lucio for a majority of these sets, and nothing will change going into this set as well. Now, UARK, look at all of those ultimate. Look at the charge. If they go into this next fight, they are going to have the upper hand. It's whether or not they utilize it. Milkman getting nanoed and now diving into Rogers State backline.
Yeah, and that is the key to a Winston composition that has an on-up. The nano goes first. That's what gets you late into the fight. I mean, now they're just popping their second ultimate, the Primal Rage. They threw the Pulse Bomb out. It's stuck, hit the mark, and they've got this fight on lock. They still have a Death Blossom, a Sound Barrier, and a Self-Destruct. So good use of the ult economy, saving half of those.
Yeah, in my opinion, you can generally tell how good a Winston is by how much control they have with the Primal Rage. And we saw Milkman there change targets multiple times, first focusing Cinder, then transitioning to Ripsy as Ripsy was trying to get the charge on Milkman. Milkman took both of them out. So Rogers State now, though, sitting with 4 ultimates online. They have a chance to come in here and make something happen. Alec finding the kill on Tranquil to open up this fight.
That's a big kill too, Nuke. It gets the Sound Barrier off the board as they open up this fight, but still the high ground controlled by UARK. You don't see a lot of teams actually play up here for the staggers. Hologram goes down, and now UARK is left without supports. Tranquil will be coming back into this fight with a Sound Barrier, so we could see a very late dive and an aggressive push here in just a few seconds, but it's up to the tanks, and there is the Sound Barrier on the defensive side of things. Rogers State trying to put an end to this fight here and now using both support ultimates, and for now, Nuke, that's going to keep UARK at bay.
But why was the sound barrier dropped? Was that in I don't think that was in response to anything.
It could have been a bluff from UARK. It looked like they might have sensed the push coming, but they were able to just back off. Ozpat throws in that self-destruct over the top, able to find a kill. They've gotten a couple here. Waffle into the back line.
Wow.
A stick lands onto Ripsy, and this dive is so well executed from UARK. They just come in from all angles, swooping in, cleaning up all 6 in just a matter of seconds.
Question for you, Berkeley.
Yeah.
Where's this dive been?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Milkman has just been chugging calcium on the bench for this team. He comes in and his bones are so strong. He is the foundation of this team as far as I'm concerned. Could be the MVP if they're able to finish off this reverse sweep, but this dive has been so great to just get onto the backline because it has been the Rogers State supports for the most part this game that have shined the brightest. Their tanks as well, but a lot of that is due to how their supports were playing, and this dive comp completely takes care of how stress-free those supports were able to play at the start of this game.
Right, even in the start of the set, I mean, we were seeing more of a pseudo dive than anything. They're just full committing to this dive and playing around Milkman. What I found to be funny at the end of that round was Milkman was focusing Cinder. I don't know if it was to send a message to say, you know, my Winston will beat your Reaper, or if it was, you know, I need to take him out now because he's going to be a threat later on in this fight. But either way, just amazing target. I imagine target calling from Milkman or Ozpat. With Ozpat being the team leader and the shot caller, it's really great to see them synergizing so well when earlier that was kind of their Achilles heel. As we're talking about, Achilles heel, though, they are going to switch back to the Brawl comp, which, in my opinion, lost them most of their Ilios maps. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's a kind of shaky look if you ask me. We do see hologram on the Ana. Ripsy is over to the Roadhog, so that is something they didn't have on Ilios when Ripsy was tearing this team apart on the Roadhog. Is we recommended the Ana in the intermission. We'll actually get to see if that pans out here, so I'm excited to keep my eye on that. Alex switching over to the Tracer, kind of getting their own little dive element here. Ripsy goes down first and just tracked down by the Reaper, helped out with the Ana. And right now, it looks like it's UARK's point to lose, even though it's an even fight. They do have full control of this high ground.
Yeah, Waffle sitting up on the high ground, waiting for someone to peek their head out. Disgrace list is anti. That would be the call on who to take out at the moment. Alec trying to get a cheeky charge here. Now that the ult Tracer Bomb is out, but it's not going to find anyone. And Waffle is going to find a couple of picks. UARK just kind of cleaning up Rogers at this point. They didn't really have the staying power that UARK had. And I don't think they're finding the value on Roadhog that they seemingly thought they were going to. And I primarily think, honestly, Berkeley, I know I'm going on about this, but I think that if they played these angles a little bit better and in these passageways, if they found a pick with the Roadhog, you know, it may help. But you are going up against a Brawl comp that can counter just by running straight at you.
Yeah, and Chase, this is not the same map as Ilios. Well, there's not that big threat in the middle that makes Roadhog so menacing. It has a coastline as well, so Roadhog can't just sneak around all 4 sides of a square point. He's really got just so many routes he can run, and right now, speaking about run, Ozpat runs through Rogers State with another big Earth Shatter. He had 24 stuns, 15 Earth Shatter kills in the King's Row map, and he just steps into a big one there.
Wow, and man, UARK is on a tear. This is their series to lose at this point. They have Rogers right where they want them, and they just need to hold them there for another 50%. Rogers making the switch. Ripsy going to switch over to the Hammond. I feel like that's a little bit of a Hail Mary. It may work with this comp, but I very rarely see a Hammond and an Orisa together.
It's going to be tricky to get it to work for them, especially with Milkman just having this Graviton Surge online. A Hammond slams right down into it, and that ult locks him up. Firefly has the Death Blossom as well, trying to chase down the opposing Reaper. Milkman's grab locks up the Moira. J Loves Anime. Alpha goes down, getting stuck by the Pulse Bomb of Alec. Alec still trying to tear up the back line. Trying to track down Hologram, but Hologram with that nade, able to stay alive and rotate around, but right into the Death Blossom of Cinder, who finds 3 kills and still just gives Rogers State a little bit of life.
Wow, that was a massive play from Cinder, and will actually turn this point around for Rogers State, now capping, but they have to hold. If UARK takes this point, they're sitting at a cool 97%. That could spell out the end of the series. So Roger is looking to go all or nothing here.
It is not going to be easy with no ultimates up on the board, but right now they've got a fight where UARK isn't going to have many either. This first pick is going to be so important. Waffle up in the crow's nest in a perfect spot, and UARK reigns in the damage. They collapse on the flanks, the shatter lands, and that might be the last ultimate of this game. As they're sitting at 97%, the retake is going to be almost impossible if this one flips in the way of UARK. And they've got 6 members on the point, just having to deal with Alec, just having to deal with the Hammond Ripsy. And once they're off this point, this one, Nuke, is going to be so difficult to get back into the hands of Rogers State.
Oh, absolutely. And they're trying to keep the dream alive, but I don't know if it's going to actually be enough for it. Now they're contesting. They are at 53%.
They might have
Firefly
done it.
getting a kill.
No
That may be
way.
it. UARK is going to turn it over. Rogers State has no one on point. Oh, never mind. It looks like
overtime.
J-Love's Anime. Yeah, J-Love's Anime is going to die immediately. The Tracer is actually here. Never mind. Cinder
got 3
is here
back.
as well. They do have 3. Now they have 4. Rogers State is not down yet. They were able to come back just in the nick of time.
Well, now it's a party. They've got both tanks back. The Reaper just lurking around. If Cinder can somehow farm up this Death Blossom and get a lot of value with it, Rogers State still has a little bit of light before the end of this tunnel, but a beat drop and a speed boost, and they're starting to get run down. UARK wants to finish it now. They've got the confidence. They've got the picks. Overtime starts to bleed, and the shatter rocks the earth. And just like that, UARK might have our first reverse sweep, and there it is.
Wow.
You are coming all the way back 2-0 on Oasis, and they are your champions tonight.
And what champions they are. This was a composition where everyone had to fire on all cylinders. It came down on both teams to who was creating the most value. We're seeing the GGs in chat, and I think both of these teams have something to learn from the other. Like I said in the very first game of the series, if these schools have not found their scrim partners yet, this is where they found their scrim partners. This is it. Wow, just an amazing comeback from University of Arkansas. It really felt like they were very self-cognizant of what they needed to work on throughout the series, and that proved true to the very end. It came out to, who are we switching out? Who's going to have better synergy with the comps that we need to play? And it all came down to the milkman himself.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, through so much of this game, I was probably going to have to give my MVP to either Cinder or Raven because they played outstanding for this RSU team. Because, I mean, the Reaper obviously such an important part, the real damage of your composition. But Raven, I've said it time and time again, playing Diva like not a lot of players in this division are able to. But still, on the other side of things, Nuke, you're absolutely right. UARK, they send in the Milkman, and he delivers right on time. They switch over to a dive composition, and this team transformed into something completely different.
So, I now have to ask, and we're going to open up the can of worms. Play of the game. Player of the set.
Well, it's tough to give it to Milkman, right? Because they're just there for the 3 maps that they won. So, of course, they're going to look great. Someone who was there for all of the maps through thick and thin, the captain of this team, the shot caller, the person who probably called for Milkman to come in, the captain. I'm going to give it to Ospat. They played lights out tonight. It was a tank battle through and through. They had to fight hard. And on King's Row, I ate my words. I said that it looked like Ripsy was the best tank in the lobby, and Ospat comes in like a man possessed with 15 Earth Shatter kills, 2 6-man Earth Shatter stuns. I mean, I'm giving it to that man.
Like I said earlier, it came down to everyone firing on all cylinders. Ripsy was edging out Ospat, and we saw Raven edging out the other the other tank on UARK at the first 2 maps, and that was putting Rogers in an advantageous position, even with Cinder as well. Barely getting on top of Firefly. But as we saw the set progress, right, we saw Waffle come online a little bit, in the Havana map with the Hanzo plays. We saw Firefly come in with both the Reaper plays and the Mei plays on the same map. Hologram on that Ana for most of the set, keeping the team alive. And my play of the game, someone that was, or player of the set, someone that was there the entire time from the very, very first map, it's got to go to Tranquil. And I say Tranquil because that Lucio kept the team alive. And if you look back at the set, or back at every single map, every engagement that UARK won was because they were in their face and they Lucio boosted. Even on that very last point, when all of Roger State came back, UARK had to turn and attack. They had to make it count, and Tranquil speeded and speed boosted them into Roger State. For that reason, I'm giving it to Tranquil. But what I will say is this is the hardest player of the match I've ever had to give, in my opinion, because it's between Tranquil and Milkman. Milkman had a lot of value on that Winston, and we were thinking, maybe this is just a one trick monkey that they brought in. But Milkman also showed a lot of value on that Zarya, even in those last 2 games. So it was very close, but got to give it to Tranquil.
Tranquil, definitely a good one. One of my honorable mentions, I would have to say as well. But chat, we want to hear from you. Put down your player of the match. This one was just a showstopper. We've got another good one coming up next as Midland takes on UBCO in, I do believe it is the Champions Division, a little bit of a step up from this level of competition. I'm hoping for a game that's just as close. Stick around after a short break. We'll bring you the action.
And welcome back to the NECC Overwatch action. It is Thursday night. It's 10 o'clock p.m. And you know exactly what that means. We just finished watching the janitor. He came in, he saw the reverse sweep UARK brought down on Rogers State University, and now the moment you've all been waiting for. We're in the Champions Division. Cyan side. We're watching Midland University take on UBCO Serpents. I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined here by Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens. Tell me, Ult Charge, how you feeling, and what are we expecting to see this evening?
Oh my God, Nuke. I mean, after a reverse sweep Gotta be feeling good casting one of those. Coming all the way back to win it, the University of Arkansas made me happy as a clam. I'm going to be riding that wave into this game, hoping it's just as close. We could not have asked for a closer Overwatch game, but this one, the competition level is going to be raised just a little bit as we head into our Champions Division. Midland University, actually the NECC Season 0 champions, they were able to beat Boise State in a best of 7 map championship. These are the maps for tonight in case you are just joining us. Ilios, round number 1 for Control. Eichenwald will be our second and hybrid map. Escort, we're going to be going over to Havana. Back to hybrid for map number 4, Kings Row. Oasis, Control for map 5, and a tiebreaker. Going to Rialto, a payload map. Nuke, we know it. There's no 2CP. It's fantastic, but I just want to talk about these teams. Going right back into Midland. Just tell me a little bit about their lineup, because this is one of the most interesting lineups in the NECC as far as their DPS and supports go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the fun thing about this is their DPS, top 500 players, and their supports are a little bit lower on the rankings. But tonight we'll be seeing what Sky, Striking Viper, Invictus, King Genius, and Honeycut 13. As you notice, most of them are juniors on the team. We got a couple freshmen and one sophomore. And unlike most of the other teams we see in the NECC, kind of a wide spread of majors. So a really diverse roster. But I think UBCO will have something to say about it as well. What are we seeing on their side, Berkeley?
Well, we're going to be having Robo Eagle, Lamb Sauce, Caillou, Ishan, Peachiest, and Micah for their starting lineup. Honestly, a pretty solid team, but there is just no preparing for this Midland team. Nuki mentioned them. It's What and Sky, their DPS players. They're the only returners from that Season 0 championship team that they had. And those two are top 500 DPS players. And they've also got a very interesting roster because this is Champions Division. This is not Legends. It's not our highest division. So what does the rest of their team consist of? Well, it's a Diamond tank. It's a Gold tank. It's a Gold support. And it's a Silver support. So they've just got such a wide range of SRs on this team. And honestly, it's a tough coaching task to bring that together and get these players all on the same wavelength. Not an easy thing to do. So the start of the season, they've got a ton to improve upon. And this could be just a testing ground game for them.
Absolutely. But if you look at both of their tank line, both King Genius and Honeycut are both freshmen on that roster. They have a lot of room for growth. And truthfully, if they keep their heads down, listen to what and listen to what and Sky are telling them, then they have a good chance to improve themselves this season and do the best that they can to possibly climb up those ranks looking at the next season. But you can see we're going over the luxurious side of the mountain of Ilios. You can see the statue of, I believe that's Athena. Is that Athena? I guess I've never really asked or wondered who that is a statue of.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
I'm going to say yeah. All right. I'm going to be the confident caster and say that right there, that's Athena. 100%. It's a fact.
Uh-huh. If we're wrong, chat, prove us wrong. But going into this game, we could see a wide variety of comps on Ilios. It could really be anyone's game. And I think it could go to either sides. We saw Midland last week unfortunately fall 0-3 to the Redbird Academy team, and UBCO barely lost 2-3 to Fresno State. So I don't know. A prediction for me, it could go either way. I'm a big fan of this Midland roster. I've seen, as you have, we've seen them play for quite some time. But UBCO is no stranger to the NECC as well. They've been here for quite some time. And interesting enough, if we see Delco play tonight at all, Delco is actually a graduate student on the roster, and a little bit of an interesting tidbit. But we are heading into the first map, and it looks like UBCO is going to opt for more of a dive comp. Midland going to run the Sigma Ball.
Yeah, and they'll be having Invictus on the brig to kind of support the Sigma frontline presence they've got. King Genius goes right in there with Sky and What, the hero players for this Midland team, the DPS rock stars that they've got. A couple of kills traded out so far. Invictus goes down, as does Lamb Sauce, so they get the Doomfist on the trade there, but Caillou cleaning up Sky. And just like that, UBCO does have the advantage in the first fight. Midland conceding some ground before going back in. This point doesn't unlock for a few more seconds, so they've got another attempt here, but Does look like Striking Viper does go down here. What gets a kill on the outside, but it's not enough as UBCO does get the first capture.
Wow, UBCO did get the first capture. What? Dancing around that point, but I think it came over to KO, taking a lot of ground on that point for UBCO against Midland. Look at Micah, though. Already has the Coalescence up. We've only been in this game for about 20 seconds. That Coalescence is going to come out predetermined to all of the other ultimates on the map and add some value, taking out the air support of what's... what?
I always remember casting Midland, casting what. He's just a hard player to keep calling out because it can get awfully confusing if you're not looking at the name tags.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Exactly.
those are, like I said, the hero players, and I was talking to their coach of ours before this game. Invictus and Striking Viper, they are the low elo supports that this team has to work with. Invictus playing the Brig, a pretty stable support if you're a lower elo player in a higher elo lobby, but don't expect any hero plays out of them. He's just looking for consistency, getting them to communicate, and trying to get them to coordinate with their DPS and their tank players. That is going to be the biggest hurdle for this team, what they're working on the most. But, I mean, in terms of DPS, these guys are showstoppers. They can really make a lot happen out there, especially in some of the higher divisions. They are some of the most talented DPS players in the NECC, and they're coming in with 3 kills. Do or die on this point. The Death Blossom cleans up 2 in the backline, but Sky is right there in response with 2 more kills at Midland, looking for their first flip.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great play from Sky, great turnaround, and this Doomfist has been prominent even more than UBCO's Lamb Sauce. I think that it's going to come down in this set to whether or not UBCO is able to take down and shut down Sky and What as a full roster. If they can take those 2 out early in these fights, then these fights are going to probably turn in their favor very quickly.
And Lamb Sauce flashing the Doomfist a little bit here. Comes in with a Meteor Strike, able to find the kill onto Invictus, who's not able to shield that one off. What gets the copy, the duplicate, onto the Devo, which will zone out the attacking UBCO team, but not for long as they go right back in. Caillou picks up that elimination onto Sky. They look like they're flying right now. I mean, they're going to get this flip back, but King Genius, a pretty tough target to take down before the flip happens. 66% captured for Midland. A very close game so far, Nuke.
Yeah, Lamb Sauce is going through a tear. There's the Lamb Sauce. Gordon Ramsay would be absolutely proud. Sitting at 63% now. They've pretty much evened out this first map. Trying to get a cheeky pick over on King Genius. That would have been huge, seeing as how King Genius has the minefield. But look at the ultimates on UBCO. They have 4 online, and Lamb Sauce and Micah are pretty close behind.
Yeah, they are. Invictus does pop the rally here just to get the team supported on their engagement. Sky eyeing something up from the skies here, but doesn't find the mark there as Caillou does actually get eliminated by What very swiftly with the beam. In the meantime, though, it's Lamb Sauce coming in with 2 rocket punch kills onto a pair of Midland players. And just like that, the fight that looked like it was starting to go Midland's way sways back toward UBCO, and overtime starts to tick down. Nuke, I do believe that is going to be 1-0 as we open things up here on Ilios for UBCO.
Yeah, if they're able to keep this up, which KO just took out Sky, more than likely going to end this point. There it is. They didn't even need the sound barrier from Peachiest. They didn't need to throw it out, but they did just for fun. And they're going to take that first round of Ilios. I wonder where we're headed next. I'm really hoping it's Lighthouse.
It's
Alas.
not gonna be. We're going
Alas.
to Ruins here. So Sky definitely going to be staying on the Doomfist here. A great map for the Doomfist. No, going over the Reaper. They're going to condense the comp a little bit. Their coach of ours was telling me just to keep an eye out for Sky's Doomfist. It's one of his more signature picks, so if he can get it to work, he should be on it all night long. But I like what they're doing here, going to what I would call like a much more meta comp. Ryan Zarya with a Baptiste Lucio. It's what we see from most teams in the NECC because that support line is very bona fide.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that Baptiste, we were talking about it in the previous set, but that Immortality field can do so much. And striking Viper on the Lucio, I almost feel like that name is warranted to place Lucio. You have to charge in, get those kills, and get out very, very quick. Lamb Sauce, I've been pretty impressed watching Lamb Sauce on this Doomfist, and it looks like UBCO understands the assignment well, taking out Sky and What before this fight even starts. KO is also going to fall, but Peachiest getting a massive boop onto King Genius, which you often don't see the Lucio able to boop the Reinhardt off the ledge due to his passive. But UBCO going to take that first point, and now they're clucking the time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Midland is able to counter what Lamsauce is able to do, especially coupled with these two great dive tanks. Ishan and Robo Eagle, they really do seem like their timing is very succinct with Lamsauce's cooldowns, coming online every 4 to 5 seconds. He does get dealt with there, scorched by a fire strike from King Genius. That opens up a window, an opportunity now for Midland, as they've got 3 kills in this fight. Make it 4, 5, as Honeycutt and Sky able to finish off the rest of this team and get the flip.
Yeah, that was a very fast flip too. They got in, they got the targets immediately. It sounds like Midland is doing a great job with their target calling. I feel like What and Sky are taking priority there. However, the follow-up is going to be imperative, and so far I've seen UBCO just act better as a team on these engages. We're seeing the Coalescence come out, met with Cole Cassidy, high noon, Robo Eagle going to take out What, KO, uppercutting Honeycutt. King Genius and Sky going to clap back though. Is it going to be enough? Sky needing to back up, get some heals, but Ishan going to follow up with the Primal Rage, not caring that Sky is on the Reaper, going to get that punch out, and they really need to capture this point. It's taking them a much longer time to do so. That allowed Midland 38% now. BCO now at 34, they're going to catch up pretty quickly.
Both teams choosing to invest 3 ultimates right there, so UBCO very happy with the flip. An even investment of resources now coming back in is Midland with that amplification matrix. That one though, a little too far behind the choke to get the value as the hit scan look for target shooting through. Lamsauce slams in once more, coupled with Kailu's Death Blossom.
Wow.
And just like that, Nuke, we've got a quad in the feed. That Bloody Rose was twirling, and it's going to be UBCO staying with this point.
Yeah, that was a great Death Blossom from KO. Everyone has their sights set on Lamsauce dropping from the heavens. They're not even looking for the Reaper who's blossoming behind them. That's exactly what happened. But look at Midland's side. They do have Zarya ultimate online. This could do a lot for them. They're going to try to engage the point. The ultimate is going to come out. Sound Barrier is going to come out in retaliation. And unfortunately, King Genius not going to find anything. Lamsauce going to pick up a couple of kills, actually, and turn this around for UBCO.
Oh, wait a minute,
Caster's
Sky.
Curse.
Oh my god, this man gets the mega health pack. He's looking hungry. He's looking to go right back in. Has a Winston and a Moira to deal with, and he's on just the hero to do the job.
Wow.
Still having to counter KO on this Reaper, though. It's really anyone's game, but Midland with the flip. They've still got the upper hand in this fight. Lamsauce, though, trying to make a mark late in the fight stage, but does go down to the hammer swings of King Genius, and Midland finally have this one secured.
Yeah, sitting at 90%, UBCO finds himself in a good position. Wow, King Genius, I'm not sure I can sign off on that charge. Your team's having to invest a lot to keep you in live. Striking Viper, gonna immediately pop the sound barrier, and this team is trying to get out. King Genius now diving back out. Not before Ishan is gonna get a kill on Invictus. Fall back to point. What kills me here,
A boop.
that was a massive boop. That was huge.
He came
kills
around
me-
the corner during the high noon and just nailed that primal rage hit right on to what? I mean, that was a very technical Winston play we just saw get pulled off.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great boop.
Well, now we're into overtime, Nuke, and the Graviton Surge gets thrown out. It's got 3 targets of UBCO in it, but no follow-up damage there as a shield does get thrown out by their Winston player. KO now with the Death Blossom, finding a pair of kills, trying to be counted by Sky, who also finds a deuce. What, in the meantime, does get that 1-clip kill onto the Pilot Diva, and also finishes off Micah on the Moira, and just like that, Midland in overtime. The clutch factor is there, and they're going to get this flip back, but they've got 10 seconds still to defend.
Yeah, UBCO can make it in time. Micah almost has Coalescence, and that might be the clutch factor to end this set. We're going to see Robo Eagle on the Wrecking Ball now trying to dive in. What does have Tracer Bomb? It is going to get stuck onto Micah. That might not be enough for UBCO as they now have lost 3 members of their roster. Midland making a massive comeback, but the sound barrier comes out from Peachiest. This could go either way.
It still is anyone's game. A big primal rage there from Ishan. But Sky, King Genius, they're coming back in with the dive. Sky staying stable on this Reaper with his 3rd kill of the fight. The Wrecking Ball minefield gets thrown out and the point is zoned off. Midland coming back to even up Ilios.
And in a very, very close round 2. I mean, 99 to 99% with Midland inching it out to get the 100. That was really close, and I think that they played to their strengths there. Sky waited for the Reaper ult and then retaliated with a Death Blossom of their own, and that spelled disaster for UBCO's entire healing line. Micah and Peachiest fell to that. So they didn't have the sustain on point. Obviously, it's going to get flipped over for Midland. Now, we're heading over to my favorite point on Ilios, which is Lighthouse. Looks like the comps are staying relatively the same from both teams. We're going to see KO switch over to the Sombra. Kind of a cheeky pick on this map.
Yeah, it definitely is. What going to be playing his famed Tracer and Nuke. In the last set, we did talk about this point in particular. Getting to the point first puts you in a little bit of a kill box. Why is that?
It's because you can just rain fire inside of that kill box, especially if I guess it also depends on composition, right? If you are playing more of a brawl comp, maybe you want to be in there. But UBCO is raining down terror with this dive comp inside of Midland, trying to take this point. It's kind of back and forth, I guess, but Robo Eagle just going on a tear.
Oh, what a stick!
And then getting demacked with a stick. You're absolutely right. And it is going to be UBCO that takes the point first.
What is trying to do all in his power for this Midland team, farming up that pulse bomb, landing a stick onto the Lucio, who then jumps right into the Diva Robo Eagle. Nuke, like we were talking about, getting to this point first, Midland did get to it first, but UBCO did not play it slow. They rushed in right behind them, made Midland get their back up against the wall, and then had them cornered into this point. But now it's Midland steamrolling into this point, and now we've got UBCO in the kill box. How did they respond? They're shattered. They've got 2 members down. They're going to be cleaned up here as the follow-up seems to be their King Genius able to stay alive despite being hacked briefly, and Midland get the flip.
Yeah, UBCO has to look at their positioning around this point and how they approach. They can't just go in and all-out brawl the brawl comp, right? They're going to lose that every time. They have to look to get a pick first, maybe get in, or wait to get a hack. KO almost having the ultimate online. This could be what turns the point over for the Serpents.
Coming back in now as they're looking to get it back. Lamsauce getting 3 kills, no ultimate required. They've got the Coalescence pop from Micah to keep the team supported, but it looks like they've got all they need to get this flip to go their way. Midland shoved off this point quickly. They don't invest anything. That's just a reset there from what he knew or how this book ended. So he just chose to get back to spawn pretty fast.
You're right. My audible gasp was almost me catching up from the lag and going, wait, what? Why? What? Why did
one of the best players in this division just jump off the map? Oh, big EMP there, stuns 4, comboed with the Blossom from Lamsauce, and a very well-timed dive. That's going to clean up Midland here.
And that's how you take these fights. That is textbook Overwatch. You throw combinations at them that they cannot counter. That was a massive EMP from KO and a beautiful follow-up from Lamsauce. Now that they're sitting at 70%, they've kind of realized that that is a kill box, and they're playing off of it just a tad. Earthshatter is going to come out, and gonna find the pick on KO. Moving back to point, but Robo Ego is gonna get a 3K self-destruct.
Wow, I did not think what was going to get caught by that self-destruct. Just unable to get around that corner in time. He was eyeing up a pulse bomb. Now he's going to have to make it count here as we've only got 8 seconds to play in Ilios in what has been a very close game. King Genius hitting the rollout along the outside of the map, trying to get to the point in the nick of time, and he's able to get the touch, but still getting picked. Overtime starts to tick, but Midland is back in this one. Sky pops the Blossom. The Pulse Bomb is out. Doesn't hit the mark. Graviton Surge, though, going to lock up all of the Serpents. Do they have the support to stay alive here? An Immortality Field gets thrown out to keep Midland in the fray, but it's not quite enough as UBCO come through with the kills. Just like that, they will take Ilios.
Yeah, that Coalescence Kamehameha really pulled it out for the Serpents. And I have to say, I almost want to put my money down on Winland. Midland winning that map had they engaged that point together. They all came in at different points though, and when Sky got in to be able to throw the Death Blossom out, it was almost too late.
Yeah, it almost was. Midland also had that Graviton Surge online. They had the 2 DPS ultimates that they used just before, so maybe they could have gotten that follow-up onto the Grav if they held those ultimates just 2 seconds longer. But maybe they had to use them just to stay in the fight itself. So a very interesting map, very close indeed. These two teams lost in week 1, so they are fighting for their first win of the season. Nuke right now, both of them are bringing the heat.
Oh, absolutely. And what's awesome is we almost thought that it would be a blowout in the sense of DPS versus DPS. But I have to say I'm very impressed by KO and Lamb Sauce and their ability to really keep it up and match both Sky and What on the side of Midland. I think that this series could go either way. Once again, it's going to come down to how well the Serpents play around each other and getting those picks early. I think in terms of these team fights, though, the Serpents have been taking it to Midland. I mean, these wipes are so fast. When Midland are winning these fights, it's edging out the Serpents, right? It's being able to counter the ultimates with whatever Sky and What are bringing to the table. But the Serpents, when they're taking these fights to them, it's just an all-out wipe.
Yeah, and the Serpents are playing that dive just a lot better, and that is kind of what you get when you're not just relying on 2 DPS players to find all of your picks. They have tanks who know how to do the job. We're seeing it with Robo Eagle's ultimates getting the play of the game, and that last one making it about as swift of a team wipe as you can get. But anytime you have, higher ranked tanks, and that is the case tonight, is the averages, the SR averages are pretty equal with these teams, but really it's the tanks and the supports that do just have some higher skill on this UBCO team. A lot of the weight is on the shoulders of the Midland DPS. So those UBCO tanks, they're well supported. They're more well supported than the Midland tanks. They're able to get more value out of their heroes, make more succinct dives. They've got a little bit better timing. And even though we have some unbelievable DPS on the side of Midland, we are seeing it well met.
Oh, absolutely. And Robo Eagle, to that degree of looking at the tank line, Robo Eagle on these off tanks is just terrifying. If I'm honest, watching this diva dive in and just get 2 or 3 picks and then drop a self destruct and get another 1 to 2 picks is not an easy feat. You have to have great target calling to make that happen. And unfortunately, it looks like the peel just quite isn't there for Midland. That's not to say it can't be, right? If you have a team like Midland where there is a skill disparity, but the lower ranked players listen to what the higher ranked players are saying and they follow up fast and aggressively, we could see an entirely different series moving forward.
Yeah, we definitely could. And again, Alvarez, he coaches this Midland team. He said that the supports are the main thing they're working on, is making it so, one, they peel for each other, not just keeping their DPS alive, who we've all identified as their carries, but keeping your other support alive is just a main task for every support player out there. And at this pace of play, one that they're not used to while they're playing on the ranked ladder, it's probably the toughest thing to do because your eyes, for the most part, are always just looking forward at the team fight, and your other support is usually not on your screen. They're in the backline with you on your wings. So it's a level of awareness that they're working on. And in these early stages of the season, that's what they're hoping to develop most. Here going into Eichenwald, Nuke, we're probably going to see Midland just on some insane DPS players again. But what heroes do you think the rest of this team is probably going to end up playing? What do you think is going to be a strategy that'll work well for them?
On the side of Midland, I think that you just go something simple that your DPS can play around, right? So if you're going to go, if your DPS want to stay on, that Reaper Doomfist or that Echo Doomfist that they had earlier, have more of a dime composition. If they're wanting to play more of a Hanzo or or Cole Cassidy, let them jump on tanks and just hold the shield while they get the picks in the backline. I think either can work for them. But looking in the game, we are going to see a couple of switches come out. Lazy 12 is going to come in for the tank. Lamb Sauce is going to come switch to tank as well. We're going to see Delco come in for the DPS and Blue Butterfly come in as the support player. All of those for the UBCO Serpents, which is a little surprising considering they just took that map.
Yeah, a lot of substitutes, and we can see how their composition has definitely changed around here. Lamb Sauce over to the Orisa after playing a very good Doomfist previously. So, I mean, I've got my eyes all over this UBCO team composition. I don't know what their
Right.
plan is. They've clearly got some tricks up their sleeve here. So it'll be interesting to see how their first attack develops. But on the side of Midland, a very standard comp. I like what they're looking at. They've got the May for the defense, Sky on the Reaper to just give this team a ton of burst damage. I think it's a very well-rounded comp. They've just got to execute here.
Absolutely. And Midland, I couldn't agree more, actually. I think that seeing what on this May could determine this entire map, because as May, while you are a DPS, you have some capabilities to really move things around, and it looks like we're going to see a TP straight into point. UBCO is making their move now, not allowing any time or space to wall anything off.
No, in this fight, just barely going in the way of Midland so far, as it's a 5 versus 4, but immortality fields are out of play here, so it's a very dangerous point number 1 for both of these teams. First tick starting to be taken as Blue Butterfly just starts to bounce around on this Lucio, able to stay alive. The charge does connect there onto Delco, but still a very well-contested first point has gotten no one's way yet.
Yeah, Delco trying to get back in. UBCO, Blue Butterfly trying to keep Lamb Sauce alive, but there goes the Lamb Sauce, and Gordon Ramsay is going to be on a tear. Blue Butterfly not making it out in time, and Sky are making you question exactly all of your decisions. UBCO needing to reevaluate how they're going to approach this.
Well, I do like what Midland's doing so far on the Baptiste and on the Lucio. These supports are the challenging part of this team that they've got to get to come together and play above their skill level. I think Invictus this round has done a great job throwing those immortality fields in spots that are hard for UBCO to shoot when those immortality fields are getting value. So his play is really turning around in the second map. Ilios, he was looking a little bit shaky, but now he's really starting to stabilize his front line and help out his team a lot here.
That's maybe because they're running more of a brawl comp, and everyone's not running around like a bunch of puppies, right? When you're running that dive. But King Genius now sitting with the Earth Shatter. Honeycat has the self-destruct online as well. UBCO has 4 ultimates of their own. They need to wait for Delco to get back up. They're gonna wait to push in. Waiting there for the wall though, so they're gonna have to be smart about how they approach this.
Lamb Sauce flies up to the top of the catwalk there and scouts out Sky, who's looking to drop in a Death Blossom. The Blizzard gets thrown out here. Immortality Field and Sound Barrier there to protect the UBCO team, but it might not be enough here. A Shatter lays down Midland to try and counter it all out, but a Sound Barrier popped by Viper keeps him alive in the nick of time for Sky to swoop in with that Death Blossom and clean up a pair.
While it looks like Midland won that fight, I actually think that they kind of threw that fight a little bit. They utilized everything that they had, and now they have nothing to use for the hold. Lamb Sauce has self-destruct online. Delco has Blizzard online. If they're able to get in here, that could spell disaster for Midland.
Good Immortality Field Fire Strike combo. That Immortality Field went up the second the Fire Strike animation started. You really do not see Silver support players make that kind of timing play very much, so Invictus has really stepped up his game here, just using one ultimate there. Finds them the fight win, buys them 20 seconds more off the clock, and gets them a little bit back into that ult economy game that they were just falling behind in.
You were 100% right, and it really pushed out their positioning. UBCO left in a really awkward spot. Delco now sitting with Blizzard, but having to back up as the rest of UBCO, their front line getting absolutely torn apart. A little bit of a late Blizzard coming out from Delco, trying to clean this up, but there's not much follow-up, and almost, I might have to say, a wasted ultimate from Delco. UBCO now in a comparable position as they are not able to get their end to this point.
UBCO is struggling. They've got 9 seconds left to make it to this point. What has really helped out this Midland team too, with fantastic May walls, good Blizzard ultimates to freeze up the UBCO attack. But now it looks like one final push might be enough for them. The Shatter lands onto the tanks, trying to connect the charge, but a big counter Shatter. King Genius lays down the hammer, trying to be king of Eichenwald here. Sky pops the Blossom in the back line, and overtime starts to tick. This one should be locked up for the Midland hold, But I don't want to speak too early as UBCO still has 2 members left in this fight.
I know that they can't at home see us right now, but my jaw just dropped, and possibly the biggest PogChamp moment I've seen this entire series. That counter shatter from King Genius was nothing short of calculated. That really secured the entire fight for the rest of Midland and allowed them an opening to retaliate as UBCO was really pushing and hammering into that point. Just a massive 500 IQ play from King Genius.
And he had the composure to lay it down too when the other Reinhardt was pinning just feet away from his face, and that play just saved the Midland defense. Now they're left with the task of just attacking this point, getting just a single tick, Nuke, and that is very achievable for this team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a rough defense for UBCO. They know that where Midland shines is their DPS, right? And it seems as though their DPS have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. And truthfully, that's where you can edge out a lot of teams in collegiate esports, is by showing your tricks and being able to use them at your disposal. You know, those tools count for everything. And as I say that, we are potentially going to see what on the Pharah, kind of an open space like we were talking about in the previous set over in Challengers Division. Right before this, we were watching Rogers State versus UARK. They pulled out the Pharah on this point as well, and it was very good for the first 2 points. There's a lot of open area. Striking Viper is going to complement with the Mercy, so this could go very well for Midland and very poorly for UBCO. But only time will tell.
And we should honestly just spectate what here, just to see how he plays these buildings, because the natural cover on Eichenwald first point, where you've got this big pillar up in the center and these rooftops to retreat behind, he has no mercy pocket right now, and he's able to stay alive against Champions Division hit scans with a Discord on him, Micah on the Baptiste, a support that has hit scan fire, and Sky just kind of waiting in the wings here, knows that first fight was lost, but look at this rollout. I mean, these guys are so flashy the way they go in. This one might not pay off for Sky as he goes down, but it does open up an opportunity here for what's going on the flank. No, a great headshot by KO sits him down.
Truthfully as well, I think UBCO picked the right composition they needed for this Midland attack. They have a lot of hit scan to counter that Pharah, and that's something that is unprecedented, right? You can't just sit and spawn and go, all right, guys, what are they running? Let's counter that. They just had to pick and choose what they thought would play to their advantage, and that double shield into double hit scan seems to be working for UBCO so far. But as you noticed right before we switched over to what, Sky looking on the flank, dashing in, looking at the Baptiste, but not gonna find anything and gonna die again. What? Finding 2 with the barrage though and opening this up for Midland.
Got both of the tanks too. That double shield comp now has nothing in the way of the damage that Midland is unleashing onto them. They're back down, but they've got support ultimates here. Blue Butterfly popping that trance that probably does 2,000 healing to keep those squishies alive there in this fight. Still only Midland needs to just take 1 tick. They've still got some presence on this point, but KO able to sit down. Honeycut on the tank. What's still not done here? Sky comes back in on the Genji, trying to cut him up. They've still got tanks to deal with. Only 15% left to take for Midland. They're trying to win this map with everything they've got.
Wow, and Midland is in a good position to do it. It's very back and forth, but they've staggered a lot of the members of UBCO, and I'm telling you right now, Lucio does not move, or not Lucio, I'm sorry. Zenyatta does not move fast. You know, we saw it in experimental, he could walk for a minute, but that floaty boy takes a minute to come back.
Yeah, he'll be lagging behind here. Midland has just 1:30 left to take this first tick here. Got some ultimates about to be online. Striking Viper will have that Valkyrie soon. Sky comes in and cuts up Lazy, taking down the tank again. But taking down the tank was not enough to win them the last fight. Gravitic Flux comboed with the stickies put on the ground. A heads-up play by what is the follow-up damage they need onto that Sigma ultimate. And that will do it. Midland swoop in and take the first point of Eichenwald and win map number 2.
And man, you said it best there, Berkeley. I mean, they swooped in. They took them 1 by 1, and that is exactly how Midland wants to play their game. That's how they want to play their strat. Allow Sky and What to get in these 1v1 situations and just tear apart UBCO. Now, if UBCO tackles it as a full 6, then they've shown that they can take down Midland, and they even have the upper hand. So it's going to be a matter of how they segregate and separate these players in these fights and take them on in these 1v1 situations.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but Midland will head over to Havana with a little bit of confidence in the tank after winning map number 2. Again, chat, both of these teams fighting for their first win of the season. We'll see who has the match point edge just after the break.
All right, folks, we're back. It's Chase Nuclear Nukem here, joined with Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens, and it is 1-1 in this Champion Cyan Division match. We got UBCO taking on Midland University, and Unana, you know my heart is in Havana. Ult Charge, I am elated to be going to this escort map. Tell me, off of what we've seen on Control and Hybrid, what are you anticipating moving into this third map?
Well, Nuke, I would be shocked if Midland switches off the May, especially on defense here, because they could actually lock in a little bit of a spawn camp like we saw in the previous match. So I would be looking for them to probably be running like that brawl with a May. On the side of UBCO, though, I'm not sure what they're going to do. They did sub out KO, so I'm not too sure if they're going to be continuing to run a Reaper composition or switch something up that's a little bit longer range. I think they were on a solid comp defending Eichenwald. They just did not do themselves any favors there attacking that map.
Yeah, that's a good point. We actually haven't seen anything else come out of that. So when they make this transition, they may be checking the box for a cheeky strat. You know how we feel about those. I think that you have to pull out all of the tricks in a match like this, especially with everything on the line. So very eager to see how they do. I did like seeing Delco on that previous map, so it'd be interesting to see him come back once more. But Escort, like you said, it's all, or not even Escort, but Havana, like you said, it's all about that spawn trap at the very beginning and how long you can hold the other team there. I think that's where it's going to come down and edging out both of these teams on this map. And in about 10 seconds, we'll see exactly what these teams have going on. But until then, just look at the beautiful cityscape of Havana.
A nice looking map indeed. Very colorful, vibrant, and fun. Nuke, we've got another close game on our hands. This one, Ilios went 2-1 for the side of UBCO if you're just joining us,
Right.
and Eichenwald was a 1-0 game where Midland was able to get a full hold and recover great after a disappointing Ilios round. And it does look like UBCO is rocking the double shield composition with a May, definitely going for that spawn hold we were talking about. Midland is going to have a very tall task of just breaking out of those first set of doorways.
You know, you bring up a good point with the May, but you have to look at the whole comp as well, Ult Charge. They have 2 shields, and they're probably going to use both of them at their disposal. They got the Cole Cassidy who can have the stun online, get those easy picks, and then obviously they have the immortality field with Micah on the Baptiste, and they have the Lucio to get them around. It looks like they're going to engage the strat immediately, going for a pick on King Genius. Not going to find it quite yet. They are going to take out that immortality field pretty early. And if you haven't noticed already, the sides have switched. UBCO is now blue, Midland is red.
Midland losing the first player of this map too, as Honeycut goes down early here to Delco. Delco, the May player for this team, trying to lock in Midland into the spawn, and it looks like they will do that in the first fight, as 2 more kills have been found here.
Yeah, trying to get a third as well onto what, but not finding it quite there. Delco gonna throw out a wall in the main area, not allowing them any wiggle room. Sky trying to get a flank around the side though, sitting at 83% until Dragon Blade, which could turn the tides of this entire sweep.
Yeah, I mean, Sky is one of the better DPS players here in the Champions Division, so I'm looking for that Dragon Blade to find the mark here, but Deshaun's High Noon able to take down Striking Viper, but still though Midland coming in with 4 kills. Look at Honeycut go. Finishing off 4 eliminations as the Sigma, and that is probably the hardest primary fire in the entire game to hit. Those hyperspheres bounce all around. They've got that launch time on them too, but a great job there from Honeycut to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter who put out most of the... well, it matters who put out the damage, right? But what matters is how you finish it. Honeycut able to add a lot of value for the team and being able to get those picks, forcing UBCO back. Lamb Sauce also sitting down with the ultimate. They're going to take the high ground. Midland has some tricks up their sleeve, though, as they have Dragon Blade, and it is coming out. Sky looking at the back line, trying to take out, man, took a couple of swings, but finally was able to take out Ishan.
Yeah, that Dragon Blade, though, even though it is able to find Ishan, not quite what they were looking for there. Just a very good investment from UBCO and great follow-up there onto the Gravitic Flux. As they slam them down, everyone on Midland is half HP, and the follow-up, like I said, very succinct and fast. Midland switching Sky over to the Doomfist now. I'm looking for what to take up that top right high ground perch. Sky going in aggressive, doing a ton of damage onto Turbo, and Turbo will be cleaned up there as the Midland frontline is able to step into that kill. The Blizzard kind of misses Midland right there and goes a little too far into the backline, Nuke.
Yeah, and it seems as though the Blizzard has done more than its job and frozen our feed. So there's not much that we can do in this instance, but I will say, looking back, it was a little bit trying for Turbo to be able to do anything in that fight. Unfortunately, Turbo was taken out very early, and we saw the beat drop very late to try to keep him alive. So that turned the tides for the entire fight for Midland. They were able to push in, and as we cut out there, we saw Midland taking the fight now to UBCO.
Yeah, Midland's attack, they fared a lot better than University of Arkansas did, as they were held in spawn for about 3 minutes. Getting a little worried now that the game did crash there for production, so we will have a little bit of a break here before we end up back into our Havana map. But Nuke, honestly, just opening things up here, we're seeing some Sigmas, which we haven't seen so far, and back onto the Doomfist was Sky, so not quite getting the Genji to work for him, maybe building up a little too much confidence there in that last Eichenwald round.
Genji's great, but you have to have great target calling, right? And I think Sky and What were not on the same page about who they wanted to take out when that Dragon Blade had been pulled. Not to say that Sky is not a great Genji player, but man, it took them 2 or 3 different swings to take out that Cole Cassidy. It should take 2. That's it, right? So I think that an interesting point as well is seeing the Sigma on both sides. Both have had major impacts in how we've seen both of these fights take place so far. And it just shows, once again, the versatility that you need at this rank to be able to play effectively. I think we've seen almost all of the main tanks come out to play so far. Maybe not Roadhog quite yet, but we've seen all of the other main tanks come out in the series.
Yeah, which has been nice to see. We haven't really seen too much of revolving tank play so far this season. It is just a lot of Rhine Diva or, the double shield. Occasionally when we do play Ilios well, we get some Roadhog out in the mix. So Ilios is always a fun one to have in the map pool for that reason. But I like what we're seeing so far, Nuke. If you were just talking to Midland right now to hype them up going into this round, would you have anything to say? Maybe that like, hey, I know you guys kind of just full held Eichenwald. It was looking great, but let's reel it back in.
I'd say, let's go. Take a deep breath. In through your nose, out through your mouth. You guys got this. Just focus on your play. Focus on playing around both of your DPS. And as you can see, we are back in the action. UBCO stuck on the back foot a tad, and it looks like Midland has taken the first point already.
And they're rolling into this fight heavily as Sky's Doomfist seems to be paying dividends for this team. He comes in with the Meteor Strike and the Rocket Punch to find about 3 kills there for the Midland squad. They will have to find a way to win this last fight of second point with just 2 ultimates, though.
But I have a strong confidence that they'll be able to, especially with this sort of positioning they're set up. King Genius obviously looking for a charge, but Lamb Sauce taking out Sky as soon as they walk in. And now this Reinhardt is going to fall to the same demeanor. Lamb Sauce pushing to point, and Ishan getting a sick Deadeye over on Striking Viper. UBCO is back in this thing in full swing, man.
Yeah, way to stabilize there for UBCO as they're able to come back out of spawn and make sure that they take those high grounds first and they don't actually drop down onto the point. They keep Midland in that kill box, down in that shooting gallery, and now they're set up very well here to defend this again as they've got the Gravitic Flux and the Hanzo Dragon Strike, which you can send in after that Sigma ultimate to just finish off all of those half HP targets. But Midland, Nuke, they're going to have a lot of ultimates on their own, and they make their way up the stairs. The first one thrown out, the Baptiste Ant Matrix, a Fire Strike gets sent through, and it is able to find Deshaun way in the back line, and what hits the mark on the Hanzo, finding a couple more kills for this Midland team, and now they've got a massive advantage here, and they want this street space.
It may have just been POV for me, but I really feel like Midland, UBCO, all they had to do there was just back up. All they had to do is just play it patient, wait for them to drop. We saw that everyone had gotten caught in Lamb Sauce's gravitic flux. You just have to wait for that to play out. Don't get hit by the dragons and then pushing with your team. But unfortunately, that's not what was written. Midland now pushing to get onto this third point. They have 2 minutes on the clock and 2 ultimates online. They have Honeycut's Gravitic Flux, and they have Lucio's Sound Barrier on Striking Viper, both of which could push them in, charge them in, and they could get this Gravitic Flux off. It's going to go out now, and it's actually going to hit 2 while Sky focuses on the rest of the backline.
And they're able to get that Transcendence out early in this fight there as Sky goes in and engages right onto the backline. Blue Butterfly and Micah both using those support ultimates, but it looks like they might be to no avail. That backline is awfully weak now, and the tanks barely clinging to this corner at awfully low HP. If they can finish off this kill onto Turbo, which they have just done, Midland actually has an opportunity, but kills still being traded make this a very tough fight to win from here.
Yeah, Ishan has got to land shots here for it to count. Trying to get a pick onto what, and instead it's going to be Blue Butterfly taking him out, getting the headshot onto what, but this has not stopped Midland's push quite yet. They may be down 1 player, but they're not out for the count. We are going to see the backfield come up. Delco going to get a pick onto Striking Viper, and that's going to open up this final fight.
And we are into that final fight phase. If Midland can find a way to just take another angle aside from this main one, they might be able to capture this third point, but good DPS play there from UBCO is going to keep them at bay for now. Ishan and Delco trying to just make sure this team has it locked down. What wins the duel onto the high ground? The Bowman Master able to win that fight against Delco, but it's not quite enough here. He has to back up, and he actually does get eliminated on the way out.
There's the Lamb Sauce finding the kill onto what after winning the 1v1 trade on Delco, and UBC Serpents now have 3 ultimates online. Midland making the last-ditch effort over to what on the Widowmaker, a champion that we have not seen all night, if I'm stand correct. But in the series that we've at least casted, I've not seen this hero at all.
And he's going to have some good sightlines to work with, but as long as UBCO just stays tight to this natural cover, they might actually avoid the headshots. Turbo gets the first kill of this fight. Lamb Sauce the second. And it looks like UBCO has this defense locked down as overtime starts to tick its way down. And the team kill is Swift and Midland, only able to get 2 points of Havana.
Yeah, and that was very close. I am not quite sure if switching to Widowmaker was the play there. However, they needed something that was sort of a last-ditch effort to make that happen. But we saw the Transcendence come out, and that pretty much negates anything that Widow's going to be able to throw at you. Even if they are able to get those headshots, you have the Trans right there keeping you alive and obviously in a speedy recovery.
Yeah, and Nuke, I was a little surprised we saw Zero May play that round from what on the defense. I would imagine we do see him break it up because it's kind of a staple as we get into these higher ranked lobbies, especially just for that opening spawn, being able to Maywall off those doors. But instead, he was over onto the Widowmaker to finish off that round, playing a couple of other heroes there. Do you think the May would have helped them out to get that third point, or do you think the map is a little bit too wide and he was on the right picks?
Oh, no, absolutely. I think May was the right choice there. I mean, you can get on point and at least stall. I mean, May is a great character to stall. Wait for the rest of your team to come in who just got wiped, which is exactly what you need, more so than a Widowmaker peppering the backline. Maybe they felt like their shots were on point enough to make that happen, but the game is going to say otherwise. They are only going to be able to get 2 points, so if UBCO secures all 3, then they will be taking this map.
Well, now it's UBCO's turn to make their way out of a spawn hold. They've got the Bastion and a Roadhog on, so they are just playing for a couple of picks here. A great Maywall from Sky. It's an easy elimination onto Ishan's Bastion, sending Lamb Sauce onto the flank here. That is cold.
That's cold. Yeah, that just was not fun for UBCO. Sky got the nastiest stick. And honestly, out of anyone, that's who you're going to want to stagger. It's going to be that Bastion. It looks like Lamsauce is going to switch over to the Sigma. Turbo is going to be on the Reinhardt as they're now trying to push out. Delco gets the first pick on what?
And I like how Delco switched over to the Pharah. Gets coupled with a Mercy here. They've got a Roadhog and a Bastion, so many threats for Midland to worry about here. It's not that this is a particularly effective team composition that UBCO is running, but breaking out of spawn when the focus for Midland is just focused in on one doorway. You throw a Pharah up in the skies, a Roadhog on the flanks, a Bastion in the main door. It's just way too many spots where Midland has to turn their head, and that's when the picks start happening for UBCO.
And that was a great strategy from UBCO. I mean, they recognized they had to attack them from multiple angles and not allow them to just keep stuffing spawn. That's exactly the strategy that Delco and Blue Butterfly were leading into as they were trying to, create a bad time for Sky. Honestly, Ishan still staying on this Bastion might be a little questionable, but could prove to be fruitful for this team.
King Genius tries to lay down the Shatter. Instead, it gets blocked, and Turbo proves to be the bigger Reinhardt this fight. And now we do have Ishan just standing king of the payload, raining the lead into the Midland defense. And Nuke, unless Midland puts a stop to it this fight, this payload could stay rolling for a long time.
That's what you run with this. That's what you run with this strat, Berkeley. You get that Bastion on the payload. You just let him rain fire across the entire team, and it doesn't matter if they have shields or not. I think that's why Honeycutt is currently playing the Diva to try to counter that, but they're just not seeing any value thus far.
And we're seeing an investment here from UBCO. They've actually gotten the second point here, and they're playing a game of inches, investing 2 ultimates.
Wow.
Look at the aim here. Ishan, 5 in the feed, showing off what he can do with the mouse.
Ishan has got to be a Counter-Strike player. I mean, there was some very, very quick flicks we saw just on that Bastion. Now, obviously, that's not an op or that's not a sniper. It does have a pretty wide sort of radius.
Pretty forgiving aim here.
Right, pretty forgiving. But you still have to turn your head pretty fast. And Ishan was laying rain on 4 or 5 different people at once, it seemed like, in that fight. But on the adverse side, Midland coming into this fight with 4 ultimates, and they're going to kick it off with a massive self-destruct that's going to take out both Ishan and Lamsauce.
That Diva Bomb put in a spot that I would not consider to be very effective in a corner against a double shield comp. You would think it gets shielded off, but I mean, that finds 2 prime targets, especially getting Ishan off the payload. Anytime a Bastion is running on this pirate ship composition, it's so effective when you're on the payload, but it is so difficult to get back on it once you've been dislodged.
Yar.
Alright.
We are going to see the Bastion ult. Berkeley is tired of it at this point. It's 11 o'clock and Turbo is trying to lay down the Earth Shatter. However, it's just going to be a 1.0 on the Quake scale. And it looks like Sky is going to clean house with this awesome tactical divisor. Now over on the Soldier 76 and ripping through the UBCO Serpents.
I was too tired to even notice that I said pirate ship and you were like being a pirate. I just heard you say Yar and I was like, did Nuke just quit mid-game?
No, not at all. You know, when in doubt, Nuke is going to punt every time. Just like when in doubt, Lamsauce is going to land these autos and going to Gravitic Flux the backline. Blue Butterfly also finding the kill on Sky, which was huge. That was a massive lamp coming out from Invictus, keeping the entirety of Midland alive. An even bigger Deadeye coming out from Delco! The 4K will ensure this push is moving.
Wow, just comes in, flanks in the middle of the distillery. No one is looking at Delco. Everyone just trying to expect a Bastion, but Ishan switched half a fight ago, and it didn't seem like Midland knew what to focus anymore. They had adapted to the Bastion composition they were playing against, and just in the wings of the fight, Delco gets off a very sneaky high noon, but now Midland comes out with ultimates of their own. A Matrix, a high noon, trying to make their way around the corner. High noon doesn't quite find it. Delco again on a very cheeky flank, but somehow UBCO has to end up getting back closer to the payload.
King Genius also going to win the 1v1 against Ishan. and find themselves in a situation against Turbo. King Genius versus the world. More
No
like
support
Emperor
either.
Genius.
Oh my
I know.
god.
Wow, that's a real Reinhardt there. Mad respect.
Yeah, it is difficult to deal that much damage without a support as Reinhardt. You've got to be in striking distance. You've got to be in a tight corridor. No one can back up from you. You have to connect that pin. King Genius did it all that fight, and that's why Midland still has this hold.
Absolutely, and as you saw right there, Midland, Sky is going to switch over to the Doomfist once more, almost having ultimate, and they are sitting with both of their tank ults. If they're able to play this right, the Rhine turns around, the Diva bombs, the Shatter comes out, the team is dead. See how they do here.
Good shatter there. The Diva Bomb does get countered. Honeycutt doesn't find it. Ishan does hit the mark there. The Bob gets thrown in, and the body shots are met. It should be UBCO collecting the second point finally, and with no time to spare, they will have 7 seconds on the clock by the time they get it. And honestly, Nuke, a win condition is in sight. We're playing for match point here. If Midland goes down, it's going to be pretty difficult to rally here going into King's Row next.
But I'm sorry. Look at the ult economy on Midland. Who has their ultimates right now?
I mean, the playmakers, the showstoppers.
Exactly. And that's what they're here to do. What? Gonna find the pick on Ishan. Sky diving the backline. Only with 9 health, 20 health now. Almost falling. Invictus is gonna ensure their teammate stays alive for this engage. The immortality field is gonna get dropped. And what's this? Delco sneaking in the backline for massive Deadeye. Gonna find 2 more. Almost taking out a third. Stunning out the Lucio. And this could be the push that UBCO needs in this moment. What a play from Delco and Ishan.
Yeah, Delco really having great ultimates to keep UBCO in this game. That fight looked like it was won there by Midland as the DPS delivered with their ultimates. Sky and What both finding picks there, but still just Delco coming in on a flank again. Striking Viper, the Midland Mercy was just on Lucio. Tried to drop a sound barrier in to save them, but it just came online a fraction of a second too late, and Delco was able to find 3.
Yeah, speaking of finding 3, looking for a couple of picks here is What finding 2 with Honeycutt. There's the third on Turbo, and with
They
5
step up
seconds
here.
left,
They could
this is
win
what
it.
we call a no
Big
bueno.
rock there. Honeycutt hits it to stun out Lamb Sauce's ultimate, and Midland might be able to lock down this Havana map. They are trying their heart out. They've got ultimates online. King Genius throws in the supercharge down in their own backline. That should give them the damage they need, but UBCO is back in the fray here. They've got some ultimates to use. Micah puts up that matrix. The damage is being peppered through it. It finds 1 kill, but Midland strike back with 4, and overtime is looking weak now for UBCO. They might not have enough in the tank.
Ooh, what really sealed the deal there was Sky taking the flank in the backline and not allowing the Tracer any room to breathe. Honestly, the whole part of that game, that last fight, was really banked on whether or not Sky could find those picks, and they did. But Ishan is going to win play of the game from these Bastion plays, and just look at these flicks! That's what I was talking about earlier!
Yeah, especially with the Matrix there, really makes his aim look twice as good. Those targets were melting. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this whole set has been fun to watch. It's been very back and forth. Honestly, we saw UBCO in the first map edging out Midland, but at this point, Midland is coming in strong, and I feel like all of their players, you know, when you're at a lower rank, typically it takes a minute to get into gear. You don't just sit down and start throwing everything you have at them, right? You have to inch your way into that. And I feel like Midland is currently locking in all of the puzzle pieces they need to paint a clear picture of how this set will go.
Yeah, and Nuke, I really just can't say how impressed I am with Invictus's play. He is the silver support on this team in our second highest division. I mean, really just punching up like 4 weight classes. And his Baptiste is actually incredible. On that third point there, he was able to throw down immortality fields and keep his team alive with his aim, with the healing, which is not an easy thing to do when your DPS are high-flying, high-octane heroes like Sky on a Doomfist, and he's able to hit these healing shots.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only the healing shots, but we've seen a lot of these immortality fields come out that have been very close and once again have kept the team alive in moments where it could go either way. And that's what's edging out these fights. I couldn't agree more with you, Alt Charge. I think Invictus is just punching up in multiple divisions.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be very tough all season long for him to deliver at this level for Midland. But if he can play like this is going to be a team that everyone has to watch out for because they're only in this division because their supports are kind of bringing their SR average way down. Like we keep saying, their DPS are top 500 players. They are champions in our highest division from season 0. So these are some veterans with a lot of college esports experience at the highest level. If these supports can just kind of keep up to that pace, this Midland team is again going to be a Midland team to watch out for this season.
Yeah, at this point, I almost would say UBCO needs to maybe not look for the picks on what in Sky as much as what they should be looking at Invictus and getting these supports out early. Because, I mean, even if they only have their 2-star DPS, a 2v6 is still a 2v6.
Yeah, and the job is pretty simple for UBCO on paper. You know who the best players on Midland are. If you can deal with those DPS, then you should be able to win this game. But Midland is just doing a great job of making sure their best players are supported to be their best players. Their tanks are showing up for them using cooldowns like they should be to give Sky and what the space they need to find those picks. And on the side of UBCO, on that first map of Ilios, their tanks were coordinating so well with their DPS.
Mhm.
And I feel like in the last 2 maps, we just haven't seen that as much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, UBCO, you can see it in that last map. It is very close in the set against Midland. Do not get me wrong. However, I feel like they've made a couple of changes that weren't advantageous to them. They need to keep on with this pressure and being able to dive the backline, which it almost makes you think, the solution then would be run a dive comp, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the solution is run a dive comp, but you have to ensure you're taking out the legs of the team. You're only as strong as your weakest link, dude. And if you're able to prioritize taking out the weaker members of Midland when they're caught out of position, then you're gonna swing these fights in your favor.
Yeah, and that is the goal here. Midland, don't take a very hard look at their composition right now. Things could still probably change. What may be going for a Widowmaker pick here from the crow's nest of Kings Row, as a
Likely.
lot of people might do at the start of a game. But UBCO, they're back onto a May Cole Cassidy composition. So they've got the freeze, they've got the stun. A headshot was hit onto a Diva mech there, but what unable to collect the kill with the second shot. Robo Eagle makes it back to the team safely. And Midland start to roll in for their first fight, but what is lagging behind here? The Cole Cassidy still by the bus toward the spawn. They don't have him with them, and that is actually kind of hurting the Midland team right now. They go down. The front line falls a little early in this one, and the rest of the team quickly crumbles.
Yeah, that's going to be an unfortunate tale for Midland. As there's the lamb sauce once again. If you've been looking for it, Gordon, it's right here. Look nowhere else, because this lamb sauce has the sauce. We were talking a little bit in the last set. Milkman brought the milk for all of the University of Arkansas team. However, he wasn't expecting that there'd be lamb sauce in this next game. Lamb sauce is bringing it. The Earth Shatter is going to come out and lay down the hammer, as lamb sauce is just the star of this map thus far. I think they've gotten a majority of the kills, recognizing it, throwing the beer down on the ground, and getting a little bit of drops down on it. We'll call it crouches.
Yeah, Nuke, and this was kind of the swing story of our last match we casted too, where Ozpack came into this game on Reinhardt, had 24 Earthshatter stuns, 15 Earthshatter kills, so I mean, this is your chance to turn it around as a tank player, especially as a Reinhardt player. You will have no greater impact than you will on Kings Row, and Lamb Sauce is coming out guns blazing here.
Yeah, and the fake from
Another
Midland to say we're
shatter. Oh my god, Lamb Sauce.
Lamb Sauce just has the shatters, man. They're fat shats. I don't know what you want from this man. He's giving you everything that you could ever want. Lamb Sauce, even with the fire strike, with the icing on top, taking out Sky. I think Midland has just put a massive target in their sights, and it rhymes with Bram loss.
Are you saying Robo Eagle?
Yes.
Are you
Yes.
saying
Absolutely.
Robo Eagle is playing very well right now? Now, Lamb Sauce
That's
is
exactly.
incredible. King Genius still working on that first Earth Shatter. Lamb Sauce trying to farm up a third quickly. UBCO will end up winning this fight here. King Genius did not get the shatter off Nuke. The only thing I'm watching right now in this game is will Lamb Sauce shatter 3 times before King Genius gets his first. Oh, this is painful to watch. This poor Diva. Oh, this hurts. This is how you kill some time there. Ishan puts an end to the suffering of Honeycut.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Honeycut, and that's the risk of playing Diva, right? I mean, if you are not ready to when you get demeched to just end it, then you're gonna get staggered, and that was a solid 10 seconds, 10 vital seconds that Midland need to push this point. They're now sitting at a minute left on the clock. Gonna pop a high noon to get into point, trying to find a kill. Nothing comes up. KO. Throwing out the Blizzard on point. Ishan battling out Sky. Gonna inch it out. And now it's 2v6. Honeycut's gonna take out Lamb Sauce. But the rest of the team will avenge their fallen comrade. And once again, look to freeze this Diva.
I mean, they're doing a great job focusing the Diva mech last so they can just get that stagger kill so late. That alone kills off 20 seconds of the clock for them just by focusing a particular hero last in a fight. Now Midland is down to their very last effort on the first point of King's Row here, and it's not looking great. All they have to work with is Striking Viper's sound barrier, and that might not be enough to rush down UBCO.
Yeah, and Lamb Sauce sitting at 89% once again. Ultimate could come online soon. Earth Shatter's online, and it's dropping down. Hammer is popped, and Ishan is taking out both Sky and White at once with that Deadeye. This is going to come all but confirm map 3 for UBCO.
Wow, UBCO, they get full held on Eichenwald. The next hybrid map that comes around, they correct their mistakes. They play defense first. They get the full hold on the Midland. And now all they have to do, Nuke, to tie this one back up and make things very interesting is get one single tick on King's Row when their Reinhardt is playing like a stud.
I am on the edge of my gaming chair right now. The wheels are falling out from underneath me. And quite frankly, I am not sure what to do with myself. This is such a back and forth set between UBCO and Midland University. I could see it's still going either way. I mean, UBCO just full held Midland, but we saw Midland almost do the same thing on Havana, right? So this is just insane all around. I'm interested to see what UBCO decides here for their push.
Well, Midland coming out on the defense with the May and the Reaper. They're just kind of bluffing with the Pharah pick. Maybe that actually causes Midland to run back to spawn and switch to a hit scan. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case here, and I do think UBCO ends up switching to a Reaper of their own and just trying to rush down Midland. I believe we're going to get some mirror comps.
They're playing 4D chess right now. He said oops and then died again. This is definitely they're playing with their minds. And it looks like they are going to stay with the Pharah for now. No, they are switching last minute. They are going to switch over to the May. Probably a better comp overall anyway. Pretty close to what Midland is running as well. The only difference being Ishan being on the Cole Cassidy and what being on the Reaper.
Oh, King Genius goes for a big play that does not pay off. I mean, Lamb Sauce has been playing so well this map and clearly had his wits about him there, counterpinning that King Genius play, and in a flash, UBCO will take this tick and tie up this match.
Absolutely. And this is what it's going to come down to, Berkeley. Ultimately, you have 6 bodies on both teams, right? And pressure affects everyone differently. And these gold and silver level, even diamond level players could crumble under this pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Midland's got some veterans on it. They have come to play. They're fighting for their first win, as is UBCO, but Lamb Sauce fought the hardest this map, and that is why it's tied up at 2 maps apiece. Nuke, I mean, we're going to be going into Oasis, going into our final control map. Do you have a team in mind that you think has the edge right now?
UBCO. I'm locking it down. I'm smacking it down now. I was unsure before. It's UBCO. It's got to be. I think that at this point, And once again, mad respect to both of these teams. Mad respect to Midland. UBCO's in their head just a little bit.
After
I
that
think
one, yeah.
I think they're in their head just a tad, and I think that that's gonna make all of the difference going into this map.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're definitely in their head after that one, especially with some unbelievable Reinhardt play from Lamb Sauce. It looks like this is a front line that can't be stopped. And anytime you face that and get full held on a map, basically where some guy is just meleeing you down, he's right in your face the whole time, and there's nothing you can do about it. Definitely a little bit of mind games going on.
Well, I mean, his name's Reinhardt, not Wronghart, right? Am I right?
Almost.
uh, almost.
Almost.
But it's 11:20. I think we need a very, very small break. We're about to head into the final map of our set, potentially. I mean, potentially final map. Stay tuned, and we will be back with the action. And welcome back. For the final time tonight, we are back once more. UBCO Serpents versus Midland University. This is it. This is game 5, baby. All of the cards are on the table. All of the chips are in. And these teams are finally going to decide who deserves to take home this victory. Now, it won't be without nothing, right? They still will get 2 games nonetheless on the scorecard. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined once more by Ult Charge, Berkeley Stevens. Ult Charge, who's edging this out?
Nick, it's so hard to tell. It's 12:26 here on the East Coast, and I'm surprised these teams are still fighting just tooth and nail to win this one. But
we vibing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been awfully close so far. Ilios was 1-2, UBCO won. Eichenwald was a full hold where Midland won 1-0. Havana was 3-2, another very close game. And then the opposite story on Hybrid was told, where UBCO just full held and they got the tick to win 1-0. So we've had a very close flip-flopping game where every time it looks like a team has an edge, the other team has responded beautifully. So just with the tail of the tape, I'm going to have to say Midland find a way to shock us here, which is what I'm rooting for, because after that last map, we kind of think that they got a little dominated. There might be a little bit of real estate occupied in their heads that UBCO is renting for free, as the kids might say. But I honestly think Midland is a team that has this veteran experience, and they're coming back on their best heroes, looking to just put one heck of an exclamation point on tonight's matches.
So, are you going to do palm readings after this? Because I think you're reading my mind. 100% they're in their head. UBCO gonna speed to point and honestly speed run this game. I think they've got it on lock, but it's a matter of how Midland plays this. If they have their heads on straight, they have a potential here to win. That was a great teleport up top though, and they're using this Bastion to control a lot of space on this point.
I don't know if this is great, though. It's going to be pretty difficult to get that second tank up there that they're going to need. And the DPS on this Midland side, they know how to play around the Bastion. They're not going to be in those sight lines long enough for the Bastion to get that kill. KO is going to have a very difficult time taking down the most lethal members of Midland. And we can see what here. Going in for the kill. They've dealt with the Orisa shield. Lands the stickies, but KO with great reaction, able to gun him down out of the skies.
Yeah, and I think that was their strat here. They were going to wait. Wow, using this small little area, getting all of the picks there, and that's exactly what UBCO was doing. They were waiting for Midland to push in, allowing them to take point first, but retaliating and taking point immediately after. Midland, I will say that was kind of an advantageous first take for them, though. 23%, that's a quarter of the amount that they need to win this game. If they're able to get in and shut down KO before this ultimate comes out, then they could take this point quickly.
Yeah, Nuke, it is just going to be very difficult for them to play around the sight lines. That KO is just lining off. We do see what going in on this flank here, playing around the coast side of this point. Still, though, going to be very difficult, even with the Mercy Pocket, for him to have enough time in the air with the right angle he needs onto KO. Now Sky's going in on the opposite side, and the copy comes in onto the Orisa, trying to get some tanking presence up top on this high ground. That actually knocks down KO, so the Bastion on the low ground. The tanks have been dealt with. Micah gets cleaned up as well. The Supercharger taken care of as well. And again, Midland, their DPS are swift. Their timing is perfect to deal with that Bastion comp. It could not have gotten any better.
Yeah, that was a great ultimate from what the copy onto the Orisa, and then pulling the Bastion off top ledge, allowing everyone on the low ground to take care of that befuddled robot was exactly what they needed to take that point. However, look at Lamb Sauce. He's got 98% on that gravitic flux, and it's not going to go to waste. Delco looking for a TP up top, almost looking like they're going for a fake.
Well, the TP is out. They're definitely going to be taking that high ground the second they're able to after this amplification matrix. Micah's ultimate goes down, the Symmetra wall gets thrown up, and now KO is over to the Soldier 76, so that will give him a lot more room to run around and take advantage of this pretty spread out high ground that has great sightlines over the point. Finds the pick onto the Roadhog King Genius, and right now it looks like Midland is just playing with scraps of their defense, but still though, they've got What alive with the Mercy Pocket and Sky in there. Right in the back line, trying to do some damage. It might not be enough, though.
Exactly, but notice that Midland had that point the entire time. You've been talking about Invictus in this set, and I think Invictus did a great job of popping Rally with Strike and Viper to keep them alive so that Midland could get 82% on that clock. That was a great tactical play from Midland's support line.
And Midland still does just barely have a percentage advantage in this map so far. King Genius going up to the high ground, getting stunned not once, but twice during the heal, and eliminated finally by Delco there. Sky does come back in with a kill on the Micah, but it's not going to be enough here as Delco, with 2 shields up there on the high ground, is going to just remain the king of this point. We're entering what might be our final fight here on point number 1.
Potentially. I mean, it depends on how fast this fight is, right? KO does have Tactical Visor. What has the copy online? And Sky could rain down from the heavens. So it's a dependent on that. Ooh, immediately the Tactical Visor is going to get pulled. Going to take out What and Striking Viper to the shop. Looks like Sky is going to try to come in. KO completely ignoring Sky. Just trying to make it back to the support line. Sky's going to rain down on Micah up top and try to add some value for Midland on what could be, like you said, this final fight has not been swift.
It's not quite over, though. What is able to get the copy off onto the Sigma, has the Mercy Pocket as well, trying to farm up this Gravitic Flux for one last effort, but not able to finally send that ultimate. Actually goes up into the sky with the Mercy, and that will take them off the point just long enough for overtime to tick down.
That was the goofiest wave I've ever seen to a falling character in this game. That was very entertaining for 12:30 nuclear. Okay, backs against the wall, right? Nothing else on the line. I know that we have some members in chat of both of these colleges, and they need your energy now more than ever. Give them your energy. Tell them who's winning this series, right? UBCO, one more map to take it. Midland, they've got to reverse sweep this entire control point to make this happen.
Chase, do you remember when control maps used to be 5 points?
Unfortunately, I do.
They were like 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that's what we had on our hands?
I don't want to think about it, Berkeley. We were talking a little bit off cast. We have casted a lot of best of 5s in the NECC, and none of them are short of the action, just like we're seeing with Delco, taking out Invictus as soon as we start this point.
Wow.
UBCO sending a message.
Yeah, Delco with great mechanics there to end up landing those stickies and that primary fire. Not an easy one to hit. That's a pretty slow-moving projectile when those targets are far away. I mean, I know the beam is pretty forgiving on Echo, but the primary fire is no joke. You really have to have your aim about you if you're going to be hitting those shots.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a very hard hero to master in that regard. You think if you're good at Pharah, you're going to be great at Echo. It's just not the case. There's a little bit more versatility in the air in terms of what you can do with Echo. I think that it does come down to hitting your shots, but if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be What and Sky. 18% now on the point. UBCO looking to hold this. Woo!
KO onto the Tracer now, just trying to find a target here. Deshaun goes in, diving on the Winston, just trying to get into the backline, but does get uppercut and taken care of by Sky. Still, though, picks being traded in favor of UBCO, who are closing in with this dive comp more and more here. Delco just staying up in the skies. No one is able to do any damage onto Delco right now. He has been putting on a show this round of Oasis, trying to get this win for UBCO.
Yeah, Midland has their copy online. And here in a minute, Sky is going to have their ultimate online as well. They're looking to make a switch. King Genius going to switch over to the Hammond. Not quite sure if that's the call here, but if that's what the team agrees on, you go with it, right? KO, not allowing this Hammond any room to breathe. Trying to get a smash down up top. We are going to see the copy onto the Diva, which is huge. Already the ultimate is online. They've been able to take out Blue Butterfly. Delco going to go in on Invictus. Lamb Sauce going to get the self-destruct onto Honeycut. And D-Mech, the other Diva, Micah with the Coalescence. And Delco taking out What? The Echo v Echo battle UBCO just seems to be coming out on top. And with 10% left, Midland University are not left with much to be able to take this out.
No, if KO lands a pulse bomb here, this one should be all done because UBCO does just have a little bit of an ult advantage here. Popping that Valkyrie early in this fight should keep everyone alive just long enough. KO did not end up landing that pulse bomb. Ishan goes straight into the back line trying to use the help of this damage boost that the Valkyrie is providing and the extra heals just to make as much impact as he can. We are in overtime. Midland is on their last legs. Kills are being found left and right for UBCO. And this one, Nuke, should be done and dusted from here with just one player left on the point and finally dealt with UBCO. Hang on to win our last match of the night, 3-2.
And man, what a series that was. I think that when you play Overwatch at this caliber, it comes down to how much gas you have in the tank and whether or not you're staying alive behind the wheel. And Midland, it seems like they were dozing off a little bit towards the end and they didn't have the gas to take them. But this is a team that is full of lower ranked players punching up a caliber, and there's a lot to learn from the set and VOD review. So coming from a coach's perspective, I think that it's important for them to look at it, but UBCO will be our winners in this series tonight.
Yeah, Nuke, like you were saying, they're punching up a ton, and honestly, the players on Midland have to be proud of how they played tonight. Even the DPS players who might be punching down a little bit, they still have to be proud of how they played tonight too, because those map wins would not have happened without them. Honestly, Nuke, it's really hard for me not to give my player of the match to the lowest ranked player in this lobby, Invictus, just because I can't imagine being a silver player in these games. That is ridiculous what you're tasked to do, especially on Baptiste, where you have to do damage, you have to support, you have to have incredible usage of your cooldown. But honestly, I can't quite give it to Invictus. Their team did lose. I think if I had to give it a player of the match, I'm going with Lamb Sauce, because that show on King's Row, man, that is what got into the heads of Midland. That is probably the nail in the coffin of this game.
Where is the Lamb Sauce? He's
Gordon.
right here, and I'm telling you right now, that's also my player of the match is Lamb Sauce. I think you're 100% right in your analysis there, Ult Charge. At the very end of this whole entire experience, when we hit King's Row, like midway through, that's where the mentality started to shift heavily, because Lamb Sauce was just laying down the shatters one at a time in front of Midland, and they were just kind of left with their arms up. Like, I don't, I'm not sure what to do here. And what they did to UBCO on Havana, UBCO did back to them on King's Row, which switched that mental going into the final game. So absolutely 100,000%, I'm giving it to the boy Lamb Sauce.
Well, congratulations to him, man, the whole UBCO team. Midland, keep your head up because you honestly played great. You're developing this season a lower ranked team into higher ranked players, and you're honestly not far off the mark. With the SR average range for that team being from top 500 to silver, you're playing very coordinated. So definitely a match you can be proud of. Nuke, did you have any final thoughts on today's game or anything else you wanted to say before we let chat finally get some rest?
Mark my words, week 2, right now, if Midland get their act together and if they really get these players up, they could win the champion Cyan division, hands down. And that's really my final thought. I think that they have what it takes. Once again, got to keep yourself awake and got to keep the gas in the tank to keep it going.
All right, and with that, chat, make sure you follow us on Twitter. Chase is over at Chase Newcomb. I'm going to be over there at alt_charge, so give us a follow over there. And thank you to our production for Michael, Carol, and Chase. I've been Berkeley. Good night.